Kia ora, everybody. Welcome to the hearing week for the Energy Infrastructure and Transport chapter of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. I just need to start with a brief, which many of you have heard before, so just bear with me. But if we have any emergency, whether earthquake, fire, or whatever, the exit point is out through the back doors behind you. And the assembly area outside is outside the Speight's Ale House along the road. Toilets and other facilities are out those same doors at the back. And other than that, I think if I just ask everybody to ensure that their cell phones are off, and we'll commence the hearing with the presentation by the Otago Regional Council.
Yes, and please panel, my name is Simon Anderson. I have some legal submissions to make and then some evidence to lead from Mr. Langman, who's the present OSC subject matter expert, and with Mr. Stafford, who was the original author of the Section 42A report on this chapter, also in attendance. So turning to my legal submissions. By way of introduction, Regional Council functions relevant to this chapter specifically include providing objectives, policies and methods for maintaining Indigenous biodiversity, and also for integration of infrastructure with land use, also through objectives, policies and methods. Relevant to this chapter, we have 4 national policy instruments. There is the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, the National Policy Statement for Renewable Energy Generation, and the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. As might be expected, broadly, the electricity transmission and renewable energy generation policy statements tend to be enabling of those things, while the NZCPS and NPSFM tend to be more protective. I should just note that's a simplification. There are provisions of both natures in all policy statements. So those policy statements are statements of how the purpose of the acts to be achieved in the context they deal with. Of note, the NZCPS and the other policy statements are prepared under different sections of the Act, sections 45 and 56. The NZCPS is about achieving the purpose of the Act within the coastal environment, and is closer to being a code in that regard, whereas the other policy statements are providing for matters relevant to achieving the purpose of the Act in their specific contexts. And that's why the NZCPS is broader in its application than the other policy statements. Also important to note that those policy statements don't deal with all of the relevant matters for this chapter, and that it's necessary to have direct recourse or reference to the purpose of the Act in matters of national significance in sections 5 and 6, and that's particularly the case with respect to Indigenous biodiversity. So the focus of these submissions is that relationship between enabling provisions and protective provisions. That involves the application of King Salmon principles. And the key point, or the fundamental submission that's being made, is that while the NPSET and NPS Reg require recognition of and provision for the national grid and renewable energy generation, that must occur while also giving effect to the protective or avoid provisions which are found in the NZCPS, NPSFM, and the Act itself, in particular, Section 6C. And just to add a comment on that, this issue is often cast in terms of which policy prevails. So if you imagine a policy that says avoid certain effects and another policy which says enable a particular activity, it's not a matter of which policy prevails. It's the case that you must give effect to both policies. That's how you reconcile the two of them. And so that comment dovetails into paragraph 9 of my written submission, which is setting out at a very high level the principles which can be taken from King Salmon. So policies read together and applied in accordance with their terms. Some policies will be more specific and directive, while others are less so. And policies in directive terms carry greater weight than those in less directive terms. Also, and this is important, in King Salmon it was noted that there may well be policies which pull in different directions and appear to be in conflict, but that with a close reading of the words actually used and having in mind how do we resolve the two policies so that they can both be given effect, so that conflict will often disappear. And in an abstract sense, when you have enable versus avoid or protect, the usual resolution is that you do both. And essentially what that's going to mean is that the thing which is to be enabled cannot happen in all places and in all manners, because certain effects need to be avoided. So I've set out in following pages some of the provisions in those four policy instruments, and in the passages I've added bold underlining to indicate the words which are relevant to that to the exercise of reconciliation. So I propose to run through those until you tell me to stop. So first, the NPSET. This applies to national grid and associated infrastructure used or owned by Transpower. The objective is in clause 5. It refers to recognising the national significance of the electricity transmission network by facilitating operation, maintenance, etc., while managing adverse effects. Then we have policy 1, which provides that decision makers must recognise and provide for certain benefits of the national grid. Policy 2, which provides for decision makers again to recognise and provide for effective operation, maintenance, upgrading and development. And of note there that there's reference to upgrading and development. That's not simply maintaining the status quo. There's no suggestion that that's what should be happening. Policy 5, when considering environmental effects of transmission activities, decision makers must enable the reasonable operational maintenance and minor upgrades requirements of established electricity transmission assets. So that's slightly different wording, must enable, in context of existing assets and their ongoing maintenance and minor upgrades. Policy 6, which provides that substantial upgrades should be used as an opportunity to reduce existing adverse effects. And policy 8, which relates specifically to rural environments, providing that planning and development should seek to avoid adverse effects on outstanding natural landscapes, high natural character, high recreation value, and other things. So with the NPSET, to the extent that it is enabling, it is generally using the phraseology recognise and provide for. Turning to the NZCPS, this applies to the coastal environment. Objective 1 is referring to safeguarding various aspects of the coastal environment and sustaining its ecosystems. And that's to be achieved by maintaining or enhancing natural, biological and physical processes in the coastal environment, protecting representative or significant natural ecosystems and sites of biological importance, and maintaining the diversity of New Zealand's indigenous coastal flora and fauna. Objective 2 is referring to preserving natural character and protecting natural features and landscape values. And that's to be achieved by recognising various qualities of those areas and identifying areas where various forms of use would be inappropriate and protecting them from such activities, and encouraging restoration of the coastal environment. And then objective 6 is the enabling part of the NZCPS, which is to enable people and communities to provide for their well-being through subdivision use and development, and recognising a number of things, including that protection of the values of the coastal environment doesn't preclude use and development in appropriate places and forms within appropriate limits. I might just interrupt myself here because the concept of environmental limits appears in a number of places in the regional policy statement, and it has been criticised. And there is a submission later which is to the effect that the simple position is that as a matter of law there are limits, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with using the word limit to signal that a provision which provides for something is not without limits. Carrying on, noting some of the elements of objective 6. The second bullet is that some uses and developments rely on resources, which depend on the use of resources in the coastal environment, are important to the social, economic and cultural well-being of people and communities. That functionally some uses and developments can only be located on the coast or in the coastal marine area. Of particular relevance here recognising that the coastal environment contains renewable energy resources of significant value. And the final one to highlight is the protection of habitats of living marine resources contributes to social, economic and cultural wellbeing of people and communities. So even in the NZCPS, there is recognition that some things need to be in the coastal environment and that there are relevantly here renewable energy resources. Then policy 6. And this is one of the recognition provisions in relation to the coastal environment. Recognise that the provision of infrastructure, the supply and transport of energy, including the generation and transmission of electricity and extraction of minerals are important to social, economic and cultural well-being. Take into account the potential of renewable resources in the coastal environment, such as energy from wind, waves, currents, tides, to meet the reasonably foreseeable needs of future generations. Additionally, and this is in relation to the coastal marine area, which of course is a subset of the coastal environment, recognise potential contributions to social, economic and cultural well-being from use and development of the coastal marine area, including the potential for renewable marine energy to contribute to meeting the energy needs of future generations. C, recognise that there are activities that have a functional need to be located in the coastal marine area. D, recognise that activities that don't have a functional need for location in the coastal marine area generally shouldn't be there. Then we come to policy 8 of the NZCPS, and I've recorded this in full because this is the policy which was at issue in King Salmon. And so understanding the wording which King Salmon applied to is helpful. So that policy is to recognise the significant existing and potential contribution of aquaculture to the social, economic and cultural wellbeing of people and communities by including in regional policy statements and regional coastal plans provision for aquaculture activities in appropriate places in the coastal environment, recognising that relevant considerations may include need for high quality water and the need for land-based facilities associated with marine farming, taking account of the social and economic benefits of aquaculture, including any available assessments of national and regional economic benefit, and ensuring that development in the coastal environment does not make water quality unfit for aquaculture activities. Now, the reason for setting that out in full is that the phraseology used is very similar to that used in NPSCT and NPS-REG to recognise a very significant benefit. There's a direction to provide for a specific activity, i.e. aquaculture, in both policy statements and regional plans, and then to recognise various considerations which are more relevant to aquaculture than they are to what we're talking about. So we then turn to the avoidance or the protective provisions. So policy 11, to protect Indigenous biodiversity in the coastal environment, avoid adverse effects of activities on, there's a list of classes of threatened species, habitats and vegetation. So that's the first thing. There are certain things where the standard is simply avoid effects. Then at B, avoid significant adverse effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate other adverse effects of activities on, and again there's another list of categories of species, habitats and vegetation. Policy 13, is about the natural character of the coastal environment. It follows the same format. So there's an avoidance of adverse effects of activities on natural character in areas with outstanding natural character. And then you drop down to avoid significant adverse effects and avoid or mitigate other adverse effects on natural character in other parts of the coastal environment. Then in policy 15, which relates to natural features and landscapes in the coastal environment, we have the same structure. So A, avoid adverse effects of activities on outstanding natural features and outstanding natural landscapes. And that then drops down to avoid significant adverse effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate other adverse effects of activities on other natural features and natural landscapes. So those are the provisions of the NZCPS. I'm sorry to run through them all in full, but I think it's important to understand the provisions that King Salmon was doing. So we then turn to NPS REG. So this relates to renewable electricity generation. The objective is to recognise the national significance of renewable electricity generation activities by providing for development, operation, maintenance and upgrading of new and existing renewable electricity generation activities, such that the proportion of New Zealand's electricity generated from renewable energy sources increases to a level that meets or exceeds the New Zealand Government's national target for renewable electricity generation. So the formula is recognise and provide for. Then we have policy A. Decision makers shall recognise and provide for the national significance of renewable electricity generation activities, including the national, regional and local benefits relevant to renewable electricity generation activities. So again, recognise and provide for. And then there's a series of policies, two policies, B and C1, which again use the phraseology have particular regard to certain matters which relate to the needs and importance of renewable electricity generation. We've got policy C2, which I'll come back to, which provides that we're considering any residual environmental effects of renewable generation activities that can't be avoided, remedied or mitigated. Decision makers are to have regard to offsetting measures or environmental compensation, including measures or compensation which benefit the local environment and the community affected. Then there are policies E1 to E4, which require that regional policy statements include objectives, policies and methods to provide for the development, operation, maintenance and upgrading of different types of renewable electricity generation. All of those provisions follow the same format. Each relates to a different type of generation. But again, the words used are provide for. And I would just again interrupt myself at that point. The words used there are very similar to policy 8, which was an issue in King Salmon. Provide for something while also avoiding certain effects. Turning to the NPSFM, which relates to the freshwater management regime, it includes provisions which will be relevant to energy infrastructure and transport. Clause 3.22 provides that every regional council must include the following statement in its regional plan. And I note that's to include in the regional plan, but for obvious reasons, the policy statement can't be inconsistent with that. And so that sets up an avoidance standard for the loss of extent of natural inland wetlands, that the values of natural inland wetlands are protected and restoration is promoted. And then there's a series of exceptions, one of which relates to the maintenance or operation of specified infrastructure or other infrastructure as defined. And with respect to that exception, there's further provision that Regional Council needs to be satisfied with the activities necessary for the purpose of the construction or upgrade of the infrastructure, that there will be a significant national or regional benefit, that there's a functional need to be in that location, and the effects of the activity are managed through the effects management hierarchy. Really, the two key points about this provision are that I want to stress are that you start with an avoidance standard. Exceptions are provided for in certain circumstances, and those exceptions lead to an effects management hierarchy. Just in terms of specified infrastructure has a definition which includes various things, but I just want to note that it specifically includes regionally significant infrastructure identified as such in a regional policy statement or a regional plan. And in terms of our proposed regional policy statement, the definition of regionally significant infrastructure includes nationally significant infrastructure. The other provision in the MPSFM is 3.22, which I think should actually say 3.24, which relates to rivers, where the loss of extent and values is to be avoided. Unless the council is satisfied as to functional need or the activity in that location, and effects are managed in terms of the effects management hierarchy. At 3.211, effects management hierarchy is defined. So what it means is essentially it's an approach that requires that, and then you step through items A through F. So there is avoidance of adverse effects where practicable. Adverse effects can't be avoided, then they are minimised where practicable. And I'll note the use of the word minimised because its use in the regional policy statement has been criticised. Where adverse effects can't be minimised, then they are remedied where that's practicable. If more than minor residual effects remain, which can't be avoided, minimised or remedied, then aquatic offsetting is provided where possible. And if aquatic offsetting cannot occur, then aquatic compensation. And if aquatic compensation can't happen, then the activity must be avoided. So I'd just like to note at this point that this is quite a lot different to avoid, remedy, or mitigate, and think about or consider offsetting or compensation. Here we've got avoid, minimise, and remedy. So if there must be adverse effects on the values that are being protected, even if you can't avoid them, you minimise them, and even if you can't, or to the extent you can't minimise them, you're required to remedy them. And so remedy is quite a bit different to mitigate. So aquatic offsetting and aquatic compensation also have definitions which are found in 3.212. Elsewhere in 3.22 and Australia reference, paragraph 39, by the way, 3.22 and 3.24, appendices 6 and 7, which deal with principles applying to aquatic offsetting and compensation, are introduced. With principles 1 to 6 being required to be complied with, and other principles to be considered. This is something that will crop up elsewhere, but it's worth noting that the offsetting and compensation which is provided for is not by any stretch an easy pass. Generally, for offsetting, we're talking about like for like offsetting, and the concept of no net loss, preferably a net gain. Compensation also needs to be relevant environmental compensation. So the effects management regime, which is set up here, provides a pathway, but it's by no means an easy pathway, and it's a pathway which is requiring that adverse effects on the relevant values, I was about to use the word avoided, but are addressed to the fullest extent that they can be. And there is a sting in the tail, which is that if when you get to the final part of the hierarchy, compensation, you cannot meet the requirements for compensation, you end up with the activity itself being avoided. Which is something I've belaboured because it's very similar to the effects management hierarchy that's found in the regional policy statement, which has been criticised. Turning to section 6 of the Act, this is paragraph 43 of the written submission. We need to refer to section 6 because there's no national policy statement dealing with outstanding natural features and landscapes outside the coastal environment, or for Indigenous biodiversity, or for historic heritage, or protects customary rights. So those provisions are set out there. The standard is protect. The standard is expressed in two slightly different ways in section 6. One is, for example, in 6C, the protection of areas of significant indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of indigenous fauna. So that is a simple protect without qualification. Whereas in 6B, outstanding natural features and landscapes are to be protected from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. Where the protect from inappropriate subdivision, use and development is referred to, it's worthwhile noting or reminding that what's appropriate and what's not appropriate is to be assessed by reference to the thing or the values which are being protected. And there's a footnote there to the relevant part of King Salmon. And of course, subsection C and G are not qualified in that way. And I'd like to stress that the significant Indigenous biodiversity requirement is simply to protect. So I've already flagged at the outset that there is a fairly well understood way of reconciling provisions of this nature. The enabling provisions that we're talking about follow or use the same language or same phraseology as the relevant policy in King Salmon, recognise and provide for. In various contexts, we've got clear directive language to avoid or to protect, and the general way to reconcile those things is that we avoid what we have to avoid, we protect what we have to protect, while also providing for the things that we're required to provide for. In short, the requirement is to do both, but it is worth noting that when push comes to shove, avoid or protect is the more directive language. And so if this were to be expressed in subject to language, you would say provide for X, subject to avoiding / protecting Y. So jumping or turning to paragraph 50 of the written submission. So those three paragraphs are essentially a repetition of what I've just said. Jumping to paragraph 53, renewable electricity generation. Again, same position. I do want to mention policy C2, which is a point of difference. That's the policy which talks about residual environmental effects and having regard to offsetting and compensation measures, including those which benefit the local environment and community affected. I'd just like to note that the residual environmental effects to which that applies can't be effects which other more directive provisions say must be avoided. Have regard to is less directive than avoid. Apply to the residual effects which it is possible to or permissible to have, and also that it can't apply to defeat the more prescriptive or specific effects management hierarchy in the NPS FM. Those provisions are more specific and directive in their terms, and they culminate in a direction that if you get to the final hierarchy element of compensation and you can't do it, then the activity must be avoided. So next section 57 is the overarching position. So energy infrastructure and transport are elements of enabling people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety. And they need to be provided for in terms of section 5 of the Act, as well as in terms of NPS-ET and NPS-REG. NPS-ET and NPS-REG provide a specific requirement that benefits of those things are recognised and that those activities are provided for. However, for all energy infrastructure and transport provision, this must occur in a way that avoids certain adverse effects and manages others in terms of the NZCPS, the NPS-FM and section 6 of the Act. So I've somewhat belaboured that point, but it is very relevant to this chapter, and it also crops up off and on throughout, with respect to provisions throughout the rest of the RPS. So I'm turning now to the implications that analysis has for this chapter. Just scanning to stop repeating myself. I'll jump into paragraph 62. So EIT INF P13 is the primary provision which deals with the avoid protect side of this equation in connection with infrastructure outside of the coastal environment. That provides a regime where certain areas, such as significant natural areas, are to be avoided as the first priority. But if avoidance is not demonstrably practicable due to functional or operational needs, then for nationally or regionally significant infrastructure, there is a cross-reference to either the appropriate part of the regional policy statement. And from memory, this is subclause 2 if you're looking for it. Or in one case to another instrument, the NESF. So that provision, and this is a subclause 2 of EIT INF P13. If we get past the hurdle
We just take a pause for a moment. Okay. Actually, Mr. Anderson, just whilst waiting for Mr. Terry, I just was trying to follow your submissions and your references as you were going, and was just struggling, and I'm not sure what reference you've got at the top of page 11, paragraph 39. Clause number is correct. I was struggling to find it. And the references to appendixes 67 in the section.
At least one of them is incorrect because it says 3.22 twice.
It's been a while since I looked at the SFM, and it's changed so many times, so I just lost touch with it.
Yes, so the first one is correct. So it's 3.22 subclause 3, small a Roman 2.
Well, maybe that the copy that we've got hasn't got it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so we've got an August one. We've got an August 2020 version. What have you got?
I'm February 2023.
Right. That's right. Well, if you can just verify, we'll get the right one. can just verify them for me that those clauses are correct.
So the second one, so it should be 3.223A2, and the second part of that should be 3.24.
3.24.
The
But
rest
still
of it the same.
382.
So it's the first one's correct.
Yep.
The second one should refer to 3.24 rather than 3.22.
But still,
The rest of it is the
is
same.
382.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your work.
So we were at 63 of the written submission and looking at EIT and P13 subclause 2. And I just want to stress this because I think it's important. So there is a threshold for nationally or regionally significant infrastructure to get over, which is to show that due to functional or operational needs, or you can't demonstrate that it's not practicable to be in that location. Rather, you can demonstrate, and that, but importantly, that then leads you to 2A, 1, 2, 3, less importantly, 4, which direct you to either the relevant part of the RPS, or in the case of small Roman 2, to the NESF. So depending on the area and the values which may be impacted, you then get sent to the right provision to manage effects. So for example, with significant natural areas, you are going to the eco chapter, where you will find an effects management regime which in structure is quite similar to the NPSFM effects management hierarchy that I described before. Importantly, it has the same sting in the tail, which is that if when all is said and done, your efforts to offset or compensate fail, you end up with an avoidance standard. Now it's outside the scope of these submissions. In fact, this part of the hearing to get into the details of the eco chapter, but that linking is important, and it needs to be borne in mind when exceptions from P13 or specific subchapter or specific provision is being proposed. In terms of the protect/avoid requirements, section 6C and so on, that linking is important. And if the link is to be severed, then that means in this chapter, it becomes necessary to deal with, well, for example, with significant Indigenous biodiversity, to deal afresh with how that is to be protected. Just note that as it stands, EIT INF P13A directs anything in the coastal environment to the coastal chapter. So we just jump to paragraph 68 of the written submission to give an example of what I'm talking about. So Ms. Hunter, Contact Energy Witness, has proposed a separate energy subchapter. That subchapter, among other things, takes away the linking to the eco chapter. that means that the effects management hierarchy found there will not apply. There are some other changes which include that the proposed new provision would only, again using 6C and Indigenous biodiversity as an example, it would only apply to scheduled natural areas, not all significant natural areas, only those that have been scheduled. The requirement to demonstrate the demonstrably practicable standard drops down to a simple practicable. But most importantly, the provision which is found at the end of the effects management hierarchy in the eco chapter, which is that after you've gone through the process of avoid, remedy, mitigate, and you've done what can be done to offset or compensate, if at that last step you are not able to compensate in terms of the RPS, you have an avoid standard. And so by having a separate subchapter as proposed, the effects management hierarchy designed to achieve protection of significant Indigenous biodiversity, while also providing a pathway for consenting, is sidestepped. A similar point arises with respect to the proposed electricity distribution provision put forward by Ms. Justice in the appendix to her evidence. Again, the key point of difference is that the avoidance end result, if you fail going through the effects management hierarchy by the time you get to the last step of compensate, is gone. So that change is probably more a matter for the eco chapter, but is very significant, because the way that hierarchy works is that you must avoid if possible, you must remedy if possible, you must mitigate if possible, you must offset if possible, and if you can't do that, whatever's left over, you must compensate in terms of the principles which are set out in an appendice to the RPS. And if you still fail at that hurdle, your last opportunity, at that point, the activity is avoided, the activity itself. Whereas with the provisions which have been proposed for this chapter, there are variations on how you step through, but the key point of difference is that that last part of it is missing. And the last part of it is the key element of achieving protection. So what you're left with, it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the provision put forward by Ms. Hunter or Ms. Justice or Ms. McLeod and her evidence, what you are left with essentially is we do our best to avoid, remedy or mitigate, and we consider or try to compensate and offset, but if we can't, the box on. And if that's the provision, then if we're talking about significant Indigenous biodiversity, we are simply not meeting the requirement to protect. Okay, so that's the only way. I'm starting to stray outside the law, but to enable something which may have a functional need to go through sensitive areas such as biodiversity, while also protecting, again using biodiversity as an example, is very challenging. And how that happens has been evolving. And what's provided for in this policy statement and in the PSFM different context is to provide an effects management hierarchy or framework where you step through the different elements. So highest is at the top, avoid. If you can do it, do it. Can't do it, you move to the next one, which might be mitigate or minimise depending on which one you're looking at. If you can do it, you do it. Whatever's left over, mitigate. If you can, you do. And at each step, it's quite a high bar. It's not a try, or could be a bit tricky. It's if you can do it, if it's possible, you do it. Or it might be practicable depending on which version of this you're looking at and which policy statement or which instrument. You get to the end of that, if you've still got some effects which are more than minor, that's when you turn to offsetting and compensation. But offsetting and compensation, it's moved a long way since the Clyde Dam days, where you build a hockey turf and a tennis court, and that's considered to be compensation. The offsetting and compensation, it relates to the environmental values that you're losing. In offsetting, you've got the concept of like for like, no net loss, preferring a net gain. This is all going to be explored in great detail in ECO. Similarly with compensation, you can't simply write a check. It's got to relate to that which is being lost. So all of these things are reasonably hard to do, but not impossible to do. And that reflects that what we're trying to do is protect whatever the relevant Indigenous biodiversity is in the example that I'm using. But for that to work, it's important that if when you get to the last of those 5 steps, you can't do it, at that point you run up against a limit. So that sort of a hierarchy is about providing every opportunity for something which is important, such as the national grid or renewable energy generation or various other things, to be able to do what needs to be done, while also protecting an important ecological value. But it only works if at the end of that progression you run into a limit. So I've taken myself off on a bit of a tangent there, but I think it's an important point and it crops up a fair bit in this chapter. Jumping to paragraph 76 of the written submissions. In Ms. McLeod's evidence, she refers to the MPSET and her understanding being that it's intended to address the management of all adverse effects, and wish the quotes there to read. She's referred to a High Court case, Transpower and Auckland Council, that case identifies the point I mentioned earlier, which is that the three national policy statements and the coastal policy statement are slightly different, promulgated under different sections. And the point I want to make about that is that it's clear just from reading it that NPSET and for that matter NPSREG do not provide a regime for managing all environmental effects. Also to note that there's reference in Ms. McLeod's evidence to the exercise of, for example, looking at NPSET and then looking at Section 6 of the Act being a balancing act, or the requirement to reconcile or balance. I just want to note that reconciliation or reconciling to apparently conflicting provisions is exactly what must happen. So to that extent, I agree with Ms. McLeod, but it is most certainly not a balancing exercise. That is exactly the way of looking at it. That King Salmon signalled a U-turn on or a departure from. Where you've got, for example, Section 6 and NPSET, you need to reconcile the provisions which pull in different directions, with the more directive provisions having the greater weight. It takes us to paragraph 81 of the written submission, which is referring to proposed changes to EIT INF 13 put forward by Ms. McLeod in her evidence. I've already commented on that, probably at great length, if the panel would wish. So I think that takes us to the next topic, which is referring to environmental limits. Part of the submission in which I mentioned at the start, there are environmental limits. That's the case as a matter of law. There is no reason not to refer to them. So that concludes the legal submission. As I mentioned at the start, the two subject matter experts in attendance. Just as context, it was Mr. Stafford who prepared the original Section 42A report for this chapter. At the time, he was an employee of ORC. He's now an employee of different council. Mr. Langman was then engaged as a consultant to undertake subsequent work. It was Mr. Langman who prepared the supplementary evidence on the EIT chapter, and he has now reviewed the subsequent evidence and has an opening statement to make in just a moment. So what I intend to do is to call Mr. Langman now, and if the panel has to present his opening statement and answer the questions, but of course if the panel has questions for Mr. Stafford as the original 42A report writer, he is still in attendance and still awake, so I'll count that as a win, and available. So those are my submissions, unless the panel has questions for me.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Anderson. Most of my questions that arise out of this are probably more to be directed to the Section 42A officers, but thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. As usual, you make it sound very simple and easy. But when we come to deal with these issues, it's a little bit more complicated. And I'm interested in your discussion, and it's around those tests, really. I think you probably touched the nail on the head in paragraph 78, we talked about it's not a balance and exercise of, I think what the generators are promoting would probably be looked at more as a balance and exercise under the old sort of Section 5 wrap up, as opposed to what King Salmon has said. You know, I guess they're promoting that because when you talked about the key principles that come out of those national policy statements, you've got to avoid versus enable. And that's where I'm sort of struggling, how we reconcile those, both reasonably directed. And I think the issues there are that a lot of those facilities, I guess, are operating, and the reason you came back to Otago is because it is a beautiful place. And we have a lot of outstanding natural landscapes, etc. So those things are probably going to be located in those areas. And it's probably their only options. So I guess that's where I'm sort of struggling with how you get through those tests if we need to address climate change, etc., which seems to be the forefront. Again, I don't know if there's a question in there, but that's sort of where.
Well, a bit of a comment.
Yeah. Well, I'd be interested to hear that because, for example, if you take the freshwater management unit, it is difficult because we're not considering that. But that test in there you talked about, I think, and it's around the compensation and offsetting. And if you take a river as opposed, it's probably easier to. As we've heard evidence from Oceania Gold around how they improve and enhance wetlands when value like that is lost. If we put the Lake Onslow concept and proposal around that, that might be easy enough to be achieved. But for example, a river, if you're heading down, damming a river, for example, the extent of the river loss, I'm not sure how you could actually achieve that under the freshwater management approach.
So I guess first point is you're absolutely right that the concept is simple, enable while also avoiding the bad effects. The implementation in particular contexts is exceptionally difficult, and it's something that this council and other councils have been wrestling with for the past, 6+3, 8 or 9 years since King Salmon. But those tried to get into one detail element, which was the use of an effects management hierarchy for biodiversity, and the key element to how that works is that you try to do all the things that you've got to do, but there are going to be situations where you can't, and at that point you have to have a limit because you have to achieve protect. So that's one way of reconciling. I'd say it's the only way.
I guess in that context, though, when you see the size of some of the projects that we might be thinking in this context, they are spatially quite large. So there's always, we've had evidence from Oceania on different matters, similar sort of concerns. And I'm assuming that how that detail, so that's why the detail on the RPS is quite critical and how those things are actually established, which has been raised in the evidence we're probably hearing today, although it's probably more relevant to ECO. But what you're saying is that we need to set those limits and that detail is worked out later.
Potentially. So generally you'd expect to see more and more detail as you drop down the hierarchy. Also, okay, so also a bit abstract, but if you look at the hierarchy, so at the top you might have national instrumental direction, you've got quite significant amount of leeway or wriggle room is the phrase that kept cropping up in the recent Supreme Court hearing on this topic. So the minister has quite a lot of wriggle room in terms of how he or she, if that changes, sets out a national policy statement. Then you get to our level, and we simply, as a regional council, give effect to the directives, and of course we're bound by what the Supreme Court said in King Salmon. So essentially we're sitting here in a position of do as you're told. Then when you get down to the consenting level, a little hint of wriggle room arises again, in that in terms of the reference now, but 104 matters you have to deal with in the granting and refusing consent. The requirement does not give effect to the requirements to consider. So at that point, there is again some wriggle room, but it can't be overstated, because to do something that's directly contrary to a clear avoid statement, either a plan or a policy statement, is unusual, to say the least. But I'm not sure that's very helpful, but the fundamental point is that for this council and for this panel, we're sitting here with a clear requirement to give effect to certain higher order instruments, and of course the Act. And I guess to address the point you made, is an exercise of doing the best that can be done to provide a mechanism where, or policy settings where, if at all possible, the two things can be achieved, i.e. in this case, for example, renewable generation and also protection, avoidance in some instances. So we're looking for some policies that maximise our odds of doing both, while acknowledging the reality that when push comes to shove, we don't have any choice but to give more weight to the more directive policy, or Section 6 for that matter.
I think you're saying that what has been promoted is almost possibly not legal.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because you have to protect at the end of it.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just following on that, you're essentially saying to us that the NPS for renewable energy should, or really would require some amendment before we could accept the submissions that are being made by the generators and the distributors.
Yes, that would be great.
What do you say to the argument that if I just take you paragraph 70, 70.1, where you say that the new provisions that the submitters are putting to us apply only to scheduled natural areas, what do you say is the response to their argument that, if you like, they're facing a trap situation if they're having to try and investigate a potential effect against a background where, until they do the investigation, they don't know whether or not they're going to be caught, whether it be by Indigenous biodiversity or wetland or natural landscapes provisions. And so they say it's reasonable in that setting to require that there be an identification of those by the regional council, scheduling of them, so that there's certainty for enabling renewable generation and its distribution to occur.
Well, using significant natural area as an example, that term is defined. And if we're considering a major project, there is a significant planning and investigation that goes into that long before you get to the consenting stage, and before we can get to we might think about consenting stage. The witness can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but a major project doesn't just come into being overnight. And given that the criteria for what constitutes a significant natural area are known, I don't think it's too much of a reach to say, to take the view that this is what a significant natural area is. In terms of whether one is physically on the ground in this location that your project is planned, you're able to identify that for yourself, essentially by you or relevant ecological experts looking at that area. I don't have any issue with the concept that it's desirable to identify significant natural areas. There's perhaps an issue here, the difference between the regional level exercise and the plan, regional policy and plan level exercise, because any identification that occurs could be done region-wide. That would be unusual, I think. Territorial authorities, or it could be left not done at all. But I don't think it's a valid criticism of this policy statement to have a policy setting that applies by reference to significant natural areas, that being a term which is defined.
Yeah, so your answer really is that so long as the criteria are there, that's sufficient.
Yes.
Mm. I suppose when you read all the evidence that we've got before us in terms of the effects of climate change and the directions that the nation's going in, and the colossal need for major power generation and distribution, the transmission and distribution of it, it's staggering. And it's so hard to imagine under the sort of regime that you've described to us, what we've already got being able to be consented in the present regime. I can't imagine that we could have ever achieved it. And yet we're now being told that we've got to do it 2 or 3 times over within the space of about 10 or 15 years. And it really cries out for it, doesn't it? In a ministerial directive to try and ensure that if the generators are to be expected to do what they're expected to do, that they're given the tools to do it. And you're saying to us, well, you can't do it. That's what it comes down to, doesn't it?
Essentially, yes. And obviously this is not a legal submission, but if major infrastructure projects for whatever purpose, but renewables in this instance, are to happen in a I don't know, quick and dirty manner, i.e. just get on and do it big.
Mm.
That is not something that the instruments which bind this panel allow. So there's no ability for this panel to say, well, just getting on and doing it is more important than protecting values in Section 6. The only way that can become the position is if there is a direction from the national level, as you just said.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. We might just have a quick break for a cup of tea and then come back in a quarter of an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We're hearing from Mr. Langland.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just by way of introduction as well, it's probably just relevant to note that my involvement in the process for the EIT chapter has been for quite some time. I was also involved in the draft of the EIT chapter when it went out for draft consultation as well. So I have been involved through the steps of development of the chapter. So just to my opening statement, the statement provides an update on the understanding of the key issues in contention in relation to Chapter 11. Since Mr. Peter Stafford prepared the Section 42A report and I prepared the supplementary evidence on this topic. The key recommendation following pre-hearing meetings and as outlined in my supplementary evidence was the structural realignment of the EIT subchapter, the EIT chapter, so that INF preceded the EN and trans subchapters, as well as transfer of provisions as they relate to the national grid and electricity distribution to the EN subchapter. In my view, the key issues which are the focus of submitted evidence are set out below. This is not intended to be an exhaustive list. There's quite a substantial amount of evidence on the chapter. A lot of those issues are dealt with in the Section 42A report and the supplementary Section 42A report. But just to highlight those issues that I consider the key issues, we've got a number of things: additions of activities to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, or otherwise maintenance of existing definitions. Other submitters seeking to ensure that the definition of regionally and nationally significant infrastructure is not broadened due to the policy approach that's provided for those activities. And that's, for example, Kaitahu ki Otago. Use of the term environmental limits in the draft chapter. The structure of EIT INF P13, and in particularly applying the effects management regime to all infrastructure, regionally significant infrastructure and nationally significant infrastructure. Amendments to EIT ENP5 to apply to only large-scale renewable energy generation activities, or otherwise change from a void consideration of the approach for reverse sensitivity in the chapter and seeking a consistent approach. Inclusion of new provisions around significant electricity distribution infrastructure, shortened to SEDI, and how they're to be provided for, and greater recognition of effects of climate change on infrastructure operation, maintenance and development. And whether to provide a self-contained section for renewable electricity generation activities as sought by Contact Energy, Manawa Energy and Meridian, and electricity distribution network, Waitaki and PowerNet, in consideration of provision for commercial port activities. So evidence has been put forward seeking addition of particular classes of infrastructure to, or amendments to the definitions of regionally significant infrastructure or nationally significant infrastructure. And these include the electricity transmission network and sub-transmission infrastructure, as well as significant electricity distribution infrastructure, community corrections facilities, roads except for local or urban roads under the One Network framework, municipal landfills, established community scale irrigation and stockwater infrastructure, international and interregional telecommunications links, and changes to how airports might be included in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. The evidence submitted also recognises the need to carefully consider the additions to the definitions, given that the framework for regionally significant infrastructure and nationally significant infrastructure is somewhat more lenient than for other classes of infrastructure, so they should read other classes of infrastructure when compared to, for these classes of infrastructure when compared to infrastructure that is of a general nature. As an example, Kaitahu ki Otago seeks that that seeks to limit the approach as it relates to facilities for public transport, so that only more substantial transport infrastructure activities are captured in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. Moving to environmental limits, Ms. Felicity Boyd for ORC has addressed the matter of environmental limits at the hearing panel. In addition to the evidence referenced in Ms. Boyd's statements, this is also addressed in relation to the EIT chapter as well. Mr. Brass, for the Director General for Conservation, in particular, is concerned that infrastructure only needs to meet limits, and that was covered briefly in the legal submissions earlier, rather than avoiding, remedying or mitigating effects. And I think that was termed the race to the bottom in terms of what the limits provide. As well as how the reference to limits fits with commercial port activities and cross-references to the coastal environment chapter. Ms. McIntyre for Otago seeks reinstatement of the term environmental limits, and Ms. O'Callaghan for Otago also raises this issue in relation to the commercial port activities, opposing its inclusion. Turning to EIT INFP 13, which we've discussed earlier, this is the key policy that relates to the development of new infrastructure, whether it's proposed to be at a local level, nationally or regionally significant, and regardless of the type of infrastructure proposed, whether it's renewable electricity generation, electricity transmission or distribution, or loading. This is addressed in the section 42A in supplementary evidence. Nearly all submitters seek amendment to or exclusion from this policy, including through the provision of bespoke provisions for effects management of particular types of infrastructure. I consider a key issue for the hearings panel to address in relation to EIT INFP 13 is to ensure that in making any changes, that decision makers are still required to recognise and provide for those matters set out in section 6. This includes ensuring that in some circumstances, areas are protected from inappropriate subdivision use and development. And when I refer to that, I mean inappropriate is looked at in terms of the values of that particular area. And that for other areas such as significant Indigenous vegetation and habitats of Indigenous fauna, protected customary rights of the relationship of Māori and the cultural traditions with their ancestral lands, wāhi tapu, water and sites in Aotearoa are protected or provided for in their own right. A number of submitters have also raised concerns regarding policy EIT EMP5, which provides that development of non-renewable energy generation activities are avoided. This includes concerns from submitters regarding operational issues, which may limit activities associated with production, such as Fonterra and Ravensdown, as well as a wider concern as to the scale of non-renewable energy generation activities which are impacted by the proposed policy. While QLDC submitted on the policy, Mr. Craig Barr for QLDC agrees with the section 42A report recommendation and does not consider alternative wording to be more appropriate than the notified wording. And turning to reverse sensitivity, provisions relating to reverse sensitivity were amended in response to submissions by Queenstown Airport. Ms. McIntyre for Kaitahu Otago has raised concerns regarding future proofing of reverse sensitivity for future infrastructure development. And so that was one of the changes that Queenstown Airport sought. Whether the use of the word protecting in relation to infrastructure is appropriate. And similarly, a concern regarding the wording has also been raised in the evidence of Ms. Wharf for New Zealand. Ms. McLeod for Transpower also references the evidence of both submitters on this matter in her rebuttal. In relation to this topic, it's my opinion that the hearings panel will need to turn its mind to whether the use of the word protect is appropriate in all matters covered by the policy, recognising the concerns raised by Ms. Wharf and Ms. McIntyre. In addition, consideration may need to be given to ensuring that reverse sensitivity in relation to infrastructure follows a clear and responsive approach, without unduly impacting on the ability for landowners to develop and undertake appropriate activities on their land. The supplementary Section 42A report introduced new provisions for electricity distribution networks, including significant electricity distribution infrastructure. As noted above, the distribution network providers seek that the city are included as regionally significant infrastructure. In addition to this, Ms. Justice for the Aurora Network Waitaki and PowerNet seeks provision for an alternative effects management hierarchy for the national grid and distribution networks. And I note that just on that point, while Transpower initially sought to carve out provision for the national grid, Ms. McLeod has set out in her evidence her preference for amendment to EIT INFP 13 and P13A. In a similar manner, the renewable electricity generators seek substantial changes to the way that renewable electricity generation is provided for in the chapter. As noted above, removing this from the application of EIT INFP 13 and applying bespoke provisions in the energy chapter that is set out in evidence. Other submitters have provided further submissions on the proposal put forward opposing the exclusions. One of the key aspects that is highlighted in terms of the proposed amendments is that the generators proposed EIT ENP5, the generators proposed EIT ENP5, so that's their version, limits the consideration of areas to avoid only to those that are scheduled and planned. And we've discussed that a little bit this morning. I'm happy to elaborate on that from a planning point of view as well. This is particularly important in terms of Indigenous biodiversity, where knowledge of significant natural areas is uncertain, it changes over time, or is unknown because the area has not been studied. And there are all sorts of reasons that areas may not have been subject to ecological studies. That includes landowners allowing access. It might be that the habitat of particular things is seasonal and an area was particularly unknown. And just the natural fact that biodiversity isn't stuck to lines on maps. It travels, it regenerates, and new areas arise, which may become significant over time. This is recognised on Eco P33, which provides for a precautionary approach where SNAs have not been identified or mapped. As noted above, the key issue for the hearings panel is ensuring that final drafting of provisions, regardless of where they sit, whether that's within P13 or if the panel considers that an alternative location might be appropriate for particular classes of infrastructure, that the final provisions recognise and provide for those matters in Section 6, while at the same time ensuring that the provisions give effect to the relevant national policy statements. Ms. McIntyre for Kaitahu Ki Otago has recommended that recognition is given to the impacts of climate change on infrastructure. She considers that this matter is important given the potential effects of infrastructure assets on Mahiga Kai, as an example, and the need to provide for resilience more generally. Turning to the commercial port activities, the treatment of commercial port activities is a matter of interest for Port Otago as well as other submitters, including Ravensdown, who operate alongside the wharf at Ravensbourne, as well as being commercial users of the wharf. Ravensdown sought amendment to the definition of commercial port activity to ensure that the wharf at Ravensbourne itself was addressed through the definition. These are now agreed with Ms. Taylor, recommending a consequential amendment to EIT Tran for consistency. And as it stands, the drafting for provisions for commercial port activities reflect the Court of Appeal's decision on the hierarchy of activities in the coastal environment as they relate to the natural environment provisions in the NZCPS. That decision is, as you'll be well aware, that decision is under appeal to the Supreme Court with a decision pending, and I understand that consideration of these matters is to be deferred until later in these hearings. Ms. O'Callaghan for Port Otago has helpfully provided two options for the Court's preferred drafting of EIT Tran P23, which reflects two possible outcomes for the Supreme Court decision. Ms O'Callaghan also seeks a range of other changes to provisions in support of the board submissions. We'll also just note that in addition, Mr. Brass has also addressed the drafting of the policy, noting his concern regarding the reference to limits, when not all policies in the coastal environment chapter, which is cross-referenced in the policy, is strictly limits. That concludes a brief summary of what I consider to be some of the key issues. Obviously, it's, as I said at the start, it's not an exhaustive list because it's a very large topic.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman.
Yeah, no, thank you. A pretty good succinct summary of some reasonably complex issues there. Now, I do have a few questions, and some of them are touching on the key issues you've got, some of them are a little bit broader than that, but I'm just wondering which is the most useful one to start with. Maybe just starting with some of the provisions, and this is more just in terms of general approach to the chapter. And I suppose we heard the urban form and development chapter a few weeks ago. There's quite a few provisions within this chapter that, well, within the EIT chapter that relates to other development and pretty much around reverse sensitivity issues and things like that. And I'm just wondering if you've got any comment about how they link in with the provisions in the UFD chapter. I mean, when I was doing some sort of comparisons and looking back, there did seem to, in some instances, be a little bit of tension there. Is that something?
If there's anything particular that we could draw as an example,
Yeah.
I think that the concept in terms of this chapter is looking at the protection in terms of reverse sensitivity. It's looking at how you manage the effects of other activities on infrastructure. So in particular in relation to the regionally and nationally significant infrastructure. So those classes of infrastructure are extremely important in terms of the social and economic well-being of the region. There's no doubt about that. How you then provide for activities that might potentially impact on the operation of those of those classes of infrastructure. For example, noise limits around airports are a good example in terms of providing for appropriate management of activities within noise contours. But there's also other things like the identification of corridors around electricity distribution networks and things like that, which essentially create a management regime for activities to ensure that there are limits basically placed on those activities impacting on significant infrastructure, or even just general classes of infrastructure.
Yeah, so I suppose in the UFD chapter there are provisions around reverse sensitivity effects on regionally significant infrastructure and nationally significant infrastructure. I think there's UFD 029A, P32A, P43A. It's sort of referenced in quite a lot of the provisions in there around reverse sensitivity, and I suppose it's just making sure that we're not creating a situation where there is some tension here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And whether those provisions are better sitting in a chapter that's more managing that development, or is it better sitting here in the EIT?
Yeah. So I think possibly the one of the key considerations in terms of the UFD chapter is that you're talking about urban development, but there's a range of other activities that are outside the urban environment.
Which was one of the things we discussed within that chapter, because that chapter goes beyond urban development.
Yeah.
It's discussing, the rural environment and other things as well. So
I think the importance probably is consistency in the expression of language, so that there's no conflict between those provisions.
Yeah, I mean, maybe given we heard evidence from the similar parties that we're hearing this week on all those provisions, I mean, maybe that's an area where we could discuss that with the officer for that chapter 2 to make sure any changes there is consistency there and we're not creating an issue. That'd be helpful. I suppose one of the other, just in terms of reading this chapter, and this is, I suppose, parking the new proposed wording by the energy generators, is how some of the infrastructure and energy provisions interact. And I suppose I was looking in particular at ENP 1 and INFP 11. I'm just showing those. That it seems to me that there's some inconsistency there where both of those policies are talking about operation and maintenance. But INFP 11, which is referring to nationally and regionally significant infrastructure, is talking about avoiding as first priority and then minimising. Whereas if we go to ENP1, it's talking about renewable electricity generation activities, and it's only minimising. I mean, how would you suggest someone would reconcile those two? And then I suppose it's having reference to Mr. Anderson's comments as well.
Yeah. So I think the provisions in INF P1 are more specifically related to electricity generation activities. Probably have to jump back into the section 42A report, but it is around the operation and maintenance of existing renewable electricity generation activities,
which are nationally or regionally significant infrastructure, though. And I suppose that's where we'd say that's the specific policy, we apply that.
Yes, that's a more specific policy that applies to renewable electricity generation activities. Yeah, which is essentially a subset of those that larger subset of nationally and regionally significant infrastructure.
Are you satisfied that and aware that operation and maintenance of existing generation activities is slightly different, but you're satisfied that that's consistent with the matters that Mr. Anderson's talking about this morning?
In terms of the operation of maintenance, operation and maintenance, yeah, the NPS reg looks to so policy B of the national policy statement looks at maintenance of generation output of existing renewable electricity generation. And it can require protection of the assets and operational capacity and continued availability. So there's a lot of guidance there in terms of policy B of the NPS REG. And recognition also that reductions in the generation output can cumulatively have significant effects on overall renewable electricity generation output. So that's really looking at ensuring that those provisions achieve and give effect to those provisions in the NPS REG.
And I suppose this is probably just more comment here, but looking at INFP 13, I was following some of the linkages in subclause 2, and I got a bit dizzy when I was going to Eco P4. I think Eco P4 directed me to Eco P6,
That's right.
which then excluded areas under Eco P3, which said except as provided for by Eco P4 and Eco P5. So Eco P5 sort of was a dead end, and then P4 got takes you back to P6. And it just, and I suppose just as a general sort of drafting comment, it got very complicated as to how you'd actually implement to A1 when you get flipped off to Eco P4. Now I understand it's probably more an issue for the Eco chapter than this chapter, but yeah.
You can follow it through. There are interlinkages between those policies.
I kind of got all that, but
Yeah.
it was just
Is there a better way of doing it?
yeah, is there a better way of doing it? I suppose is the question there. It did it takes a little bit to get your head around when you're getting bounced around so many policies.
Yes. Yeah. Like I think that's probably a question for the eco.
Yeah.
For the eco chapter. I think the important thing is the concept in there that in relation to P13 is that it's not simply an approach of minimising adverse effects on SNAs. There is a framework that exists within the eco chapter, which provides for how you deal with significant natural areas, and how that's arranged is one for the eco chapter, but it's ensuring that effectively that you achieve the outcomes that are intended through that chapter.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. If we just turn to ENP10. I was just wondering there if there's if we look at ENP 16 versus P10, is there a reason that P10 doesn't refer back to INFP 13? Is it, I suppose, is that needed? I think in paragraph 35 of your report, you talked about P10 working in parallel with P13, but I suppose looking at P16, which does specifically cross-reference back to P13 and P10 doesn't. Is there a reason for that, or am I missing something in there?
No, I mean it's covered given that the electricity distribution network is infrastructure anyway. It's covered by P13. I think in terms of the national grid, I think it possibly in the drafting there was a query as to whether those provisions would apply. Or whether the P13 provisions would apply to the national grid. It would probably benefit from the addition with the additional reference just to remove any ambiguity. What I would just say about P10, EIT and P10, is that none of those 1 to 5 actually deal with the environmental effects of the infrastructure itself anyway. It's around reverse sensitivity and impacts of other activities on the city activities. It doesn't mean that because naturally those things are included as being other infrastructure. They're covered by P13 automatically anyway.
Yeah.
But I acknowledge your comment in that to remove any doubt, that reference may assist.
Yeah, because I take your point that it is more around reverse sensitivity, but it's not solely about that, I suppose.
No.
Yeah, I mean, particularly for One of the matters raised by Kaitahu was around how this chapter is reasonably silent around climate change. And this is probably more a general sort of comment or question around how different chapters seem to be either assuming that climate change is covered in the IM chapter and therefore there's no reference to climate change, or such as UFD where it was woven in. And again, it's sort of, I suppose it's just a drafting issue between the different chapters, and it's something that Ms. McIntyre raised. I mean, is it something that, and I know it was covered in the 42A report as well, but is that something that I suppose as 42A officers you've been sort of discussing to make sure that there's a consistent approach between the chapters, or is there a reason why in this chapter it stayed reasonably silent on that?
I guess there's the question might be what's the particular concern around climate change that you're concerned with? Is it the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, or is it the causative side of climate change activities, or do you mean in respect to resilience in terms of natural hazards?
Potentially all of the above.
All of the, yeah, potentially all of the above. So, I mean, there are chapters that deal with the issues in terms of natural hazards and resilience. From a personal point of view, and to assist the panel, I'm highly cognizant that it's an issue for our generation, really, and that the ability to weave that stuff into the chapter where you can is a positive thing. But I think it's just having the context around that correct in terms of the changes that you seek to make.
Can I just interrupt you, Commissioner Sullivan, here for a moment, because at your paragraph 121, it's on this particular issue. The report recommends insertion of a new objective addressing greenhouse gas emissions and renewable energy targets, but you didn't specifically say where that was to go, and where did it go?
Sorry, that was in.
If you need time to look at that.
If I just have time.
Yeah, no. We'll carry on with Commissioner Sullivan's questions, but could you just make a note of that?
Certainly.
That we need an answer from you as to whether that has gone into the edited version that we've now got or not, and if so, where is it?
Yeah, certainly.
Have you?
Sorry, the reference. Sorry, you referred to
paragraph 121.
That's the main 42A report.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So the objective that you were recommending was Otago's renewable energy generation supports the overall reduction in New Zealand greenhouse gas emissions and achieving the national target for emissions reduction. And you then went on and said this objective also relates to IM04 climate change. But I was just wondering whether it did get in to the edited version we've got, and if so, where?
I think my comment was sort of partly around consistency in the way it's dealt with through the chapters. Yes, we heard evidence on it, and it seems to be reasonably, it's covered through the IM chapter, and then some authors are popping it into individual topic chapters, and others aren't. And it's just, I suppose, whether there's an equal consistency across the document there. The other question I had related to
Sorry, may I just, I can, before,
Yeah,
probably,
sure.
the particular objective is EIT EN02A.
Okay. I just turned to that page myself, as you said it, so good, thank you.
That's all good. Just turning to INFM4. Now, and this, I sort of read, just looking at the list there in subsection 1. I thought, oh, E is not there, and then thought, oh, well, that's probably, it's not such a big deal for the issue for the infrastructure activities. I then, if we follow through to the definition of infrastructure and then regionally significant infrastructure, one of the things that there seemed to be some conflict with, and I don't know if this is within the scope of submissions or not, this is just a general sort of question here. Infrastructure included in the definitions drainage or sewage system, and I'm assuming from that that's more the sort of conveyance of sewage as in a sewerage system. But when we look at regionally significant infrastructure, it also includes sewage treatment, and I haven't sort of looked into this in more detail, but just wondering whether that method is going to cut it when we're talking about a chapter that's also dealing with nationally and regionally significant infrastructure, when it seems that the definitions between regionally significant infrastructure and infrastructure don't necessarily add up. And thinking about something like the Otago's or Dunedin's sewage treatment plant, for example, I'm assuming that would probably come within the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, but wouldn't necessarily be included in that method because it wouldn't come into the definition of infrastructure, if you follow.
So the reference in that paragraph, sorry, I'll jump back to it, relates to discharges. So that relates to discharges to air or to water.
Which one, sorry?
Sorry, the in the method.
Yeah.
Relates to discharges to air or to water. So I think that covers, as I understand, the first part of your question in relation to possibilities for impacts on air under section 15.
Sorry, put me again to where it says here. Am I looking at a different version to you?
Method 1D.
Yeah.
It talks about involves discharges of water or contaminants.
Right. Okay.
And so that's the reference to.
So you're thinking about the discharge of water or contaminants could include to water,
air,
land to water, or to air.
Correct.
Okay.
And that may well cover the second part of your question, I think, as well.
Yeah. No, thanks for that. I wasn't reading that quite closely enough. Is the do you think it could create issues through the definition of infrastructure then? And I didn't see this as something that was necessarily addressed in the 42A report. And again, if I'm missing something, where it's not including sewage treatment plants. It's only including, I think, the definition and the efforts, a drainage or sewage system
So I think probably that's the definition of infrastructure, but the definition of regionally significant infrastructure at 11.
Yes, it does include it there.
Yes, it does include it there. So it's
Yeah.
wastewater sewage treatment, sewage collection, treatment and disposal infrastructure serving no fewer than 25 households.
Yeah.
So that automatically brings it within the scope of for example, P13.
Yeah,
Any of the
but
other-
it excludes it from some other provisions that I'm looking at, say, P14, which is only develop or upgrade infrastructure. Is, I suppose, some of the provisions are relating to infrastructure. But some are relating to regionally or nationally significant infrastructures. Maybe that's something just to see if
Yes.
there's
I think it's
going to be any issues created there.
yeah. I can see a solution.
Excellent.
I can see a solution there, which is just simply to include potentially after the definition of infrastructure, and includes any regionally or nationally significant infrastructure. So it has the same meaning in section 2 of the Act.
It's gonna-
I guess the question would be potentially a question of scope.
Well, that's always sort of the question, isn't it? Yes. I think that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, sorry, Marcus. I may have missed this in your conversation with Bianca, just in relation to EMP3, security of supply issue that Contact has raised, and they were seeking a reference there to installed capacity. And I know this is in section 42A that you didn't write. There is a bit of evidence, and I can't remember where it was, but suggesting that progressive resource consent processes over the years has chipped away at the capacity of generators' ability to generate electricity. And I think that's possibly the concern that Contact had, and also Meridian. Are you comfortable that phrase, security of electricity supplies maintained, actually addresses that? Or is it just actually security in that fact the thing can operate, but it doesn't necessarily protect the operating capacity the way that's written?
Sorry, are you able to run that one past me? Just to make sure that I answer the question.
So
correctly.
on page 35 of the section 42A, paragraph 199, we've got EMP3, and it's the security of renewable electricity supplies maintained or improved.
Yeah.
I guess the generators are seeking a reference to installed capacity there.
Yes.
I guess the concern was that progressive consent processes has sort of reduced that in some areas. Yes, the or improved probably deals with that.
Oh, do you mean the installed capacity might not necessarily be operating at its maximum capacity?
Yeah, well, just retaining that ability to generate what they currently have consented. Yeah, I think the section 42 say capacity is don't agree that capacity is the appropriate measure. I'm just wondering what is the appropriate measure in that context. It might be more of a question for the generators in terms of what the issue is there.
I mean, that the policy B of the MPS really talks about the maintenance of the generation output of existing renewable electricity generation activities. It says can require protection of the assets, operational capacity and continued availability. I guess I'd probably like to hear from the generators the implications in terms of installed capacity. Whether installed capacity means consented capacity or not is potentially an issue.
That's the question I had, the significance of that phrase. What does it mean in this context?
That's right. I think, and
I thought you might have had an answer.
yeah, so I think one of the risks that you might have in terms of installed capacity compared to consented capacity, particularly with the likes of hydro dams, they have, my understanding is that they have operating ranges. So their installed capacity may be particularly high, but they're only consented to operate within a certain range.
Yeah.
So potentially you would have to be wary of the fact that you're not talking about what's installed, but what an appropriate operating range is for that particular class of infrastructure.
They potentially come into an upgrade scenario going up to that.
Yes, yeah, and that would be an improvement or a new development of infrastructure, but it's not necessarily about maintenance of the existing infrastructure.
Yeah, okay. There's various references throughout the policies and the methods around, and it appears to me as though it requires councils to prioritise sites for renewable energy generation. And I'm just concerned around their ability to do that.
Yeah.
And this links into the suggestion or recommendation from the generators around scheduling sites, because I would have thought that's the best way for a council to actually, it's more not identify those areas where you can go, it's identify the areas that have significant values that you should be looking to avoid. Did you have a comment around how that's structured? Because councils aren't experts in identifying that stuff.
No, that's correct. So what and I think what you're referring to is EIT, E and M1, R2 is it?
I think the policy is EMP4 and it follows through into the methods.
That's right. Yeah. So it's the intent of the drafting is to be targeted towards a management framework which provides for the prioritisation of those. So it's not that the council actually going and identifying what are the priority areas itself. It doesn't have the ability to do that or the expertise, but it's about having a framework in the regional plan which says that these are the highly valued natural and physical resources that are valued, and therefore these are the areas that you should be looking to avoid to locate unless you have an operational function need to do so.
I'm not sure that's how it's actually worded, but that's what it's trying to achieve.
Yeah. So I think if you were looking at a method to or an ability to implement that, it could potentially be around something like the drafting of a regional plan policy which looks to prioritise development of renewable electricity generation in the areas that aren't impacted by those highly valued natural resources. So that would be one way of implementing that method.
That's an encouragement policy. Okay, in terms of INF 05 integration, it focuses on nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. Several instances throughout this document that kind of there is a focus on national and regional infrastructure. why does that not apply to local infrastructure? Particularly when I think DCC raised the issue around the urban form argument in relation to transport. There doesn't seem to be any policies requiring that. And if you go into section 30, whatever it is, in council's functions, it applies to all infrastructure, not just nationally and regionally significant.
Yeah, so I think the wording of this policy, this objective in terms of 05 is particularly targeted at the nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. So in the keywords in that of the second part in terms of avoiding or minimising adverse effects on the environment. So that basically at an objective level that provides the framework for the ability for P13, which splits out nationally and regionally significant infrastructure and then other infrastructure. That provides a higher level test in terms of the approach to avoidance or minimising of adverse effects. If you're looking at infrastructure generally, so that I guess all of that other local infrastructure which doesn't meet those two requirements, they're covered in the second part of actually I think it's second part of P13.
Yeah, which is the assessment cost.
That's right.
Which I'll get to in a moment. But I think in the section 42A report of paragraph 603, it was accepted, a submission was accepted that objective should refer to infrastructure generally, but it hasn't come through. Maybe that is just something we can look at.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there is an objective or policy for integration of other infrastructure and land use, which is probably required.
Was it 683 reference that you?
603, paragraph 603 and
Yes.
the ORUG submissions. But anyway, maybe just have a look at that, come back to us on that.
Yes. Yeah. I think just in terms of that drafting, the key would need to be taken that it's not applying to necessarily the same test as the national or regionally significant infrastructure, because that does have a slightly more lenient approach to it.
Okay, what we're talking about there, which is policy 13.
Yes.
And you would have read my discussion with Mr. Anderson, why he come back to Otago, because it is a beautiful place and there's lots of outstanding areas.
Yes.
Local infrastructure has to pass through those.
It does. Yeah.
Currently does and will continue to, need to. But that's quite a high test, the avoid test for road distribution networks and so forth.
Yeah. So in terms of, I mean, that doesn't differ vastly from the approach in the operative regional policy statement. And I think what is really important in terms of identifying those outstanding landscapes is what the values are. It's basically what are the values of those outstanding landscapes which make them outstanding. And it has to be looked at in the context of those values. So it doesn't mean that any road, the identification of an outstanding natural landscape doesn't say prohibit all activities or prohibit all roads. The particular activity has to look at the context of what the values are within that outstanding landscape. And whether those values are adversely affected.
Yeah. When we get into what's avoided as the first priority for locating infrastructure in those areas, in there is included areas of high natural character.
Yes.
Areas of high recreational and high amenity value, which are kind of section 6 and 7 matters.
Correct.
There's only one MPS that refers to one of those. Given what we've heard from in the evidence about how difficult it is to going to get through this. Is it appropriate to have those some levels of environments in that void? Normally, when you have an outstanding, there's a different test for outstanding.
Yeah.
Always has been.
Yes.
And then section 7, slightly different. Not according to this though. This is actually raised bar for those section 7 type environments.
So I'm cognizant of one submission from Mr. Craig Barr, just in terms of that, and his preference is the changing of the areas of high recreational and high amenity value to highly valued natural landscapes. That's for QLDC. QLDC has some places like the Whakatū Basin, which are amenity landscapes and managed for amenity purposes under section 7. The approach is to minimise adverse effects of the infrastructure on those values within that area. So it's not a no effects approach. So that's covered by pivoting to
There has been discussion around minimise
yes,
as well.
yeah.
And again, alluded us to that, and that is quite a high bar.
And I think it's certainly something that's raised in evidence as well in terms of that. So I think the putting the highly valued natural landscapes or high recreational and high amenity value landscapes aside, the existing RPS talks about avoiding any adverse effects on the values of ONLs as an example. The approach that's been offered here talks about minimising the effects if there's an operational or functional need to locate within those environments. So I think talked about the wiggle room that's provided to provision nationally significant infrastructure. There is possibly a little bit more than what is provided for within the operative RPS.
Well, you would have heard what Mr. Anderson said, and I think he's probably correct around those bottom lines, those limits.
Yeah.
It'd be virtually impossible for some
Yes.
infrastructure to actually locate in those areas, isn't it?
It could potentially be difficult, but then as another example, where there's an operational functional need to locate within those environments, then the impacts of the activities are to be minimised. If you're looking at significant Indigenous biodiversity, which we're tasked with, or any decision maker is tasked with recognising and providing for the protection of, then it may be more difficult. But that's going to be taking into account offsetting that's offered and potential compensation, and whether that achieves the objectives of the eco chapter.
Okay. INF 06, I know this reflects the NPSET. How does a planning document sustain the long-term investment unless it's enabling? I don't know how a planning document does that. Like this.
Yeah. I think the corridor approach in terms of identifying corridors for transmission infrastructure is one of those. In terms of enabling wider areas and voltage upgrades and the like, you might have a corridor that's slightly wider than the minimum swing distances that's required for that level of.
So that's what that's aimed at. So that's the method that gives effect to that.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
We need to wind it up, but one quick final question on the avoidance of non-renewable energy generation activities.
Yes.
And my understanding is that a lot of industries that have tried to go away from coal and using biomass, etc., to generate their energy needs, suddenly finding, well, they're not generating enough heat. So they have a bit of an issue here.
Yeah.
Just, I guess my question is around the target set by the government. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to avoid all greenhouse gas emissions, does it? Because
No.
there's mitigation that can achieve that zero approach. So why would we foreclose options when it could be actually essential for some people to operate that way, at least in the meantime?
Yeah, and I think that was the point that Fonterra made in their submission.
So I haven't read that.
Okay, so I think their reference was their preference for using the word restrict as opposed to avoid. So it's a consideration of that aspect. Potentially that might impact on the way that you address that non-renewable activity, generation activity. I think that the approach in terms of the use of carbon credits and things like that is to look at not increasing the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to using carbon credits to ensure that your greenhouse gas emissions are capped at a certain level across the country. So there could be potential for amendment of that. But I'm sure there'll be other submitters that have a contrary view as well.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Marcus.
Kevin, I just have a couple of simple questions. One of them is around the logistics of your picking up the pen and now holding the regional council's EIT chapter stuff. I understand that Mr. Stafford wrote the original Section 42 report.
That's right. Yeah.
You came subsequently, right?
No, I've been involved in the process in terms of reviewing Mr. Stafford's work, and also prepared the initial draft of the chapter.
Okay.
That was notified as part of the proposed. That was notified as part of the consultation draft.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Stafford left after your involvement with him in that part of the process?
That's right. Yes, yeah. And so then I prepared the supplementary evidence.
And so the supplementary evidence that we've got is yours.
Yes.
You
Yes, that's correct.
okay.
Yeah.
Have you been sitting in on the hearing today?
I've some of the hearings I've popped in and listened to some of the hearings. So
Okay. So my question is going to be: has there anything that you've heard in the hearing so far, albeit we haven't actually got into the EIT stuff yet? But I wonder if there's been anything that you've picked up so to date that might have either made you rethink or revisit some of the things that one are either in your supplementary report or in the original Section 42A report.
Yeah. Oh, look, it just in reading the evidence, which wasn't available before the supplementary evidence was filed. There's certainly areas where I think there'd be recommendations for changes, but I think to an extent you are going to be limited by the scope of submissions on the EIT chapter. So I think what we hear in terms of the hearings here, they're really the key matters that I'll be focused on. There hasn't been anything to date that I'll call from the other hearings where I've considered.
Could your evidence today has left me with as many questions as I had before on some issues. I'm not quite sure, and that's as much, I think, a thing around what some of the commissioners have already sort of touched on, and that is kind of follow through and these are my words, not their words, but sort of taking a position on some of these issues. For example, if you look at the issue around environmental limits in your paragraph 6 this morning.
Yeah.
Now you go to the extent of highlighting the fact that Mr. Brass had a particular position on that as far as DOC's concerned.
Yeah.
Ms. McIntyre came through with a Kaitahu view on reinstalling the term environmental limits, for example.
Yeah.
What I don't see is whether you were in a position to take a position if
Yeah, that's quite deliberate. Through the course of the EIT hearings, we'll hear from a number of parties who are filing legal submissions or talking to their submissions. I would like to hear those in terms of providing an evaluation back to the panel in terms of the reply evidence. And I wouldn't like to foreclose. And also just listening to the questions from the panel to the submitters as a really important context in terms of drawing up where my final recommendations will end up lying. So I was quite careful to not really particularly highlight any areas where I've changed, because I think it's really important to listen to the evidence that's presented.
I suspected that might be your answer, but also that it answers all my other questions that I had, because they're pretty much in the same vein. There were a number of other, in my mind, things that I was kind of looking for more of a steer from you on, or from the council on,
Yes.
in a broader sense. But I kind of anticipated that your answer would be what it is, and that's the way it's just going to be. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks very much.
Just a couple of issues I could spend hours with. I'm not going to. We've got to get on and get the other evidence, but and submissions. But just one of the things that troubles me is that we've got this impending challenge now of net zero carbon emissions by 2050 or thereabouts, and a huge gap in the ability to provide that, and a real encouragement in a national sense to the generators to get on and
Yes.
crack on and try and produce this immense amount of energy that needs to be distributed. And if you think of the connectivity of that generation and the need for it to get down to the end user, whether it be electric vehicles or whatever it might be, those end users who are going to contribute to the net zero emissions targets. It seems to me that almost all of the infrastructure from the generation to the end user in that national sense is important, isn't it? It doesn't matter how much you generate at the dam or the solar farm or the wind farm. In reality, you've got to get it to the end user. So
Yes.
doesn't that make the cities just of necessity, even nationally significant infrastructure?
In terms of the significant electricity distribution infrastructure, did you say the cities? Yeah. Yes, it is. And I think I'll rephrase that. It's certainly important in terms of the local distribution networks. There's a question as to whether that's regionally significant in the same way that perhaps the national grid is nationally significant, but there's a question about whether that should sit within the class of regionally significant infrastructure or not. Certainly. At the moment, it doesn't, but certainly it will be important in terms of those local communities that are needing electricity to be passed through to them.
Because in reality, unless the whole of the nation buys into this aim of net carbon zero emissions, it's not going to work. So for you to expect the whole of the nation and all of the consumers to leap onto the bus and make sure that they're assisting. You've got to ensure that you've got the supply to them.
Yes. Yeah.
Different issue.
I think, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
and just on that, I mean, we'll hear from Port New Zealand on that, and I think that from Port New Zealand's perspective, the provision around SETI provides sufficient protection in terms of looking at identifying corridors for SETI activities, and that was a process that I think was settled by consent order in the last RPS, and so the provision around the significant electricity distribution infrastructure is quite reflective of what's in the existing RPS. Whether it's classified as regionally significant or not is that question of merit, and I think certainly there'll be circumstances where those activities do pass through things like outstanding natural landscapes. So it's about probably a question about whether you whether you're satisfied that that type of development can simply do so and avoid effects at the same time, or whether it needs a greater degree of flexibility.
Different issue. The issue of airport aerodromes,
Yes.
and the listing of particular
Yes.
sites.
Yes.
How do you respond to the CIAL evidence about that?
Yeah. You've asked me directly a question which I have a view on. I think the solution that CIAL came up with in terms of the 30 airports with regular commercial use of 30 for 30 or more passengers was a sensible approach, and it avoids the smaller scale of aerodromes and non-commercial aerodromes that potentially could have been captured by that definition, and ensures that it's targeted towards the larger scale of airport. So I guess my opinion was the solution was probably a good one.
Different issue again, but still Queenstown related. But, quite obviously, they've got a looming transmission issue and passing through the very areas that Mr. Cubitt's been talking about. Do you see the RPS as having to offer some sort of pathway to meeting that challenge? Because it seems to be looming. It seems to be looming in the next 10 years during the course of this policy statement. And the answer, the result is otherwise. Isn't the RPS really saying, well, Queenstown, you've got to stop growing?
Yeah. No, I don't think that's the case at all. In terms of the landscapes, it's about the appropriate management and identification of values within those landscapes. And as I mentioned before, the approach of avoiding locating, but if you've got an operational or functional need to locate within those areas, then you can do so. But it's also around the identification of the values within those landscapes as well. Quite often the learning of infrastructure is just one of those things that happens. Sometimes it can be of a significant scale, sometimes it can be of a minor scale. So I think it's a case of probably turning your mind to, again, what is the appropriate test? Is it to avoid adverse effects on those values, or is there a need to actually have the approach of just minimising effects on those values, in which case you might say, well, that's an argument that supports it being regional significant infrastructure.
As I say, I could there's so many question marks, but I think we'll leave it there for the moment, because we'll have another exchange for the replies, and it's more important now that we hear the responses to the challenges really that the submitters face, and then you'll wind up responding to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
So first on the list for those submitters is Kaita. Carol?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some very brief legal submissions to address on particular points arising out of the evidence from the kaitahu position. And then Ms. McIntyre will address you on the substance of the amendments sought and the rationale for them. I think the last of those copies has been circulated. These submissions are filed in support of the kaitahu position on the EIT provisions of the regional policy statement. As you will have heard in earlier hearings, the development of infrastructure often carries with it the potential for adverse effects on whenua values, particularly in sensitive locations. And I refer in particular to the evidence of Mr. Allison and Mr. Flack in relation to the previous direct discharge of wastewater, but also the location of wastewater treatment plants within the coastal takiwā. There's two examples of that. These submissions address three issues arising out of the evidence. Firstly, and having left you all on tenterhooks after the mana whenua hearing, the differences in opinion between kaitahu and Transpower regarding the management of potential reverse sensitivity effects on the national grid and the intersection with Māori land. The proposed standalone provisions for renewable electricity generation, which I'll, for the sake of brevity, refer to REG today, and also the definition of regionally significant infrastructure and the consequences that flow. If I turn the page, just noting there that the relief sought by kaitahu, this is at the bottom of page 1, that the relief sought by kaitahu, we say, is the most appropriate and effective and efficient means of giving effect to the purpose of the RMA in relation to the interface between infrastructure and takata whenua values, and is consistent with the priority placed on the life supporting capacity and mode of ecosystems, both within the regional policy statement as proposed and elsewhere in the higher order direction. So turning the page to page 2, and this is really getting to the heart of the issue that both myself and Ms. Scott for Transpower alluded to during the earlier hearings. Ms. McLeod for Transpower has recommended an amendment to EIT and P15 to address what she saw as a gap in the regional policy statement in relation to the treatment of potential reverse sensitivity effects, and with particular emphasis on the potential development of Māori land as that term is proposed to be defined. And I've set out there at paragraph 7 that proposed amendment in full, and I think it's useful to pause on that. It would require the protection of both nationally significant and regionally significant infrastructure by avoiding activities and development rather than strictly effects, including the use of Māori land that may give rise to an adverse effect, including reverse sensitivity effects. And then subclause 2 talks about foreclosing opportunities for upgrading, adapting and future development. Ms. McIntyre disagrees with the proposed wording from Ms. McLeod for the reasons set out in her rebuttal evidence. And just briefly, I note those in relation to the concern that Māori land might somehow intersect or interfere with the national grid. Ms. McIntyre noted that within the at least known categories of Māori land at present, it's not understood there's any near the national grid, and that the desire is closely tied, or the proposed definition is closely tied to the desire to develop native reserves in the land around it. The other point she raised was that the proposed policy singles out Māori land which is arguably inconsistent with Section 8 of the RMA and the duty to actively protect that land. It applies to all nationally and regionally significant infrastructure and to all effects, not just reverse sensitivity. And that's why I say by paragraph 10 that in my submission, the proposed amendments are neither necessary to give effect to particular policies 10 and 11 of the MPSVT, nor are they the most appropriate, effective and efficient means of achieving the Act's purpose. Now, you heard from Mr. Anderson today in some detail that the High Court has held that the MPSVT is all embracing of the RMA's purpose as the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is. Mr. Anderson's addressed you on those points, and I won't repeat them, just to say that I adopt his reasoning. Over the page, at page 3, and starting at paragraph 12. In my submission, the decision maker is entitled to properly consider the purpose of the Act and other Part 2 matters, as well as the MPSVT when exercising functions and powers under the RMA. And you must consider the MPSVT and give it such weight as you think necessary. And I derive that from the decision of Justice Wiley at Transpower. And I adopt Mr. Anderson's point that does not necessarily mean balancing. It ought to mean reconciling. And for that point, I rely on the decision of Justice Palmer in Tauranga Environmental Protection Society, which I've noted earlier on the page, page 2. In my submission, the MPSVT should not be read as a complete statement on the purpose of the Act as it relates to the management of land. It does not, in that sense, cover the field, to use the words used by the Supreme Court in King Salmon. That is particularly the case in relation to Māori land within the Otago region, where Kaitahu's relationship with its whenua is separately recognised as a matter of national importance, and which must also be taken into account under Section 8. And in that context, specifically in relation to Māori land, policies 10 and 11 may carry less weight than the need to ensure that Māori land can be developed effectively and efficiently. And that is how I submit you could reconcile those two competing policy directions to arrive at an outcome that aligns with the purpose of the Act. The second point in response to Ms. McLeod's proposed drafting is that policies 10 and 11 are principally directed at sensitive activities, i.e. those that are likely to be sensitive to the national grid. And by recommending that, and by relying upon those policies in the framing of P15 as it's currently put forward, in my submission, Ms. McLeod has incorrectly applied both policies 10 and 11 and the concept of reverse sensitivity. At paragraph 15, I set out what I understand to be the generally accepted definition of reverse sensitivity, namely the legal vulnerability of an established activity to complaint from a new land use. And in paragraph 16, I note that there may be activities on Māori land which could have an effect on the national grid, but that effect would not expose Transpower to the risk that it may be required to restrict its operations or mitigate its effects, and or will not compromise the operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the national grid. And I submit that contained in the footnote that not compromise is a high threshold. I was about to say very high threshold. And I've referred to a dictionary definition there of amounting to the need to expose one to risk or danger, to imperil or to involve one in a hazardous cause. To contextualise what that means for Māori land and the development of Māori land, limited commercial activities may be undertaken as part of a public kayak development as currently proposed. However, commercial activities are not generally considered to be sensitive, and certainly not as sensitive as other types of activity, for example, residential. It's unlikely that Transpower would be required to restrict its operations in response to the use of part of a site where it to be near the national grid for limited commercial activities, and those activities will not compromise the grid. In fact, I note in paragraph 18 that those activities are often used to provide a buffer between national grid or indeed other infrastructure and sensitive activities. And that's why I say paragraph 19, there's no policy support at the national level for such a constraint on Māori land, and there is no need to include one to give effect to the NPS. And it's really, as I submitted paragraph 20, an issue of that drafting having potentially significant wider implications if we are to avoid activities and development, including the use of Māori land that may give rise to any adverse effect on nationally significant infrastructure or regionally significant infrastructure. It takes us a long way outside the scope of policies 10 and 11 of the NPSET, and that may not be entirely intended. At paragraph 21, I note that the same submissions apply to the recommended changes proposed to P15 by the reporting officer in this 42A report in response to a submission by Queenstown Airport Corporation. And in particular, that's the extension of P15 beyond the matter of reverse sensitivity, which is the focus of that the discussion in the section 42A report, to all adverse effects, but also, and Ms. McIntyre makes a particular point in her evidence about clause 3, which is avoiding development which forecloses the opportunity to adapt or develop. Now, in relation to the national grid, I accept that's something that needs to be brought through, but there is a live question as to whether that's necessary in respect of all both regionally and nationally significant infrastructure. And there's no higher order policy direction for that position. In relation to the proposed standalone provisions for renewable electricity generation, Ms. McIntyre will comment on these in more detail. I just have 2 points to make from a legal perspective. Firstly, Ms. McIntyre is concerned, paragraph 23, that the proposed provisions do not distinguish between regionally or nationally significant infrastructure and other infrastructure, and that the provisions treat all renewable electricity generation equally, regardless of scale or significance. And in particular, she relies on the distinction that is inherent within the NPS REG between small scale and community scale REG activities, which have their own policy, and activities that may be of a greater scale, particularly a nationally significant scale. And I say paragraph 25, that's supported by the preamble to the NPS, which notes that REG capacity or development that increases REG capacity can have effects that span local, regional and national scales, often with adverse effects manifesting locally and positive effects manifesting nationally. And I suppose that the counteract to that is that in the case of small scale and community-based activities, it may not have the same degree of national benefit. And so there is, in my submission and in Ms. McIntyre's view, a need to distinguish, and that is consistent with how the NPSFM treats schemes in particular. I've referenced there Ms. McIntyre's evidence, rebuttal evidence, paragraph 37. And I say that the same submissions could apply with equal force to the distinction between nationally and regionally significant infrastructure on the one hand and other forms of infrastructure on the other. At paragraph 28, and this is under the heading, this is in relation to EIT in P1. Proposed policy EIT in 1 promoted by the gentailers requires that decisions on the allocation and use of natural and physical resources, including the use of fresh water and land, recognise and provide for the national significance of REG activities and the national and regional and local benefits of those activities. And in her rebuttal, Ms. McIntyre has expressed a concern that in the absence of a clear link to the land and fresh water provisions, P1 as proposed could be interpreted as affording priority to REG activities for allocation related decisions in a manner that's inconsistent with the NPS-FM. If that is what is intended, then I'm just to interpolate, I'm not entirely confident that it is, but just that the current drafting and the lack of a linkage leaves that interpretation open. Then in my submission, there is no higher order policy support for that approach. The NPS REG does not support the prioritisation of REG activities in all circumstances, and that flows from the discussion you were having earlier this morning with Mr. Anderson about the, in broad terms, enabling nature of that document, but it's not particularly directive in terms of the circumstances where that infrastructure is to locate. As the Environment Court held in Otago Regional Council, which was the Plan Change 7 decision, recognising the functional needs of REG activities does not suggest that the environment would always give way to hydroelectricity generation. And to do so would be inconsistent with the direction in the NPSFM and the priorities of Mana Te Wai, which require regional councils to put the health and wellbeing of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems first. In paragraph 30, and to the extent that it could be extrapolated out to allocation decisions, and I'm extremely conscious of the big red flashing light whenever we get close to freshwater issues, I do say that such an approach would be inconsistent with the established approach to interpretation of the NPS in relation to allocation. And I refer to the Environment Court in Carter Holt Harvey, where it said that the NPS REG should not be used to justify always giving hydroelectricity generation priority when making allocation decisions. It envisages that there may be circumstances where this will not be appropriate and should not occur. And so the Kaitahu submitters oppose the inclusion of P1 as currently proposed by the Gentiles. Just finally, and in relation to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, this issue often tends to occupy a lot of oxygen at regional policy statement hearings. We'll often get a large shopping list of submitters seeking inclusion or seeking an amended definition that more appropriately suits their needs. Kaitahu supports the definition as notified and opposes the submissions. And I've referenced a few in the footnote who seek to broaden that definition or to extrapolate the definition into an inclusive list rather than a closed list. And I'll come to the significance of that shortly. At paragraph 34, there's a slight tautology in that first sentence, but I note that these definitions are important because they provide and link access through into the slightly more permissive effects management hierarchies that exist, particularly for regionally significant infrastructure and nationally significant infrastructure. And there are the obvious tie-ins as well into the NPSFM and the National Environmental Standard for Fresh Water as a result of the definition of specified infrastructure, which includes regionally significant infrastructure. And at paragraph 35, I note that the NESFW provides narrow exemptions from rules applying to works in and around natural inland wetlands, or at least it did last time I checked. It changes every 5 minutes. So the outcome of any definition of an RPS will have consequences for the application of those standards. And given the priority that needs to be afforded to the health and wellbeing of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems, it's important in my submission that any exemptions are narrow and focused. And just to sort of illustrate the point, I've identified 2 recent decisions of expert consenting panels under the fast track consenting legislation where the issue of exemptions under the NESFW came up, and applicants were required to argue that they were included within a list of identified regionally significant infrastructure in order to avoid prohibited activities, which would have been a death knell for the applications. The first is the Korpu Marine Precinct, where a question was raised as to whether a recreational boat ramp, which was associated with but subsidiary to a more significant commercial jetty, could be considered regionally significant and therefore subject to the exemptions, with the panel ultimately finding that it was. And in Otawere, an irrigation scheme was found to be regionally significant in light of the scale and size of the project and the projected economic benefits. Now, in both of those cases, the regional policy statement adopted what's called an inclusive definition, i.e. regionally significant infrastructure includes. And so it left the door open in those cases for the applicants to try and sneak probably a pejorative term, but include themselves within that list. In my submission, that raises real scope for uncertainty, for inefficiency of process. And both of those fast track consenting applications, they effectively had to be stopped whilst expert advice was tendered by Senior Counsel. And then, at least in the Korpu case, it required significant further evidence as to the particular benefits of the recreational activity. And so that's one of the reasons from a Kaitahi perspective that we support both a closed list and the list as currently notified. I note that at paragraph 37, the potential for all infrastructure associated with irrigation schemes to be identified as regionally significant is of real concern to Kaitahu. Mr. Allison's evidence details the impact irrigation schemes have had on the modi of freshwater bodies within the Takiwā, and particularly on the harvesting of mahi kakai within Little Hare. So therefore, the Kaitahu submitted support the definition of regionally significant infrastructure in the Section 42A report, subject, I should note, to minor refinements that are addressed in the evidence of Ms. McIntyre. And in case, unless the panel have any questions for me, those are the submissions for Kaitahu.
Thank you. Just in your discussion on the NPS with the REG, that's 2011.
Yes.
I was wondering, when you reference to the small scale community REG activities by definition may not provide the same degree of national benefit, but cumulatively, given where we are now, and what we're faced with, do you think that's maybe at the time?
Yeah.
It may not have been, but we sort of moved on from there almost. And I know that the NPS hasn't been updated, but I think the chair alluded to it. So central government's probably created a bit of an issue there.
Yes, is the short answer, and I'd adopt the point that Mr. Anderson made earlier, that really it's not for this panel to try and redraft the national direction to align with what it perhaps ought to be in 2023, given the challenges we now face. We're left with the drafting of that policy statement as it is, and you have to give effect to it in those terms. But I accept the point that cumulatively, a series of small scale or community scale REG activities might add up to that degree of national benefit.
Because as I understand the evidence, a lot of those small scale things don't need transmission. They're pumped straight into the district. So there's a reduction of effects as well. So they may become more important. But, just around the sensitive activities issues, and I understand what you're saying here. You know, I think we probably highlighted the TransPower amendment is probably not really reflective of the NPS, what it says. But just in the context of Maori land, and Sandra may be best to answer this, but I have a feeling that Kaitahi does have a submission around the definition of sensitive activity that would wanting the rise, etc., to be recognised in that. And Kaikahi, well, past experience tends to be residential focus, or has been historically, but we've seen a change in that. That's probably the concern. I'm just wondering why you've set that apart from any other similar sort of activities? Or are you not saying that? You're saying that there's some parts of Murray Lane that won't affect?
Sorry, I'll try and
It's probably a bit gargled.
reformulate the question.
Yeah.
So in relation to Marae being included as sensitive activities, that will have implications for the development of particularly new emitting activities, so that in theory and in hope, Marae will be included alongside other types of activities where you have people sleeping, people living for large parts of the day. As McIntyre, correct me if I'm wrong on this point, but the submission is primarily aimed at ensuring that Marae aren't overlooked through that process. The point about Papakaika was just to, in effect, illustrate what occurs often in plan changes, and I'm reminded of one that I did up in the Waikato area where we had it's a bit like the Golden Triangle. We had the state highway directly on one boundary. We had the Te Rapa Dairy Factory about 400 metres to the south, and then a pretty significant inland port on the other side of the state highway, and in fact, AFCO Meatworks. And it was about designing the site and designing the potential uses of the site to provide buffers to put the residential activity in the area where it was least likely to be affected, and just saying that there might be ways in which Māori land could be developed in a similar way, utilising the potentially broader developed definition of Papakaika. So not to, perhaps the Transpower proposed edit is a little bit on the bold side in that front, but to accept that there might be uses of Māori land, even as currently proposed, that would be entirely consistent with an effects management approach for the national grid.
I think you made a connection to policy 15.3 about the foreclosures of opportunities as well. Related that more to the national grid rather than other infrastructure. But one example that popped into my head was the state highway coming into Frankton and Queenstown. For some unknown reason, consent was given to a service station when you're coming in on the right there. That's now compromised the ability to actually address that issue, which I would have thought something like that would pop into that.
Yeah, the concern, and it's always a concern with these sorts of policies, because they're not addressing reverse sensitivity, which implies an existing activity. It's about future development. In the context of the national grid, of course, we've got policy, the second half of policy 10, which directs inclusion of wording requirement to give effect to that direction, not to foreclose. And with the national grid, obviously, it's a much more significant piece of national infrastructure that's fixed in location. A state highway is another good example, but there will be a lot of other types of infrastructure that won't necessarily meet that threshold. And the concern is to avoid, it's an awful word, but sterilisation of land resource, because somebody comes along and says, well, hey, at some unknown time, at some point in the future, I might want to develop an emitting activity on that site. And the position here is that needs to be addressed through the usual framework, which is that if you're an emitting activity and you're coming to an area, you need to address your effects.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I had anything major to raise with you, Mr. Cameron. Just out of interest, though, paragraph 36, those two extra consent panels and the locations, the Korpu one and the What the ready one, please?
So Korpu is in Thames Coromandel, just at the end of the Korpu Bridge. The old one-way that turned into a two-way. And Otawere is part of a broader irrigation scheme in Te Tai Whukaro in Northland. So Matawi was the first, which was one of the early fast-track consenting panels. Otawere is a much larger scheme, but I believe it's near Kaikohe, I think.
Yeah, or highway.
Or Highway. Thank you. Ms. McIntyre. Now, Ms. McIntyre has a very brief summary which is being circulated now.
Yes, my summary is very brief. This is a long chapter, and I've made recommendations for a number of amendments, and I've also got rebuttal against things that are being requested by other people. I haven't attempted to try and go through all of that. What I've tried to do instead, in the hope that it'll be helpful to the panel, is to draw together the key concerns underlying both the requests that I have made for amendments and also the concerns that I've raised about what other people have asked for. So it's quite brief. My evidence on this chapter is set out at paragraphs 115 to 133 of my evidence in chief, and also in my rebuttal evidence in response to Ainsley McLeod for Transpower at paragraphs 10 to 12, Elizabeth Sol for Waitaki Irrigators, and Keith Friends for Dunedin City Council at 29 to 32, and a number of the renewable electricity generators at paragraphs 33 to 38. The amendments that I've sought for the EIT chapter are in Appendix 1 to my evidence in chief from pages 36 to 41. Key focus of my evidence is the question of how the benefits of infrastructure should be weighed against its adverse effects on other values. I don't consider that a one-size-fits-all approach to management of the adverse effects of infrastructure, as sought by some of the infrastructure providers, is appropriate. I think there needs to be a more tailored approach, and the 2 points in particular that I've made in terms of that is that where the regional policy statement includes specific outcomes and policy approaches for particular domains or values, the approach for managing infrastructure should recognise and reflect these. And that's particularly the case in terms of management of effects on life supporting capacity and on the Section 6 matters that there's been a bit of discussion about this morning. And I guess in general, I support the approach that is in EIT INFP 13 that actually sets out the various approaches and links to the chapters where those tailored approaches are provided. I support that in general. I have recommended a couple of amendments to EIT INFP 13 and P13A, where that approach doesn't seem to have been particularly well reflected. And this is in respect to Waihi Tupuna in P13A, because that just refers to the coastal environment chapter, but Waihi Tupuna is not addressed in the coastal environment chapter. They're addressed in the Waihi Tupuna chapter. So I've requested an amendment to address that. And similarly, in EIT INFP 13, the only one of those Section 6 matters that are addressed in a different chapter that is not, where there isn't a specific linkage to that chapter, is in relation to outstanding natural features and landscapes. So I've recommended amendment to address that too, so it's dealt with consistently with those other Section 6 matters. The second point I think that needs to be reflected in the approach to weighing infrastructure against its effects is that the distinction between nationally and regionally significant infrastructure and other infrastructure is important when considering whether requirements to avoid adverse effects should be relaxed in recognition of functional and operational needs. Essentially, I think that not all infrastructure merits being given equal priority. As discussed in my evidence in chief at paragraphs, particularly 118 to 119, and also in 36 to 38 of my rebuttal, which is in relation to the renewable electricity generators. I consider that an approach reflecting these distinctions is consistent with national direction relating to provision for infrastructure. Conversely, I consider that some aspects of the provision sought by the electricity generators could be in conflict with the MPSFM, and that includes EIT, EMP1, which Mr. Cameron has already referred to, and also some aspects of the approach that they have got in EIT, EMP10 in respect to the use of effects management hierarchies. I think the points that Mr. Anderson made this morning about the lesser onus that is involved in the effects management hierarchy that's being proposed by the electricity generators, and that which is in the current national direction, is really the central concern in terms of that because they are proposing a hierarchy which has less of an onus once you get down to the bottom end. There's a requirement just to consider offsetting and compensation rather than to actually have to do something about the effects. Then, in my view, that essentially has the effect of giving renewable energy generation a priority above those other values for which the effects are being considered. And that is what I don't think is consistent with the national direction. There are some amendments recommended in the Section 42A report with supplementary evidence that I consider also provide for an inappropriate prioritisation of infrastructure over management of its adverse effects. EIT, ENP10, and this is the EIT, ENP10 in the revised version of the RPS, not the one that's being provided for, that's been requested by the electricity generators. It gets a little bit confusing with the numbering. This is the EIT, EMP10, which, just to avoid confusion, I'll note what it is, which is the one that provides for electricity distribution infrastructure by recognising the functional needs of electricity distribution activities, restricting the establishment of activities that may result in reduced sensitivity effects, avoiding remedying or mitigating adverse effects from other activities, minimising adverse effects of new and upgraded electricity distribution infrastructure. That has essentially been brought through from the 2019 RPS, and I don't consider that it fully reflects the effects management approach in EIT, INF, P13, and that's already been, I think, highlighted by one of the panel this morning. So I've recommended an amendment in that policy that would include reference to EIT, INF P13 in the same way that the similar policy relating to electricity transmission in the natural grid includes a reference to EIT INF P13. The other new or amended policy, which I have some significant concerns about, is EIT INF P15, which also Mr. Cameron has reviewed you this morning. Essentially, I think the proposed amendment broadens the scope of the policy beyond addressing reduced sensitivity effects of infrastructure to require avoidance of activities that could foreclose opportunity of future development. I consider this as highly uncertain and could impose inappropriate constraints on other activities. And also that the additional amendments that Ms. McLeod has proposed, which specifically refer to use of Māori land, exacerbate those concerns. My evidence also highlights a gap in the EIT chapter regarding consideration of the effects of climate change when infrastructure is being developed and upgraded. This is a concern which Mr. Flagg highlighted in his evidence, and he specifically referred to the concerns about the water supply and wastewater infrastructure in coastal areas, and the looming hazard there is in relation to that infrastructure with increasing storm surges and sea level rise, and the discussions that Karihurapa Ki Puketeraka have been in with Dunedin City Council to raise that concern with them when they are essentially upgrading and replacing their infrastructure. So I've recommended amendments to P12 and P14, INF P12 and P14, to include reference to considering the resilience of infrastructure to the effects of sea level rise and climate change when it is being upgraded and replaced. I've also just included in my summary a bit of a note on the recent changes there have been to the MPSFM and the National Environment Standards for fresh water in relation to specified infrastructure, and I've felt the need to do that because I had in my evidence identified concerns in relating to the way in which specified infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure relate to each other, and that's particularly in relation to the request of Waitaki irrigation, low Waitaki irrigation, to include community scale irrigation and stockwater infrastructure in regionally significant infrastructure. So what I've done is I've had a look at the changes that have been made to the MPSFM and the NESF to see if that changes my opinion. And essentially I've concluded that it doesn't. And the reasons I've concluded that it doesn't are, I've just set out these here, that I've identified a number of distinctions between both the approach to specified infrastructure and the approach to regionally significant infrastructure that I think mean there shouldn't be any suggestion that just because it's specified infrastructure, it should also be regionally significant infrastructure. So these are, first of all, that specified infrastructure is by definition a broader category than regionally significant infrastructure. The definition of specified infrastructure includes regionally significant infrastructure. So specified infrastructure must be broader. They're not the same. The category of community scale irrigation stockwater infrastructure is broader again in the category of water storage infrastructure, which has now been included in specified infrastructure. For example, would include a wide range of water races and other conveyance infrastructure. And I know I've referred in my rebuttal evidence to the evidence of Brendan Sheehan for ORAG, which has highlighted, I guess, the varying quality and varying state of integrity of a lot of that infrastructure. I think that is, well, if it was all to be regarded as regionally significant infrastructure and given the sort of prioritisation that that gives, I think that would create some significant concerns. While specified infrastructure may be exempted from the requirement to avoid loss of extent of natural inland wetlands and to protect their values, this exemption is subject to a test of whether the regional council is satisfied that the specified infrastructure will provide significant national or regional benefits. So again, specified infrastructure is not by definition nationally or regionally significant. There is an additional test which is required in terms of that. So if a type of infrastructure was to be included in the regionally significant infrastructure category, just because it's in specified infrastructure, essentially it's exempting it from having to pass that test. It would then automatically pass it, and I don't think that's appropriate. As I say, there's no presumption that specified infrastructure will always meet the test of regional significance. Lastly, the provisions for specified infrastructure are tailored only to management of effects on natural inland wetlands. The RPS approach for regionally significant infrastructure applies to a much broader range of effects. So once again, just because something fits in the category of specified infrastructure for the purposes of looking at effects on wetlands, it doesn't necessarily mean that it should therefore be applied in the same way to a range of other effects.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell.
Yeah, thank you. Just checking, I have covered off some of my questions. You were pleased to know. Yeah, no, I think you have covered off what I had. So thank you.
Thank you. Probably just one philosophical sort of question, really, Sandra, as I tend to ask. Thanks for updating us on the NPSs, because like Mr. Cameron, I'm confused because it changes every month. I guess in your Kotahu's overall submission was you want the adverse effects of the stuff we're talking about on various things to be avoided. And you've heard our discussion around that and the implications of that. When I look at the resources you refer to, like Maori, the Hikakai, Waihi Te Puna, the coastal marine in general, I guess when we're faced with this matter asked around climate change, how do we align avoidance in a lot of those areas? In Waihi Te Puna, for example, we're not sure of the extent of what those cultural sort of landscapes that may be in maybe a wind farm area. Just listening to you today with your support of P13, I think you may have softened slightly on the avoid if there's a pathway to some things. I'm not sure, that's why I want you to ask about. And then we throw into, actually, the coastal environment, which I've got to ask Mr. Bathgate the other day, avoiding reclamations in that environment as well, when sea level rise, etc., may necessitate some sort of, especially when we talk about infrastructure that of concern to. And then we throw in your comment around not elevating the smaller AEGs to, there's a distinction between small and big. When you could almost argue that smaller ones, there should be more value placed on them, given they have lesser effects and don't need transmission, they're just distributed straight into it. Throwing all that together in your comments around P13, which you'll suggest some amendments to, where do you sit?
I think there is sometimes a tendency for people to, when they talk about avoid, to suddenly leap to avoiding activities. I don't think it's as black and white as that. It's occasionally it is, but often it's not. In general, what we're talking about is we're talking about avoiding effects on particular values or particular uses. And I think when you look at that, there's actually a lot more room for looking at how you do that. And really that is where the use of things like effects management hierarchies comes into play, is that it's looking at, well, if this thing has to happen, how do we do it in a way which either avoids the effects on the values that are being that are being adversely affected by it, or that if you can't do that, offsets or compensates for them. That is what an effects management hierarchy is for. And I think the point that Mr. Anderson made in terms of that there is, in those effects management hierarchies that have been built into the national direction and into the RPS, there is, at the bottom, there is an onus to do something about that effect on the values. Is quite important in there. It's not a, well, we'll consider it, but if we can't do it, so be it. There is a real onus to look at how to do that, and that involves where you're looking at something. You are looking at something which is there is clearly a need to increase renewable energy generation. There is also a need that has been identified in the national direction to, what the national policy statement for freshwater management talks about, restoring balance in terms of the way in which activities have been carried out in the past. So what that piece of national direction does, and I think that seems to be the direction that we're going in with NPSIB as well, is that it says you have to look harder at the way you do things to see how you can actually do things in a way which supports these values. It's not saying you can't do them. It's saying you have to look at how you do them. And I think that is what I think is the heart of an appropriate approach to looking at the effects of infrastructure. It's looking at, recognising that infrastructure is important and that it does, in many circumstances, have a functional need, an operational need to be in certain areas. But just because of that, it doesn't mean it should just be able to establish without having to seriously address the adverse effects. And what that means, I think, in terms of these sorts of issues, is that it means getting into conversation with mana whenua, getting into conversation with other parties that might be affected. You know, it actually means seriously looking at working together on things. If I say, use an example, and I'm not wanting to pick on anybody, but we've been,
But
no, I'm not going, just don't take this as picking on anyone. We've been involved in discussion with mana whenua over the last year or so about concerns, about values and concerns and the outcomes mana whenua want to see in relation to fresh water. One of the concerns that arises anytime we're talking to people about the mata'o, the clutha, is that there aren't the tuna that there used to be in the upper part of the catchment because of the dams. Now, Contact Energy has done some work, and part of their consent requirements relate to translocating tuna. The view of the people that I have listened to is that that is not very effective, that the populations of tuna are much less than they used to be. Now, and what people would say in this instance is not, we need to get rid of the dams. It's Contact Energy probably needs to try harder in terms of how they look at addressing the effect that the dams have had on the tuna. And there's a whole lot of different, things that could be looked at in terms of that. And that's, there will be, I'm sure, a whole lot of conversation in the future with Contact Energy about that. And that is just an example. As I say, I'm not wanting to pick on Contact Energy, but that is an illustration, I think, of what I see the approach as being. It's actually there. It's giving serious thought to how you can do things in a way which address the effects of the infrastructure establishment.
I don't know if we're allowed to talk about the freshwater management thing. It kind of does relate to this, but as Mr. Anderson pointed out, it has that bottom line. And that's probably there's been numerous projects proposed for the Clutha River, Bowman, Luggett, you've got Unsworth Top, but even within the existing scheme, there's ways to enhance that. Given that bottom line, given what you've just said as well, that does damming does that irreversibly affect the morale of the catchment? Could you build those projects out of the current framework, I guess?
I can't answer that question.
No one can answer that, I know, but it's like,
What I would
I'm really just wondering whether we're straying.
yeah, we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And I
I'm
get-
just trying to get my head around how these things work. And we have this national target, and we have all this stuff over here.
Yeah, and I think, and you referred before to the smaller, the local level or the individual. Well, there are in Otago a number of essentially farm level renewable energy generation activities. Again, one of the things in terms of the distinction and approach, depending on the sort of, the level of significance of the activity, I would say in a number of those cases, in the areas where you are trying to generate less energy, as you said, the effects may be less, but you also are likely to have a whole lot more options in terms of how you generate that energy. So, for example, on a on a station level electricity generation scale, you might have the option of hydro generation or wind generation or solar generation or some combination, and you are likely to have more flexibility in terms of the choices you make about how you generate that activity and the types of effect it has. So again, I think that's another reason why the distinction between more significant activities where the functional needs and the operational needs are much greater and much less flexible, and those smaller level ones is important as well.
Okay. Yep. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
I keep coming back to the hackneyed phrase almost at the moment, "Q te ki tai." And what it is that mana whenua wanted out of this issue, EIT, electrical generation transport, because it's a key one. It's a very important one, very important one. And I was thinking of things like something you just alluded to, how all this stuff has impacted on your mahina kai and the things that go with mahina kai. We look at Māori land use, marae, reverse sensitivity stuff around marae, for example. And I'm starting to wonder whether there are some really key things there that mana whenua, Kaitahu has sort of put to the top of their list. And because those kind of set the scene for a number of other things. But because this issue is so important, you talk about mata'au, that's where a lot of this hydroelectric generation happens. It's whakapapa and all that sort of stuff. So are there some little key bits to the mana whenua profile around EIT that maybe we need to be more aware of?
Well, I'm sort of thinking, how can I get into this without getting deep into the freshwater management type parts? But there are, I guess, mahinga kai is a key concern. Mauri is a key concern in terms of impacts on the quality of the quality and actually the behaviour of natural systems, and that's not just freshwater, it is also, of course, coastal systems and coastal processes in estuarine areas, and Indigenous biodiversity, so taona species. Waihi tupuna, effects on waihi tupuna are a concern. And obviously the use of Māori land. So those are some key concerns. I think a concern and aspiration running through all that is that when infrastructure providers are planning to do something, that they talk to mana whenua and work it through with mana whenua in terms of how these boundaries can be addressed and how things can be done in a way which does recognise and provide for those things.
One of the things I'm looking for, I haven't quite found yet, but it's the extent to which mana whenua and the council and others have discussed these issues. Some of it's implicit, it's there, but others, some of it, I wonder how, I look at some of the issues, I say, how much detailed conversation has there been on this? And the regionally significant infrastructure, take is one of them. That's why I read, sort of, how much interplay has there been or discussion has there been between Mana Whenua and the council, or maybe even some of the electricity generators, because sometimes these conversations don't happen until you get here. Whereas it'd be nice if they happened up there, before you got here.
Yes. Kaitahu have, I guess, ongoing relationships with some infrastructure providers, not all of them. It varies a bit, and for some infrastructure providers, such as, for example, Waka Kotahi, where they are always doing things, then there is regular communication because they're always doing things. With some infrastructure providers, the relationship just sort of pops up when they are reconsenting or something like that. So it is variable. There is certainly a desire to improve and build those relationships and to build the understanding of the concerns. Obviously, that is a little bit subject to the capacity of people to be doing all this mahi. In terms of councils, in terms of this RPS, there was not very much discussion on this particular chapter when it was being developed. So, I mean, there has been more discussion since then, but in the beginning there wasn't. In terms of some councils, there is ongoing relationships with most of the councils in Otago in respect to their Three Waters infrastructure. Most, but not all. And with some, there are quite active conversations about things like Te Mana o Te Wai and what that actually means, and working together to look at how those sorts of concepts can be addressed while meeting the needs of the infrastructure. So there are, I think, increasingly kaitahu are trying to build active relationships with providers in terms of that, within the limits of time and resources.
You pretty much answered all my questions, really. But I guess what's comforting in some respects, it has to be, is the fact that there are tikanga, aspects of tikanga that become more and more better understood. And one that I think requires still a lot more understanding locally is wahi tupuna.
Yes.
It really does. Because I'm not sure everybody understands what that is. I mean, in a way, I didn't either when I first, because it's not a phrase that we use where I come from. But then I come down here and I say, well, wahi tupuna can be a whole river. So that's quite significant in the context of this kind of conversation. If you're talking about wahi tupuna, would be mata'au, for example. Now, all the things that go with that in this EIT chapter, as it were, are significant in my view.
Yes, and I think the understanding of wahi tupuna is something that, but there's still a way to go.
Yes.
I think because we have moved from a situation, in the past, district plans tended to just protect an archaeological site or that sort of, you know, some specific sites. Now we are actively working, well, Mr. Bathgate is anyway, to get recognition of Waihi Tupuna in district plans. The approach when you're dealing with that landscape-wide view is a different approach, and it is much more focused on looking at what are the values of this area and how do we respect and recognise and protect those values. It's not about, and we've had to, I guess, work quite hard in some circumstances to say to people, I think in some ways the approach that's been taken to outstanding natural landscapes has been a little bit unfortunate when we come along and start talking about Waihi Tupuna, because the approach that has often been taken in terms of outstanding natural landscapes is to, I guess, close those landscapes off from development to a greater or lesser extent. And the message that we have been trying to get across in terms of Waihi Tupuna is that it's not about shutting off landscapes, it's about identifying what the values are and identifying how those values need to be respected and protected. And it is a different way than I guess many councils and many planners are used to thinking, but yeah.
That's a challenge, right?
It is.
Okay, thanks very much, Anna.
If you follow that on though, and look at possibility of Waihi Tupuna being interpreted as applying to ridgelines, creeks, valleys, whatever it might be, and you've got a long linear type of infrastructure that's not, on your argument, not regionally significant because it's at a local distribution level, then the difficulty that those distributors face on the wording that you're supporting at the moment is that they have to avoid adverse effects completely. So do you not see that there might be, if you aren't prepared to recognise them as being regionally significant, that they might need some, I don't particularly like Mr. Cameron's phrase, but some means of either mitigating or the adverse effects on the values, or otherwise, you know, if you were to use in 13.2b, avoid inappropriate adverse effects on the values that contribute to the area.
I'm just reading again.
So it's 13.2b, that's the particular
Yeah.
concern.
I have had a look at that wording, and I don't think it is probably the best wording. There are a whole lot of things about the wording in this chapter. It doesn't say avoid adverse effects. It's just full stop.
Oh,
It's on the values that contribute to the area's outstanding nature and significance. So I guess that gives you some wriggle room in terms of identifying what are the values that contribute to that, which are the that contribute to it being outstanding, and what are the things that you can do that will mean that it still retains its significance. So I don't see it as black and white. Now I accept that those might not be the best words, but I do think there is some what you referred to as wriggle room in there. I don't think it's not saying avoid the activities. It's saying avoid the effects that contribute to this, avoid adverse effects on what contributes to the significance. So I think it opens a conversation about what are the ways in which we can do this while maintaining the significance of this area. Perhaps, well, yeah, I'm sure there are a whole lot of different ways of wording it, which could make that clearer.
I suppose a couple of very what Mr. Cubitt's making that what's tended to happen by the look of it in terms of P13 subclause 1 is that a whole lot of additional matters have come in that would have commonly been regarded as being below the outstanding level. So high recreational, high amenity value, but you've got to avoid the adverse effects on the values that contribute to those. So if you're looking at linear types of distribution networks, it's a pretty tough provision to have at 13B.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw that recreational and amenity one in there, and I mean, and we haven't commented on it because it's not one of our issues. Where I think it's been put in there because it's referred to in that electricity transmission MPS, and I think there's a little bit of a case in this chapter of bits being pulled from the different bits of national direction and put in, and sometimes being used in a way which is broader than what their ambit is within that national direction. I think there's a bit of that, and yes, I accept that in terms of some of those things where there isn't the clear driver in section 6, then maybe there should be more wiggle room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I indicate the contact, look, we're going to break now, but we're only going to break for half an hour. And so we'll come back at 1:45. Right? And for those who are despairing that they might be at the end of the list, hopefully we'll speed up. We've certainly anticipated that some of the contact witnesses may not need to 30 minutes, but I'm hopefully not being unfair on that. Thank you.
So you're off the hook.
Oh, no, it must be painful. I guess so.
I was looking at
That way, just about 2 seconds ago.
I haven't read it. I don't really understand
Right at the tail. Zooming in.
Oh.
Screen off, microphone off, and then would sort of.
It is just
Seems that for a way.
There's a number of people who can start. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I'll go and find out what is going on with my car.
I see you.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Was it?
council. Don't. Jesus.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so I'm reading right.
Anyway, I've got a conference call this afternoon. But
You can stay.
It's actually
Yeah. Yeah, I suspect so, actually.
so that will probably make. Question is. I'll slip onto that. Oh.
Ah. Oh, that's a good idea.
So we can try.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes. Just push it.
That's it. Seem to have been what I wanted today.
Ms. Hutton.
Good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon. This being the energy infrastructure hearings for the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement is for quite obvious reasons, one that Contact Energy is particularly interested in. As you will have read in the evidence, and you'll probably no doubt be familiar with, Contact own operates the Kuka Hydro scheme. The scheme is nationally significant. It is specifically recognised as such in high order policy documents such as the NPS or freshwater. Today we have the full suite of Contact's team online, ready to introduce themselves and briefly speak to their evidence and ask any questions the panel may have of them. This includes Ms. Jackie Nelson, who's from Contact Energy, providing a corporate overview of the company and its interest in Otago. Then we'll have Mr. Peter Foster, who has provided evidence on river morphology and sedimentation and has a depth of knowledge of the Kuka scheme in this regard. Then following that, we have Mr. David Hunt, who has provided evidence relating to the economic context in which renewable electricity generation development exists and its importance. Then Mr. Brad Coombs, who has provided landscape and natural character evidence, followed by Dr. Vaughan Keesing, who has provided evidence on ecological matters and is here today, but will also pop up again in the eco hearings, and myself, and I'll briefly speak to my policy and planning evidence. Also note that Ms. Nelson and also Mr. Foster have unfortunately some timing constraints just due to the running of today. So they will speak to their presentation, but then have to head off afterwards. So if we could do questions for them straight after, that would be appreciated. Everyone else will wait till the end. You know how you'd like to run it. So I'll just hand over to Ms. Nelson, who's online.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson. We're in your hands. If you can hear us. Are you able to indicate to us whether you can hear us? No.
Not muted. Yeah, can't hear them.
I'm just trying to read the right-hand name in the bottom left-hand corner. Telling you.
No, that's saying that they're on mute. They're now off mute.
Is anybody texting them?
I am trying to. We'll try and we're going to try another dial in. So
Right.
are the other witnesses online?
Yes.
Do you want to move to someone else? But I mean, it's good context to start with, Jackie. But
If we can, but will they be able to come back later?
Really some kind of infrastructure issue.
Isn't being provided for in the RPS, so it's not important.
I mean, if we can't establish contact, then
yeah,
I was told 2:45 to 3:20 they were unavailable.
just Mr. Foster in particular. Yeah.
Right. Have you other people that you?
We do. We can run through the list. That's the best thing to do.
Mr. Hunt's.
Yeah. It's yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we could go to Mr. Hunt, who could provide a good context piece.
Yeah.
Organise that from my end.
Right.
Tēnā koutou katoa. David Hunt is my name. Am I right in thinking you want to move to me, or do you want to try Jackie once more?
No, I think we'll move to you if we can. Thank you.
And then
Now that we've got you.
Thank you. Is it useful if I just give you a sort of a quick overview of my evidence?
That would be helpful, thank you.
Okay. So my name is David Hunt. I'm an economist by training, and I've worked in the energy sector since the mid-1990s. My evidence provides an overview of the following matters: description of the New Zealand electricity system, the future of the electricity system and the role that renewable electricity is expected to play going forward, the benefits of existing and new renewable generation, particularly in relation to decarbonisation, the Clutha Hydro Scheme's contribution to the New Zealand electricity system, and the economic and decarbonisation benefits of the Clutha Hydro Scheme. Just very briefly, as I'm sure you're very aware, almost all New Zealanders depend on electricity as part of their daily lives. In fact, without it, I wouldn't be able to talk to you today. Over half of New Zealand's electricity supply is met from hydro generation. The remaining part is met by a mixture of other forms of renewables and some thermal generation. The electricity industry is entering a period of massive change. Electricity is already an important part of our daily lives, but it will become even more vital as New Zealand moves towards its decarbonisation goals. Achieving those goals is going to require many parts of the economy currently dependent on fossil fuels to switch to other forms of energy, in particular electricity, and ensuring that there's sufficient supply to meet all of that demand is a key challenge. We will need to see new electricity supply sources developed at an unprecedented rate. By way of example, we think that the rate of development going to 2050 will be about 3 times what was achieved in the last 30 years, in the 30 years to 2020. To make that perhaps a little more concrete, it is the equivalent of developing a Clyde and a Roxburgh together, the entire Clutha scheme, every 3.5 years, and doing that every single 3.5 years until 2050. So we're talking about a massive challenge. A lot of that new renewable generation is likely to be from wind and solar, which we refer to as intermittent generation. We expect that intermittent generation will rise from where it is today, around 6% of total supply, to something around half by 2050. And one of the consequences of that is that the hydro schemes and hydro generation more generally will become even more important for New Zealand, because they provide a lot of the flexibility or the cushion. We have sometimes referred to it as the secret sauce that enables a lot of those other intermittent generation forms to be integrated and to ensure customers have reliable supply. There's both an economic and a decarbonisation benefit from existing renewable generation that can be considered by looking at the costs or the emissions impacts that would occur were existing renewables to be taken away or new renewables to be unable to be developed. And we group those costs, well, I group those costs into 3 parts. Higher electricity sector costs, as New Zealand is called upon to develop sources that have higher costs if some of the lower cost alternatives are not available. That's particularly important when we're talking about existing renewables, because from a national economic perspective, a lot of those costs have already been incurred. So if you were to replace them, you face the full cost of replacement. It's a slightly lower hurdle when we're talking about one new renewable compared to another, but it's a very large hurdle when we're talking about existing renewables. The second category of costs is in relation to greenhouse gas emissions. And if we are unable to build renewables at the pace that is needed to allow for demand growth so people can switch to electricity, then it means more tailpipe emissions and more use of thermal fuels and coal, gas, what have you, within the electricity generation sector as well. And then finally, there's the question of if we are unable to develop the least cost sources of new supply, and it's necessary to move to higher cost alternatives, then that will have an effect on electricity prices, and that will end up also having an indirect effect in slowing down electrification and decarbonisation of the economy, and also have important effects in terms of affordability. Just briefly, in terms of the Clutha hydro scheme itself, as you know, made up of 2 power stations together, generating around 3,900 gigawatt hours of electricity a year. Perhaps to give that a little bit more of a sense of scale, that is roughly the same as the total consumption of all South Island residential customers. So we're talking about a very large scheme. If that scheme weren't available for some reason, I'm not saying that's a likely thing, but if it weren't, then obviously the cost of replacing that electricity is something that we've had a go at estimating, and we think that would be something between $326 and $625 million a year. And that's if it was replaced, if it needed to be replaced very suddenly, which I think hopefully is unlikely, barring acts of God. But the reason those numbers are so large is that if that's not there, you're talking about generating a lot of electricity from other sources, and it would have to come from thermal in the short term, and the fuel costs for thermal are very, very, very high. That would obviously also have emissions consequences, so something like 1.5 million to 3.5 million extra tonnes of carbon dioxide a year if the power from the Clutha scheme was coming out of thermal plants instead. In the longer run, if Clutha scheme were not available, then obviously the aim would be that it's replaced with new renewable sources. Those would most likely be geothermal or solar or wind, or some mix of those. They would have a lower cost than having to replace it overnight, because you can search out better alternatives to burning coal and gas. Nonetheless, we're talking about a very large cost. If that were to be replaced over its lifetime, we estimate that replacement would be somewhere between $3.3 and $4.3 billion. And then finally, just to reiterate a point I made earlier, just to elaborate a little, I referred to hydro with some flexibility as being a little bit like the secret sauce. We think that hydro flexibility that exists in the Clutha scheme does have some flexibility. It's not the most flexible scheme in the country, but it is nonetheless, it has flexibility, particularly within the day, within the week. That flexibility will become even more important going forward. It's used today, but it'll become even more important going forward as we see more intermittent renewables becoming much more important as wind and solar grow in scale. So those were the key points I was thinking would be worth just drawing out, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. We'll start with Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Just looking at paragraph 6.11 of your evidence, where you talk about the projections for electricity demand into the future. I'm just, I suppose I was just wondering how much uncertainty is there within within those estimations sort of start in there?
Yeah, that's a very, very fair question and one we're often asked. The first thing I would say is there is always uncertainty when we're looking out over 25 or 30 years. So that's something we absolutely would acknowledge. What I would say though is that I think there's a bit of uncertainty, particularly around some issues. For example, the Tiwai smelter. I think that's looking more likely that it will be around than perhaps it looked a couple of years ago, but there's always a bit of uncertainty with Tiwai. I think broader than that, though, there is broad agreement among most forecasters, and there's quite a number out there. We've compared these forecasts with similar projections from Transpower, for example. The Climate Change Commission has published forecasts in the past. I think the Productivity Commission has as well. They all paint much the same picture. So there are degrees of difference, and there's certainly uncertainty about things like how quickly electric vehicle uptake will occur. But over the broad, looking forward, I think the story is very, very similar across forecasters.
I suppose following on from that, I'm just interested in getting a feel for how much of a sort of drive there is for energy efficiency, for homes, businesses, etc. Solar, and there's a lot of drive for warmer homes and all that sort of stuff. I mean, is it expected that all the push around that sort of stuff at the moment is going to reduce the sort of demand predictions there, or is that sort of built in as well? Or is it not necessarily going to mean much?
No, I think, again, very, very fair question. The forecasts that we prepared and most others, I would say, do the same, definitely take account of improving energy efficiency. So we're not, in fact, we haven't shown it in this document, but generally speaking, we expect what we think of as the base energy demand to change very little in aggregate. It's really about population. And what's driving that growth is it's electrification, frankly. It's electric vehicles and businesses converting from fossil fuel to electricity for process heat, or space heating, or water heating. So hotels, what have you, that use gas at the moment. The other thing I would say about energy efficiency is what we observe is that often as we get two things with energy efficiency. We get in one sense, a reduction, but we also get what's called take back. So if you insulate a home, sometimes what happens is the consumer will keep it a bit warmer. So they're actually there, they get a better standard of living. The house is drier, it's warmer, but sometimes the power consumption doesn't change that much. And so we've taken account of all of those sorts of factors as we've prepared these forecasts.
Yeah, probably guilty of that latter point, actually. There's been some discussion this morning around, I suppose, this sort of how this increased demand is best met, and whether it's a number of sort of smaller scale generation or whether there's a need for sort of larger scale infrastructure or generation infrastructure. And I suppose, to what extent that fits or doesn't fit within the current legislative framework. Do you have a view on whether, a number of small scale is going to be the same as big scale, or do you have a sort of a view on what the optimal solution is for this?
I think, well, not in the very specific terms, because again, we're looking forward over quite a long period and there's quite a few uncertainties. What I'd make a couple of points. One is our forecasts do bake in quite a reasonable uptake of what we call distributed generation. So rooftop solar is the most obvious example of that, but it's not the only one. Some people have wind turbines or other things where they live. having said that, what we see as we look forward, and I think there's a very recent example of this, which I'll speak in a moment, but is that the costs, if you want to keep costs down, often solar panels, they'll make sense in certain applications on your roof, but when you look at the cost of the electricity out of, for example, solar, it's generally much cheaper if you can build a solar farm and then take the power to the customer's house. Not always, but generally. And it's interesting, like some of you may have seen in the media just in the last week, Ryman, a retirement village, has announced that they are effectively underwriting the development of a large solar farm in Northland, and the aim of that farm is that they looked at whether to put panels on roofs for their retirement villages, and they concluded that actually it would be much more cost effective to have the solar panels where the sun is in Northland and take the power to their villages. That would be better for the environment and better for their customers. And I think that's a good example of where we see the economics pushing quite strongly. It's not, having said that, that's not to say that that will always be the best solution. Sometimes local generation is more cost effective, and we certainly expect there to be, you know, relatively significant uptake of rooftop solar, but it doesn't close the gap. It doesn't deliver what New Zealand needs to decarbonise.
Yeah, I suppose we've got to get a Roxburgh and a Clutha every 3.5 years. It's going to take quite a bit.
That's right. I haven't done the sums, but you might run out of rooftops.
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you for that.
Thank you. Just sort of building on from that projected future sort of supply issue. I found your evidence quite interesting in terms of suggesting, I think the figures were going from the current 6% up to 50%. Now, in other hearings on similar projects, I've always been told that a supply system really can't have much more, for example, for wind, more supplied by 20% because of that intermittent nature, the uncertainty of the supply. Has that changed due to technological advances, or is it still a valid consideration?
What I would say is there are technologies improving. Wind turbines have come an awful long way in the last 20 odd years. I'm not sure the sorts of comments that you've heard, how far back they date, but wind turbines are now much more sophisticated in terms of what they can do than the previous generation. For example, you know, some of them have a sensing system that is looking out and detecting what's happening to the wind some kilometres away and adjusting the blades for when the wind hits, as I understand it, to try and smooth the power output. In terms of the question though as to whether there's a limit, ultimately it's more of a cost issue, I think, than a technical one. And what we are seeing is that with combination of rising, improving technology and I guess a rising need to decarbonise, people are finding new and better ways to do things. The other thing I would just note in New Zealand's case is that we do, as long as we can access that flexibility, we are actually relatively well placed compared to many other countries, because we do have that hydro system. We don't, Australia doesn't, for example. They, in order to firm up wind and solar, are much more reliant on thermal plant to do that. That's one of the reasons that they've been looking to try and look at developing new forms of hydro flexibility in Australia.
Yeah, okay, just so I guess on that issue, with that flexibility, and I think you addressed that in the context of the Clutha Hydro scheme, that it's almost run of the river, and you with limited storage, and you talk about the cost of actually building new generation, etc. So when you add all that together, I guess, does it not become more important for the ability to upgrade systems like the Clutha hydro system, and particularly in terms of storage, and have those sort of, this may be more questions for Ms. Nelson actually, but who I think referred to no immediate plans for hydro, but obviously there's probably options within that system that could improve storage and actually provide that certainty around that base load.
Yes, I think that's a good question. I won't answer for the Clutha because I think you're right. That's probably a question better directed to Ms. Nelson. What I would say, though, in relation to the existing flexibility, as you observe in figures 12 and 13, the scheme does provide flexibility today, particularly within the day and across the week. So, you know, less output at the weekends and more output in the evenings during evening peaks, less in the wee hours of the morning. What I would also say more generally is that, you know, New Zealand will be keen to find more flexibility wherever it can. So there will be both an emissions and a national benefit in being able to find new ways to help integrate wind and solar into the system.
Yeah, I guess in terms of that storage issue, though, how does Onslow fit into that or the proposal there? Is that, I guess you're looking a long-term out, long way out, but would it work with the Clutha hydro scheme, or how's that fit within that sort of providing for that base load?
Yes. I think it would be fair to say, well, I think that the desire to find more flexibility is what lies behind the government's launching of what they call the New Zealand Battery Project. And as you observe, Onslow is one of the important options in that bundle that government is looking at. I think certainly on what I don't have enough knowledge of what particular characteristics are being explored in relation to that project and how it would interact with the Clutha scheme. What I would say though is I think it's a good example of, it points towards flexibility as becoming, you know, more important and more beneficial in the future. Whether Onslow will be part of that solution, I think it's a little bit hard to tell at this point. It'll come down to the costs and the benefits of all the various different alternatives.
Okay. Yeah, and I think Commissioner Sutherland asked you, well, referred to your comment around the need for a Clyde and Roxburgh hydro scheme every 3.5 years. How actually realistic is that, given the existing resources in the country?
I think it's not realistic today because we're just not geared up for it. And I think we're showing a lot of the signs of that. You know, with you know, contractors being very, very stretched, and you know, that's part of the reason that, you know, the electricity system is very stretched at the moment. It's running fast to try and catch up, let alone get ahead of demand. I think the other thing that's in that same context, I'd observe that New Zealand's not alone. You know, Europe and North America and Asia are all on the same quest to decarbonise. So there's a huge mobilisation of effort underway at the moment, and we're still very much in the early stages of that. I'm an optimist, though. I think I think, you know, there are lots of signs of progress being made, and I think it's not an impossible task to achieve those goals, but it's, you know, we've got a ways to go to gather speed.
Some of those places you mentioned may be looking at a different form of energy, but I won't go there. I'll leave that for the chair. No, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I actually don't have any questions, but just an observation, I suppose. And that is this, what I hadn't appreciated, I guess, was the significance of flexibility. For most lay people, they don't see that immediately. All they're concerned about is the fact that they can get electricity without knowing that the grid, for example, needs to be kept at a particular balance and all that sort of stuff, which I guess I've only just picked up on. And but it did occur to me to wonder whether, what would be the challenges, apart from the obvious ones like cost and that sort of stuff, with somebody else getting into the electricity generation business? Yeah, one of the questions I asked that is whether or not it's realistic for anybody else at this point in time to think, oh, I want to be a Contact Energy as well, or I want to be one of these, how realistic would that be?
It's realistic, and it has happened and is happening. One of the interesting things has been the growth in supply from so-called independent sources, independent generators, and also in customers meeting some or all of their own needs. So that example I mentioned earlier of Ryman, although in a sense you could think of Ryman as becoming an electricity generator, it's underwriting the development of a solar farm and becoming both a supplier and a customer, what some people refer to as a prosumer, a producer and a consumer at the same time. And certainly we see that as being a big part of the future.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell me, Mr. Hunt, the geothermal aquifers, do they provide a significant level of flexibility?
Geothermals, it's an interesting one because it, unlike wind or solar, it is referred to in the industry as being firm. It's generally quite predictable. Certainly, traditionally, most geothermal plants in New Zealand have not provided much flexibility, and I'm not a subsurface specialist, but my understanding is that most geothermal wells don't like to be. They like to produce at a nice steady output, that if you start what's called throttling the wells, sometimes they don't come back when you turn them down. Now, that's not always the case. I know there are some fields in New Zealand where cycling does occur, but by and large, it tends to run relatively flat. And I'm sure that's something that Ms. Nelson would probably be able to speak about in much more knowledge than I can.
I was just looking at your figure 5 and noticed how flat line that was.
Yes, yes.
Just in terms of your figure 8 and the projected future electricity supply, has anybody sat down and tried to work out what the effect will be on the long term on of the introduction of the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai and the Mauri of the river coming first in terms of the contribution to future supply from hydro?
I would say no one has worked it out. I think there's certainly discussions underway to try and think about what that will mean and how these different perspectives can be drawn together. So I think it's very much a live topic.
Because if you look at your figure 8, the two largest increases and the two that really hopefully would enable the nation to meet the 2050 goal are hydro and wind. Wind having that problem of lack of flexibility, but hydro, on everything that we're seeing, facing big barriers in consenting terms. And I'm personally just interested as to know where on earth are the hydro resources apart from Onslow and that are at that sort of scale that you've described of a Clyde and a Roxburgh every 3.5 years.
Yes, just to maybe perhaps clarify figure 8, we probably could have drawn this a little bit more in a slightly easier way. In fact, that blue in the middle, the hydro, if we should have put it on the bottom perhaps, because it's actually very similar in 2020 and 2050. You think of it as being much the same. So the projection is founded on the view that in fact there'll be virtually no more hydro developed. But where the growth will come is that green, as you observe, the green grows massively, wind, and the other big chunk of growth is that yellow, solar. So the others, I should also say there's a reasonable amount of geothermal development as well, but hydro, no. The assumption is, based on everything we can see, we don't see a lot more hydro development. There may be some, but it's not the backbone of where the new supply is coming from.
The basic thrust of what we're facing at the moment, it seems to me, is a big battle in overall terms between that arises out of setting climate change induced net zero emission targets that are really going to be extremely difficult to achieve unless because of the sheer size of the supply that has to be provided to be able to achieve those outcomes, where hydro faces major concerning problems, and where it would seem to me what's really the elephant in the room, nuclear power, is just off the books in New Zealand. In your assessments of the economics or the feasibility or the flexibility that might be provided by that resource, have you been asked to look at that and do any costing in that regard?
We have one of my colleagues is in fact from the UK, although he's never worked directly in nuclear, but he's very familiar with the economics. And nuclear is a bit like geothermal. It doesn't like to be cycled for different reasons. But so you look at nuclear power plants and their output is generally very, very flat across the day and across the year. So it's not really a substitute for hydro. I mean, it's got all sorts of other issues which we're all very well aware of. But apart from anything else, it's not a very useful source of flexibility.
The problem, it seems, as a nation, though, is that we're almost facing an argument that we've got to accept that there will be some massive degradation, really, across the whole of the nation to our environment to achieve the electrical supply that we need.
I'm not sure. What I would say, I'm not sure whether degradation is, when we talk about today. I think what I would say is we do have to make careful choices, and we will undoubtedly face trade-offs. And development may be not a good idea in some places, and it may be acceptable in others. And I'm not in a position to judge those specifics, but we do have difficult choices, and the do nothing choice is not great either, because that's means we're going to be contributing to the world's climate change problems rather than helping to solve them.
Yeah, indeed. Now, look, I found everything very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think now moving to Ms. Nelson, please, online.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Kei te mihi, kei te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, kai tahu whanui. Ko Jackie Nelson aho, ko Tororua toko manga, ko Waikanai toko awa, ko Muri Hiku toko whenua. Kia ora tātou. Thank you. Apologies for our disruption earlier on. I'm Jackie Nelson, the Chief Development Officer for Contact Energy. A pleasure to be here. And as per my very brief mihi then, which is a little bit confusing, I've spent most of my life time up in Wellington, but my heart and soul sits in the deep south where I grew up. So it's my Turanga Waiwai, if you like. So lovely to be connecting back into the space. First of all, thank you for inviting myself and the team here today to present our submissions on the proposed regional policy statement. We support the intention and the purpose of the RPS to promote positive, sustainable change in a flourishing and vibrant Otago community. We also acknowledge the mahi that has gone into preparing this document, not only from the council, but from all stakeholders, the community and mana whenua. And we've really appreciated the opportunity we've been given to collaborate with others throughout this process. So the regional policy statement sets a framework for how we will manage, use and protect natural and physical resources in the Otago region for the foreseeable future. And this same framework influences, contacts, investment assessments and decisions on both existing and new renewable electricity assets in the region. In this regard, and as outlined in my broader evidence, we do have some concerns with the proposal. But first of all, a little bit more about contact energy. David has covered off quite a bit already, but on a maybe higher level, we have 11 power stations across Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they produce between 80 to 85% of renewable electricity from hydro and geothermal resources that we're very privileged to access. In Otago, we have the Clutha Hydro Scheme, which spans from Lake Hawea down to Clyde and through to the Roxburgh dams. Our Clutha scheme contributes about 10% of the country's electricity supply, so it's significant, and has a maximum output of 752 megawatts, which, to David's point earlier, is enough to power all the residential demand from the lower south, from the South Island. Our strategy as a company is to help build a better Aotearoa by leading the decarbonisation of New Zealand. We're committed to doing our bit in this space and achieving climate change targets. We've started this journey over a decade ago, and over that period, we've halved our emissions, largely by closing large-scale gas-fired power generation plants in New Plymouth, in Otahuhu, Auckland, and as recently as, or coming up at the end of June, we'll be closing a further 50 megawatt gas-fired plant at Te Rapa near Hamilton. So as well as making those closures, we're investing considerably in renewable generation. Currently, we have $1.1 billion invested in renewable projects that are actually under construction as we speak. We also have a very robust pipeline of renewable development projects across solar, geothermal, wind and batteries right across the motu. We're clearly in an urgent climate crisis, which is impacting communities, the economy and the environment. And recent events have highlighted the need to act now, not only to alleviate the immediate impacts of climate change, but also to minimise, or better still, mitigate completely its future impacts. Renewable electricity has a key role to play in achieving the country's decarbonisation targets through the electrification of many sectors within the economy, which are dependent upon fossil fuels. And again, David touched on this: light transportation, process heat, energy intensive industries, including fossil fueled power generation. The Otago RPS has a critical role to play in enabling renewable developments in this space, and needs to do some heavy lifting along with the rest, of the regions across the country. In our submissions, we're seeking basically a policy framework that elevates the importance of the fight against climate change and the critical role of renewable energy in achieving it. If we're to meet our climate change commitments, and ultimately reduce the future impacts on our environment, the regional policy statement needs to prioritise the following issues in our view. To recognise and provide for and protect existing renewable operations like the Clutha scheme, and to enable new renewable development within the Otago region, including wind and solar. A policy framework is a key consideration to our investment decisions within the Otago region. Both our existing hydro assets and potential developments in the Otago region, we think that the proposed RPS perhaps hinders this. It could be better. In that light, in regards to hydro, the provisions requiring the natural character of Lake Dunstan, for example, to be preserved are problematic. Hydro lakes, Lake Te Wairere, are man-made and dynamic, and what you see today will not be the same in 10 years, in 20 years, or in 50 years. And managing that transition of Te Wairere from a lake to something more like a braided river is a key and ongoing concern for Contact. This is part of the accepted consented environment. We simply cannot truck sediment away or readily move it through either the Clyde or the Roxburgh dams to maintain the status quo or what you see today. The environment within which the Clutha system exists is already heavily modified. And it's important that the regional policy statement recognises this. For wind and solar developments, these are large-scale developments that have specific locational, technical and functional requirements. We cannot avoid all of the adverse effects, but we're also not asking for some sort of exemption or a free ride. We're simply seeking for a position where our applications are tested on their merits within an open and transparent framework that recognises and appropriately manages the conflicting outcomes such as climate change and environmental imperatives, which we're all just talking about. The balancing of those two things is difficult. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. We'll start with Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, and thank you for your evidence too. It's been very helpful. Just one question. In your paragraph 8.3, you do talk about investigating several sites within the Otago region. Are they, I mean, from what we've been hearing, I'm assuming that that's solar and wind. Are you at liberty to provide any more information on those, or is it sort of secret squirrel stuff?
It is secret squirrel stuff, sorry. But yes, both I can confirm both wind and solar. We've set some very ambitious targets as a company to have 10.3 terawatt hours of renewable generation by 2027, which is very soon. So we are going fast and furious. We're doubling our geothermal generation from our current position of 3 terawatt hours to 6 over that period, or we hope to. And then bolstering that are significant solar and wind developments across the country. But yeah, it's surprising. There's these little pockets of very high irradiance in Otago and Canterbury. So yeah. It's not all, the sun isn't all in Northland.
We know that down here, though, don't we? No, thank you for that.
Commissioner Hewitt.
Thank you. Just referring to your paragraph 7.1, where you talk about the maximum output and the average annual output. I'm just wondering if you could explain the difference there to us lay people, and also maybe put that in context of the concern raised in your submission around protecting installed capacity and what that means.
Okay, so I think David Hunt talked about it, and Peter Foster will talk further on this as well. But we are largely a run-of-river scheme, so dependent on hydrological conditions, and we utilise Lake Hawea as a small storage facility, if you like, at the headwaters of the scheme. So I guess the maximum output that we'd see would be around 4,200 gigawatt hours, if you want to, or we say 4.2 terawatt hours, if you like. And then the average annual output is sitting over the years of around 3.9, but it can swing considerably on hydrological conditions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it kind of leads into where you talk about the future operation of the system, and that issue with storage, and moving forward, given the issues we have. You say you don't have any immediate plans for significant upgrades. I'm not sure what immediate means in this context, because power planning is a long-term thing. But in the context of that system, what options are there to enhance the storage, and what sort of barriers do you think there are for that? I am aware there are options within that scheme, but
yeah, there's always options, and they all have, you know, a balancing of paybacks, if you like, and they all have environmental effects. So, you know, we could seek to have a bigger operating range in Lake Hawea, for example. That would allow us to have more storage and more flexibility. We have various consent conditions that are all around amenity reasons and fish passage, all sorts of things. Again, for very, very valid reasons, and we could seek to alter some of those, but they'll all have an impact. So just to clarify, we're always looking to make the use of a resource that we have more efficient. We're currently doing a significant upgrade on the Ruxburgh Dam at the moment, with a reasonable amount of capital investment, and always, you know, the technology on the engineering side of things is constantly improving. So that is a far better outcome to enhance your existing infrastructure than to be building new. So, and I guess that's part of our argument, is to have these existing renewable assets recognised under this policy statement.
yeah, I guess, and I understand that in terms of it was more around that upgrade of a system when you already have because Mr. Foster's evidence is quite clear. Well, that whole catchment's changed. It's never going to be returned to what it was beforehand.
Yeah.
So if there are options within that to upgrade, probably more significantly than you're talking about in terms of more efficient turbines and stuff, I'm just wondering why they're not being considered, given where we're headed with trying to decarbonise
I guess we did a really it was a world leading piece of work back in 2012 where Contact inherited 4 consented sites for further dams on the Mata'o, and we did the normal engineering feasibility, and of course, you know, from a commercial perspective, the biggest dam, you know, gave you the biggest bang for your buck. but it also had huge environmental and social aspects. We are inundating, complete towns. So we did that engineering aspect and overlaid a consentability lens, and we would never, under the current Resource Management Act, get consent to develop those dams, which is sort of what David hinted at when he was asked. We don't see.
He didn't. That's why I thought I'd ask you, because they said the same thing about Clyde. But
Yes, yeah.
If we didn't have Clyde, we'd be in a bit of trouble now.
Absolutely, and it's sort of where we got to as a business. Where we're a publicly listed company. We represent mums and dads, shareholders, and we went. It would be very difficult, very expensive, but perhaps at some future state, there could be an act of parliament that would see that happen, but it would require an act of parliament in our view.
Yeah, that kind of leads into my next question, and it's around the fact that you've identified yourself that you're actually a business, and the globe, not just New Zealand's facing this big issue.
Yes.
And I think what led to think big, etc., was probably an energy plan. Used to be energy plans. We don't seem to have those now. And you lead in time to actually develop capacities. And I'm not sure, it might have been in Mr. Foster's evidence, is at least 10 years before you have the idea, before you can start building almost. Do you think that's lacking in New Zealand in terms of how we actually deal with these issues?
I definitely think the planning is not lacking. We're all going as fast as we can to build into this considerable demand that we can see in front of us. And it's, whether the relative legislative agencies and councils, all manner of stakeholders, whether we can work together to align the faster progression of these developments.
Yeah, I guess my question was heading is that needed?
I think so, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
No problem.
Commissioner Kurika.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
I want to go straight to section 6 of your evidence in chief on sustainability. And in 6.2, it starts with the words "our tikanga" in quotes, which leads me to wonder whether there's a document called "our tikanga" or some sort of policy within a company that's headed up "our tikanga." And whichever one of those it is, I'd quite like to see it if it were readily available.
Absolutely. It is an internal ethos that we've had for probably 10 years. It is how we act as stewards of the resources that, as I said before, we have a privilege to access, but also how we behave as individuals and as a business, how we turn up every day. And we use that guide or that document. It's not really a document, but the whole, as I say, the ethos, so a moral compass on how we make those decisions. So we can certainly make that available.
Yeah, that'd be good. But in doing that, I'd quite like to get a sense of any underlying kaitahu aspects to it. In other words, were they part of drawing it up or developing the ethos, as you put it?
No, it's more about our principles and commitments, but definitely we apply those principles and commitments in our engagements with all stakeholders. And Kaitahu were involved. We set up our own internal, like a water statement, if you like, on how we would protect the muri of the water, how we certainly did not claim ownership of it, and how we would attempt to always leave it in a better position than when we, started with it. So, but definitely, we work with Kaitahu in a lot of different things, right down to currently looking at co-partnering in some of these developments.
And in that, as you call it, ethos, you set some fairly admirable, but perhaps even lofty goals. And I'm looking I'm looking at the last two that are listed in your evidence. For example, the 2,000 hectares of planting 2,000 hectares, and the last one, an additional 100,000 native trees. I guess my question is, how are you going on those?
Yeah, we're going really well. Yep. Have a look at it. I'll forward you our half-year report. But yeah, we're absolutely committed to this. Look, I guess fundamentally, I've just become a grandmother. I've got two little granddaughters, and we all, the one thing that we can all align around this, regardless of your background, where you live, whatever, is we all want a better future for our mokopuna.
Yeah, ditto. Kia ora. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Kia ora.
Ms. Nuss, I just want to start with just a few details if I can, and then get on to a couple of matters of principle. But just in terms of detail, paragraph 5.1, you referred to the what I read as being the renewable generation being 17.5% of Aotearoa's total REG in 2021. But I noticed that paragraph 3.4, 7.2, 7.7, it seemed to be the percentage given was 12%. Am I reading one of those wrong?
One is renewable and one is just our overall generation, because we do still have some gas-fired plants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So we have a couple of gas-fired peakers and one big combined cycle plant. And actually, this goes to the point that David was making. As more and more intermittent renewables are developed, as in wind and solar, where they don't run all the time, that firming capacity that is currently supplied by our gas-fired peakers will be required by the flexibility in hydro assets.
Right. And then in answer to Commissioner Sullivan, I just missed the terawatt hours that you say you've got under development at the present time for solar and wind.
And this, I don't think I did state. I think we've set ourselves a target to have 10.4 terawatt hours of renewable generation in place by 2027. Currently, we have about 7. We are retiring a geothermal plant up at Wairakei. It's the second oldest plant in the world, running since 1958, nearly as old as I am. And then substituting in more geothermal and wind and solar.
Right, thank you.
Yep. And for context, like New Zealand's, at the moment, New Zealand's demand is around 40 terawatt hours. So that's a really ambitious target.
Right. So just moving on to rather larger matters, if I take you to your paragraph 9.3 little c, and it includes, it stresses the fact that if climate change is a significant national issue, it's an urgent issue to address, both of which you believe it is, then for New Zealand to meet its climate change commitments and decarbonise its economy, Documents such as the RPS must prioritise climate change, especially greenhouse gas reductions. Now, the problem we're facing as a panel is that, in essence, we have ORC's Council giving us submissions this morning saying, Taiho, you can't do that. You can't go there. The upper level legislative regime doesn't enable you at a regional level to prioritise. And in your exchanges with Mr. Cubitt, you were mentioning the fact that the national, there needs to be some change or some legislative direction to enable really that prioritisation and that speed up process to meet the 2050 goal. What steps are Contact or other generators taking with the government at the present time to try and get some national policy direction that might enable the sort of relief that you're asking for at 93C?
Well, I can speak on behalf of Contact. We are advocating at all levels of government continually around the current resource management process. So as recently as last week, Mike Fuge, our CEO, was in front of the Natural and Built Environment Bill Select Committee saying, yeah, I think this is pretty hair-raising, but to achieve our climate targets, there's analysis that has been done that suggests that we'd require, as a country, 69,000 hectares of whenua available for renewable development. Now that's a massive number, but as a country, I think it's 0.25% of our land mass. So massive. So no, advocating at every level, continually engaging with DOC, going, you know, these are the areas that we're looking at. How can we work together on this? I guess that a big issue we see is the volume of applications that are going to be hitting the decks. I'm not sure that people are aware of that volume and how can we, you know, to my earlier point, speed up the process while balancing the effects and the mitigations.
Because if you look at the dates of the relevant documents and look at the when you look at the National Policy Statement for Renewable Electricity Generation, 2011, the date of the Climate Change Response Amendment Act in 2020, which fixed that date of 2050, we're nearly 2 years past that, and there doesn't seem to have been any ministerial step to update the National Policy Statement to provide the priority that you, the generators, are seeking, to try and give it to the legislation.
So we're all acting individually, and we're also acting as a collective group in that space and that advocacy piece as well.
All right. Look, final question. It's a big no-no in New Zealand because of the statutory prohibition on even mentioning the word nuclear, but have Contact looked at it?
No.
Because of the statutory situation?
Yes, and we have wonderful natural resources available.
Except that you're going to affect 65,000 hectares or 69,000 hectares.
Yeah, or 0.25% of our land mass.
Mm. Yeah.
You know, or there's, you know, offshore ones. There's other options, but yeah, we don't think legislatively, you know, you're going to get a change in that nuclear position as a country.
There was one final just fact point that I did want to ask you about, and it was the 20,000 hectares of economic, what you describe in your evidence as economically marginal land in Aotearoa that's been planted by you or you're intended to be planted by 2024 with your partnership with Dryland Carbon. Where is the economically marginal land of 20,000 hectares?
It's over throughout the country.
Hopefully not on the East Coast.
No,
That's
no,
fine.
and we're planting trees, not cutting them down.
Right. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson. And your evidence was extremely helpful. Thank you.
A pleasure. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
I think Mr. Foster has possibly had to go, but he may come back at the end. So we may go back to him. But now Brad Coombs is online.
Just before we go to Mr. Coombs, Mr. Mason, did you have any flight difficulties later in the day? Or?
I do need to get done today, but
Yeah,
I'm good till 7 or till 6:30.
Okay.
Good to see them.
We're not going to be here at 7. Sorry, we've got
Mr. Coombs, yeah, online.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs.
Kia ora koutou, called Brad Toku Ingoa. I'm a landscape architect with Isthmus Group, and I'm based in Tauranga Moana. I'm here to assist Contact Energy with their kaupapa on the Otago RPS. Just going to be reading you a brief summary from my evidence based on sort of taken largely from my executive summary. So the New Zealand Institute of Landscape Architects, Tuia Pito Ora, recently published Te Tangi Atu Manu, which is the Aotearoa New Zealand Landscape Assessment Guidelines. Te Tangi Atu Manu represents our profession's approach towards the identification and assessment of landscapes under the RMA in Aotearoa. There are some areas where the proposed RPS and the Te Tangi Atu Manu are not completely aligned, which in my view is a bit unfortunate, given that Te Tangi Atu Manu represents our current best practice. I've reviewed the proposed provisions against the Te Tangi Atu Manu approach and made some recommended amendments where appropriate at the tail end of my evidence. Matao and its catchments are a large-scale river and landscape system which covers a broad area of the Lower South Island. In a Te Ao Māori sense, the various landscape features and components that make up the overall system are interconnected. This is a mountains to sea approach that stretches from the upper catchments of lakes Wanaka, Hawea and Wakatipu along the Matao to the Pacific Ocean at Inchclutha. This is an approach that is promoted as best practice under the national guidance that's set out in Te Tangi Atu Manu. In an RMA sense, there's a tendency to break up the overall Matao system into its constituent landscape components, into the mountains, the hills, the floodplains, the rivers, the streams, the lakes, etc. However, the large-scale system has interconnected landscape values that span districts and the entire Otago region. The Matao system also accommodates the nationally significant Clutha hydro system. And while the hydro system is physically large infrastructure, it's a relatively small part of a much larger system and is a recessed feature into the overall scale of the landscape. The Matao and the surrounding landscape contains several areas of outstanding landscape and natural character values. Many of the most natural of these areas are outside of the environs of the hydro scheme, but some are also within it. Some outstanding natural landscapes contain areas of reserves, water bodies, and hydro lakes that were created or altered as a result of the development of the hydro system. Therefore, renewable energy generation and outstanding landscape values coexist in the same areas within the Matao. While current district plans have identified outstanding landscape features and landscapes within the environs of the hydro scheme, that is, even with the hydro scheme already being a part of that landscape, it is less likely that a new hydro scheme could be consented within an area that has existing outstanding landscape values under the provisions of the proposed RPS. In my opinion, the proposed RPS should be able to accommodate the new renewable electricity generation in order to meet Aotearoa's emissions reduction targets. For example, while the focus of outstanding landscape values is a protection of the status quo, the hydro scheme illustrates that landscape values can evolve from their original natural state and still be outstanding in an RMA sense. I consider the proposed RPS should focus on the management of effects on landscape values rather than the protection of existing areas from any type of change. The specific values-based landscape assessment provides an opportunity for renewable electricity generation projects, including hydro, wind and solar projects, to be accommodated within the Otago region. I have recommended amendments to provisions in the NFL chapter to this effect and other amendments based on best practice guidelines as set out in Tangi Atu Manu. I've also reviewed the proposed energy subchapter developed by Ms. Hunter and other expert planners for generators of renewable electricity generation. I consider the approach set out in those provisions for the management of landscape and natural character to be appropriate. I've also reviewed the provisions of the land and freshwater chapter relevant to natural character and recommended some amendments to those provisions based on best practice, as well as an acknowledgement of the current condition of the mata'o, which has been significantly and permanently altered by the development of the Clutha hydro scheme. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, no, thank you. No questions from me. Are you going to be coming back though for the natural features and landscape chapter as well? Do you know?
I'm not sure at this stage. I've prepared this statement of evidence around this chapter, and I haven't prepared a separate statement for the NFL chapter.
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I guess the reason Commissioner Sullivan asked that, because a lot of your evidence does relate to the natural features chapter. But in that context of probably in your executive summary, you talk about how, well, it's a question of what came first, I guess. You take the Clutha hydro system located in the gorge, and now you're saying it still can be in a landscape that's now classified as a outstanding landscape, but you've acknowledged that probably couldn't happen now. So in that context, I'm wondering, when you've possibly heard the discussion around the potential for upgrades or efficiency enhancements within that system. Within that, there could be increase in storage capacity, those sorts of things. Is that what you're referring to in your evidence, that those sorts of improvements in an existing system in that landscape, in your view, would actually get through the, well, I think it's the test Ms. Hunter has actually proposed?
So I guess there's two sides to that. One is the likelihood of a new hydro scheme being consented under our existing framework, particularly under the RPS. And I'd suggest that it would be very unlikely that you might get a new hydro scheme consented under that framework. Then, of course, making improvements to an existing scheme or infrastructure by way of perhaps improving the flexibility through allowing wider operating levels, those sorts of issues. I'm sure we'd get an easier time than a new scheme. But it's not uncommon for outstanding natural features and landscapes to be associated with hydro systems. I know on the Waikato Run-of-River scheme, there are also ONLs that are dammed lakes and behind existing dam faces. So yeah, perhaps somewhat of an irony there, particularly when a lot of those values are of a recreational nature. But I guess the point of that part of my evidence is just to say that ONL values and hydro schemes aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah. In that comment, you raised the issue about operating levels, and I think Mr. Foster touches on that And I think he highlights the fact that, and I think it was in relation to flushing sediment, that contacts found that they can actually operate at lower levels. So what you're saying there is that that would be possible if a wider range of operating level was consented, that it's not necessarily incompatible with the current landscape.
That's correct, yes.
And that's based on your values approach, the values of the landscape, as opposed to the activities approach.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No. When I read your evidence in chief, first things that struck me was the Tangiate Manu report, which I did look up, and it did get me to thinking how widely applied or recognized something like that is at the moment. I didn't get a good feel for that. And then I'll come back to this particular take afterwards.
Okay, so in terms of the history of the development of the guidelines, it took a process of 3 or 4 years for Tuia Pito Ora to sort of develop the content and then liaise with our various members around the country and get agreement to it. It was adopted unanimously at the May 2021 AGM, which is no mean feat in itself, to get everybody in a room in agreement on something like that. And then the published version was printed in July 2022. So it's a relatively recent document, and we're all sort of coming to terms with its content, and in particular this much deeper bicultural approach to landscape assessment in Aotearoa. So yeah, probably not widely distributed yet, but I certainly know that we have provided copies to the Environment Court, several districts and regions around the country, and it's available to buy for anybody who is interested in it. There's also you don't need to buy it. There's a PDF version on the NZILA Tuia Pito Ora website as well.
Oh, I imagine that some of the things in it would be quite challenging to the traditionalists. As you say, I mean, it's kind of a very new approach that my guess, not too many people would be that familiar, let alone comfortable with.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think it's challenged us all to work on our cultural competence in terms of understanding a Te Ao Māori view of landscape and whenua, and how that is different from an expert assessment under the RMA. So some people, of course, have a much higher level of cultural knowledge and awareness in tikanga, so they're picking up those principles quickly, but other people, it provides a real level of discomfort for them. So I think we've made good steps in the last few years, and I think documents like the Otago RPS being consistent with Te Tangiate Manu would really help us to continue with that cultural learning.
Yeah, well, my question, you're leading up to my question, which was essentially, how do you think that might come about? But I asked the question in the context of the comment you made earlier on. I'm trying to remember what you actually said, but it was certain landscapes are only part of bigger landscapes, which is the Tangiate Manu philosophy, as I understood it when I read it. There were major landscapes out there. This part of the countries are part of that hierarchy, I suppose, of landscapes. Do you have any further comments around that might be helpful to us?
I guess just to point out that in this part of the world, in the Otago region, we've got some of the most spectacular landscapes in Aotearoa. Those sorts of real postcard landscapes that you think about around Queenstown and Wanaka, and the interplay between the scale of the mountains, the lakes and the rivers. And it just so happens that the Mata'o is part of that spectacular landscape. And within that, again, we have the Clutha Hydro Scheme, And in terms of nested scales, the hydro schemes are a much smaller part of that very big overall system. So I guess it's just reinforcing the point that you can have significant scale infrastructure in a really broad scale landscape, and those things can sit quite happily together. And there's no reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, because I mean, there are things like the Mano Te Wai and a whole, a collection of those factors at the moment that I think one of the challenges that any RPS has is trying to bring all those things together in a manageable and an easily understood way, so that the general populace know what it's about and can gain a fair level of comfort around all these things, because there's you'll have tensions between economic development and kaupapa Māori, sort of tikanga stuff. So, and I mean, I don't know a lot about how landscape art, sort of the landscape industry that you belong to operates, but I would imagine that they have a fairly overarching sort of perspective of much along the lines of the Ki Uta Ki Tai philosophy that Ngāi Tahu adheres to very strongly. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so, particularly when you're applying those kind of assessment methods at a regional scale. It needs to be umbrella and overarching by its nature. Yeah.
Okay. Good, thanks very much.
In that description you gave of the Waikato catchment and the effects of dams on outstanding natural landscapes there, did I understand you or that in fact what's actually contributed to those now being recognised as outstanding natural landscapes, ironically, is because of some of the amenity or recreational values that have come along with those landscape changes?
That's correct, sir. In particular, Lake Karapiro, which is where they do a lot of rowing, and there's a lot of recreational activity around the outside. That lake, which is in behind a dam, is mapped almost perfectly as an ONL. And of course, we've got parts of the Roxburgh Gorge that are in a similar sort of position where they're mapped as ONLs as well.
Right. And the same, I take it, for Te Wairere, for Lake Dunstan?
I don't think that there are any ONLs on Lake Dunstan itself. There are upstream of Ripponvale on the Kawerau River, and part of Lake Hawea as well. So of course that's affected by the control gates up there. So these are, partly managed landscapes that are nonetheless being assessed by landscape architects nowadays as ONLs.
And what you're saying is that quite often they will have other values than the original identified value that was being affected in an adverse way when the development occurred.
That's correct, and in fact, there's a section of my evidence on Lake Dunstan and the increase in recreational values. So you wouldn't normally be able to access that part of the river prior to the development of the Clyde Dam quite so easily with boats or kayaks or for fishing and those sorts of things. Yeah.
Yeah. So are you really saying that that there's an inherent difficulty in protective policies which endeavour to tie the assessment of adverse effects to the values that contribute to that particular feature or significant natural area that might be being identified? In other words, are you advocating there needs to be more flexibility in terms of the assessment of effects looking into the future that might arise from a development?
So I think there's two sides to the answer to that one. One is that we shouldn't be protecting a landscape from change in of itself. we should be recognizing what the values are and then protecting the values or the reasons why we appreciate that landscape. So that's the first thing. And I guess the second thing is that once we've built a hydro scheme in a lake and a river system, it doesn't necessarily mean to say that we don't still appreciate that and want to call it outstanding or so I think those two things can coexist, particularly in a larger landscape like the Matao.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. Thank you.
I think we may have Dr. Keesing online.
Hopefully everyone can hear and see me.
Yes, we can. Kia ora, Dr. Keesing. We're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me today. As you may or may not know, I'm a practicing ecologist for some 25 years with the Bofamiskal firm, and I'm here today representing Contact Energy and Manawa. Sorry. And I'm going to discuss a range of ecological matters that occur in the proposed plan. My evidence, which hopefully you've all read, traverses a number of issues, but primarily around the identification of significant natural areas and the management, by which I mean an effects management hierarchy, of effects to S&A, sustainable energy benefits to Indigenous biodiversity maintenance, and also a little on the Clutha or Mata'ao and the plan in respect to aquatic ecology. But as I understand, that's not the topic of today. I present evidence related to the current level of threat of Indigenous habitats across Aotearoa and this region. And that evidence indicates that there is less habitat loss than the general rhetoric suggests. You're all aware that Indigenous biodiversity is apparently in a dramatic decline. That statement is not strictly true, depending on where you are and what you're talking about. And my evidence shows you some examples and some evidence that suggests that a precautionary approach to identifying S&A and protecting them is perhaps overreaching the need. I discuss the significance criteria proposed in this plan, and I share my experience of undertaking these types of criteria into the field and the outcomes that result. I suggest a number of adjustments to the criteria to make those criteria more discerning, such that they will not easily capture all features within the Indigenous biodiversity. And currently I am of the opinion, having practiced for the last 25 years with these things, that the criteria set out in this plan are more than likely capable of catching anything with an Indigenous flavour to it as being significant. And I would just like you to keep in mind that in this landscape, there are already Department of Conservation lands that are protected. There are reserves. There are already S&A, and there are already PNAP or Protected Natural Areas Program identified features. And these all capture the biggest and the best, right down to probably the moderate and the reasonable. And what we're really talking about for these criteria to work on are those features in private lands that are the, and I'm going to say scraps, but the smaller bits and pieces. And that's where this criteria will mainly fall, on those normally fairly highly modified small features. Then I'm going to talk about the management and, well, I have talked about the management of development and resource use effects. And one of my central tenets of my evidence is that if you have these small ecological features across the landscape, they are generally modified, they are generally trending down, they are generally threatened by weeds and pests, lack of protection in general. What is the mechanism that stops this? If you run what appears to be a reasonable avoidance or total avoidance kind of regime, once identified as a significant natural area, none of the help occurs. People avoid them, and there is no impetus and there's no driver to cause the money to be poured into these features to stock protect them, fence them, predator control them, weed them, and help them recover. And it's one of my biggest problems with a system that recognises everything as S&A and then causes largely an avoidance policy. And I know there's been some discussion about it. It's not total avoidance, but it is kind of, it really is. And lastly, I discuss, because where something is regionally significant infrastructure, as you obviously are well aware, you may have a consenting pathway in the front of an S&A. You still have to go through the effects hierarchy, and some of the offset components in the guide and some of the compensation components in the guide actually, in my opinion, shut some of those options down to make them non-feasible. And so in the end, you end up avoiding again, potentially, some of these values. And that's the summation of my evidence, if you like. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Dr. Keesing. Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, it's been interesting to read your evidence in the context of what we're discussing this week. You may have seen a minute that we released recently around caucusing on the significance criteria. Are you going to be involved in that?
I trust I am. I was part of the caucusing that went through for the currently NPSIB significance criteria. And I have to suggest that I'm not hopeful that there will be a resolution for this current caucusing either.
Yeah, and I suppose, I mean, we're not necessarily after a resolution, we're just interested in where there's areas of agreement and disagreement.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I hope I am.
Yeah, okay, no, that's helpful. And I presume you'll be coming back
17 gate, thanks, yes.
for that chapter, yeah, no, thank you. That's all from me.
Commissioner
Yeah, thank you. I think most of my questions will relate to when you do come back for the ego chapter, but I think you touched on a point actually there at the end. I mean, I'm not sure if you've been listening in today, but Mr. Anderson provided some succinct and clear legal submissions on the effects hierarchy and how they work in relation to a couple of specific matters. I think the freshwater management NPS was one, but also in relation to biodiversity, because we have a section 6 matter there that requires protection. And he highlighted an issue with what the generator's proposing, a peer effects hierarchy. It was exactly what you highlighted then, I think, is it misses the bottom bit, that if you can't get through, and I think it's in Eco P6 from memory. I'm a little confused because there's a lot of cross references there, but if you can't get through and you can't adequately if you can't compensate or do those things, offset, you have to avoid. Yeah, and I think that's what you were saying, was it, that you think that's too tough a test?
Yeah, and sometimes you should stop, but it should be on fairly important features or important values that exist. Yes, there should be a stop. But yes, what I'm saying is these allow you to stop too early.
Yeah, that's what I picked up from you, and that point that you're concerned with how wide it's gone with ECNAs, which I think is going to be a discussion for another day. But that's probably where the critical issue is, isn't it? Is what's in that to determine how far you do go down that chain, because it's got to be obviously pretty important before you'd avoid.
Exactly, and I think therein lies the problem. If everything's significant and you must avoid, that's a problem. If everything isn't significant, then there is value in having an avoidance.
Yeah, and just as a note, actually, just as a comment I made right at the start of this process to, I think it was the doc witnesses in relation to the tipping point issue, which you raised right at the front around. I've worked 30 odd years in this area, and interested to note that you've also highlighted that there hasn't been a lot of loss in that time with biodiversity. It all happened 20, 30, 40 years ago, and it's slowed down significantly from what I've seen. So you seem to think that's the position, although we're obviously getting different evidence on that.
I
Is your
do.
opinion based on your work in Otago or just general?
Both, but most of my evidence is based on the New Zealand Statistics Department producing.
So how accurate are they though?
Well, you'd hope they're a government industry. You'd hope they're fairly accurate.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah. So my experience is similar. Since the RMA has come in, and certainly in the last 20 years, the amount of destruction, let's call it that, has really dropped away.
And in fact, from what I've seen, there's actually been a lot of compensation going on, and enhancement as a tool to actually get through a consent process.
Well, and that's the irony, that tool in the RMA, which is you can hit something if you make something, is only really starting to bear fruit 20 years on as we start to see things actually come to fruition. And I think we're a bit early to say, hang on, that didn't work. It is working.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that, but I expect a few more questions in a few weeks' time.
Cool. Thank you all.
No, Dr. Keesing. I want to go to 12.14 in your evidence. Under the heading, why renewable electricity generation is important for
Yes.
protecting biodiversity. I read it and I'm still not clear why. You know, it touches on things in a very general sense. I wondered if there was more that you would like to elaborate on for someone with a simple mind like mine, for example.
I'm not sure it's simple. In essence, it's this. If we don't put a stop to or moderate climate change, and New Zealand starts to suffer the same as many other places, not just the catastrophic events, but the general rising of the temperature on an average state, there is a whole range of Indigenous biodiversity that will not manage with that. They will either be shunted out of their habitats south or north and won't be able to insert themselves into existing ones, or a range of biological processes such as chitin thickening or hormonal will be put at risk. They won't be able to function. And so with slight changes in temperature, even putting aside catastrophic events, there's a range of processes and behaviours that will go awry in our Indigenous species, and they may head towards extinction. Now, that's a global warming thing. Now, the way we aim at helping to stop that is renewable energy. So there is a real connection between managing global warming and stopping burning fossil fuel and other fuels that cause that, such as gas. So not a lot of people, certainly in our New Zealand consenting regime, accept that to put an energy production system in place which doesn't cause additions to our climate change is actually a fundamental benefit long term to the global warming, which is a fundamental benefit to our biodiversity. Does that help?
Yes, but not entirely. Let me just give you an example of the sort of thing I mean. I think if I was to go onto a marae and somebody asked me that question, how do you explain this to people so they understand? Now, that's a very general statement. I think many lay people would want to have a quite specific example.
I've got one for you.
Okay.
How about the Indian myna bird? It is a phenomenal pest in Auckland and Hamilton, but it's always been range restricted by temperature to around about just south of Hamilton. And that bird preys upon other birds and it knocks things out of the nest and it basically dominates and restricts the populations. And do you know the bird I'm talking about? The Indian myna bird, sort of a middle size.
I know Australia.
Yes. So it's a horrible thing. And at the moment, it's temperature restricted to the north of the North Island and the sort of north of central North Island. if global warming continues, its range will expand, and it will expand down to here eventually. And in doing so, as it spreads, it will remove and otherwise oust a lot of our native, more vulnerable species. So not only will they be suffering from temperature changes, food changes, but here comes an invasive pest that is made possible by the climate change. And the climate change comes around, as you well know, by a whole range of things, but one of the big things is the way we produce our energy. If we are heading towards fully sustainable energy, we are at least helping to moderate that and stop the minor birds spreading south and removing our indigenous taonga. Is that an example that sort of you could write
Yeah,
and
okay.
see?
Yeah, thanks very much.
As part of that, I get the feeling reading your evidence that that you think that a combination of offsetting and environmental compensation can be of a positive benefit to biodiversity. Is that a fair summary of the position you are in?
That's very, very true. Now, I have been doing this for a wee while now, and most of the gains I have seen have come from an offset or a mitigation process. It's very rare that you see the public and councils in and of their own actually make much new habitat, and they struggle, not unfairly, but they struggle to manage the ones we have with the predator control and the pests, and there are small scale plantings. The only big things I have seen that have gone to fruition and worked have been on the back of big roads, big hydro, those sorts of things. And the gains you can get out of these things from the offset to ecology, both in processes that cause predator control and fencing and stuff, but also new development, making new wetlands and new forests, has been through that process.
Look, thank you very much, Mr. Keating. And again, Dr. Keating, and your evidence is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we have one more technical type witness, Mr. Foster, online.
Thank you.
Yeah, there he is.
Nice.
Kia ora, Mr. Foster.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou.
We're in your hands. Far away.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Peter Foster aho. Thank you for having me here today to present a summary of my evidence mainly related to sedimentation effects on the Clutha Mata'o and the Clutha Hydro Scheme, and an overview of how sediment and flood levels are managed and can be managed in regard to the Clutha Hydro Scheme. I'm a principal engineer in dams employed by Stantec New Zealand. The first 30 years of my career started as an assistant engineer in 1976 with the Ministry of Works and Development. We're associated with the design, construction and early operation phases of Clyde Dam and the Lake Dunstan landslide stabilisation project. During those first 30 years of my career, I was also involved in studying the sedimentation process in Lake Roxburgh and its effects on flood levels at Alexandra and means of mitigation. This study resulted in a revision of the Clutha flood operating rules for Lake Roxburgh that promote redistribution of sediment in Lake Roxburgh and passage of sediment through the penstocks and over the spillway to the river downstream of Roxburgh Dam. I presented council level evidence dated 2002 and Environment Court evidence dated 2004-2005 as part of Contact's application for resource consents to permit operation of the Clutha Hydro Scheme. A summary of my evidence. As part of the Clutha Hydro Scheme, there are two hydroelectric generation facilities located on the Clutha Mata'o River, being the Clyde Dam at Clyde and Roxburgh Dam located upstream of Roxburgh Township. These generation facilities are essentially run-of-river hydroelectricity schemes with a narrow operating range into Wairere, Lake Dunstan and Lake Roxburgh. The inflows into the Clutha Mata'o catchment can vary year to year and over periods of a few decades due to the interdecadal Pacific Oscillation, which can affect climate variability in the South Pacific. For example, at Roxburgh, the period 1978 to 2000 had approximately 13% more inflow than other periods between 1930 and 2022. Most of the sediment transported by the Clutha Mata-o comes from the Shotover River, which is a tributary of the Kawara River located above the Clyde and Roxburgh dams. The sediment flow was originally interrupted in 1956 with the construction of Roxburgh Dam. However, since Clyde Dam's construction, this sediment has now been captured within the Kawara arm of Te Wari Lake Dunstan. Based on the dam cross-sections of Lake Roxburgh that were surveyed pre-construction of the dam and from 1961 to 1992-1993, the average rate of sediment accumulation was calculated to be in the range of 1.37 to 1.42 million cubic metres per year. This indicates that approximately 51 million cubic metres of sediment accumulated in Lake Roxburgh in the period 1956 through to 1993. An effect of the sediment deposition has been the progressive increase in flood levels at Alexandra. The 1994 flood reached a level approximately 4 metres higher than the 11th level of an equivalent flow that occurred after Lake Roxburgh was first filled. In 1994, a partial drawdown of Lake Roxburgh during the 1994 flood and demonstrated that such a drawdown can redistribute sediment within the reservoir and flush sediment downstream. Such a procedure has been introduced into the Clutha flood rules as a mode of operation for Lake Roxburgh and has led to increased flood protection at Alexandra. Modelling by NIWA indicates further increased benefits can be gained, and in my opinion, the flood drawdown mode of operation for Roxburgh Dam should continue well into the future. In my 2002 evidence, I predicted that sediment from the Kawara River would initially be deposited in the Kawara and Dunstan arms of Lake Wairere, Lake Dunstan, at an average rate of 1.2 million cubic years, with the sediment tipping face reaching Clyde Dam at year 2105. I predicted that the Kawara arm would develop a riverine appearance as the sediment advances, with medial and point bars appearing in this reach. While the character of the Kawara arm is much as I predicted, the average rate of sediment deposition has been 0.9 million cubic metres from 1994 to 2022. The sediment tipping face is not as advanced into the Dunstan arm below Cromwell as my initial projection due to the lower average deposition rate. Letting sediment pass through the Clyde Dam turbines and over the spillway without flood drawdown, combined with the use of the sluice with floods, may remain an option for sediment passage downstream of Te Wari Lake Dunstan heading into the next century and beyond. I envisage that the flood drawdown and flushing will still be ongoing operating procedures for Lake Roxburgh to promote sediment redistribution downstream of Roxburgh Dam. Given the significant effects of the Clutha hydro scheme on Clutha Mata-o, I consider the provisions of the proposed RPS that refer to the river being restored to as natural as possible should be approached with some caution. In my opinion, the CHS has permanently altered the character of this river and will continue to do so in the future. If these provisions were interpreted to mean that the dams should somehow be removed or that more sediment should be let through the dams so that sedimentation was restored to somehow a more natural process, that would create its own environmental effects. I therefore consider the amendments to the LFPWP page 13 and 14 suggested by Ms. Hunter are a more sensible and appropriate response to the reality of the Clutha River and the CHS within it. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, no, thank you. No specific questions for me, but no, your evidence was very interesting. Thanks.
Commissioner Cubitt.
Thank you. Yes, I second that. Your evidence was very interesting. I guess the focus of it probably was more in relation to that natural character issue that we're probably going to be discussing in a few weeks' time. But you have made some comments of interest around how the flow's managed. But first, your tables 1 and 2, where you set out the mean inflows, etc. What are the predicted inflows after, in the current period, given climate change? Are they following a downward trend, or are they going to go up, or how does that work? And how does that impact on flushing sediment?
You could see from the table that there are periods where, flows have been relatively constant over decades, and then all of a sudden there is a shift. The DIWA climatologists are able to explain that shift more than I can, but basically when it switches, they see more rainfall into the Field and Milford area and spill over into the Clutha, and it just pushes up the average flow over the years through that period. Now, the flushing mechanism at Lake Roxburgh is purely determined on flood flows, and that when the flows are predicted to go over 850 cubic metres per second, they can start drawing down the reservoir by up to approximately 6 metres. And what that does is it increases the velocities in Lake Roxburgh, and it helps pick up sediment at the upstream end of the lake, which contributes a lot to the backwater effect at Alexandra, and redeposits most of it close to the dam and takes some of it downstream. So it really depends on flow frequency as to how much flushing that you do, whereas the interdecadal sort of situation is about how much water is in the whole system going through in a year. So if, for example, the total flow in a year has gone up by 10% or 13%, then in that year, the generation that you get out of the scheme will have gone up, because it's purely proportional to the total flow. When I talk about generation, I'm talking about the gigawatt hours. So that's basically how it all works.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of interested in that in terms of, you say it's essentially a run of the river operation, although there is storage in Hawea. And if storage was to increase, I was just trying to understand how the ability to store flood water for future use would impact on the sediment flushing process. But I think you're saying that that's probably not an issue, because it would be the flows over the year that would enhance storage capacity if it was ever increased.
That's correct. I mean, the situation at Clyde and Roxburgh Dam is that when you do get a flood through the river, take, for example, the very large floods that occurred in 1999 and 1995, they rank as two of the largest 3 floods that are known going back to 1878. And if you plot the inflow hydrograph and the outflow hydrograph at each one of these stations, there is so little flood storage in the reservoir that the peak flow coming out of the dam is only marginally less than the peak inflow. So in those lakes, there's basically no flood storage. As stated by one of the earlier experts, that if Lake Hawea was raised, you could actually take advantage of floods and increase storage of water in Hawea, which may give you more interseasonal protection heading into the autumn and the winter, when inflows are largely pretty low, to be able to put more outflow down the system.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Only one last question in terms of when we thinking about sustainability of these facilities. Given you're an engineer, the age of these dams and how long do they last? Yes, we've heard a lot of evidence about what it would cost to replace that generation. What is their lifeline?
It depends on the quality of the work and the aggregates, etc. There are dams around the world that are still in operation that sort of were built in the late 1800s, when the sort of the electricity generation had been, the science of it had been sought through, and you could work out that you could build these large hydro dams. In terms of defining a design life, we generally look at 100, 150 years to design life for the dam, but that doesn't mean that after 150 to 100 years, the dam goes out of service. I see no reason why, many of the dams built in New Zealand since, the early ones of Arapuni on the Waikato River couldn't be still in operation in another 200, 300, 400, 500 years' time. The longest I know of is there are some dams that were built in Iran, and they're sort of 2,000 years old, and they're still there. So, but you can get it wrong. There are dams where alkali aggregate reaction is causing problems, and more maintenance of dams is required in that. And there are some dams which have been decommissioned, but mainly due to environmental issues. And examples of those are the ones up in the western coast of the USA, where they have been taken out of service to improve salmon runs in rivers.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
I just really was contemplating the first dam that was put in place in Marlborough, where I'm from, and I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the Waihupai dam, which is a very small facility, but it's definitely run over the river now, no storage at all, full of sediment. You familiar with that one?
Yes, I know of that dam. Yes.
So
keep
sorry,
going.
I'll listen to you. Okay, thanks.
Well, when we designed Clyde Dam, one of the things that we did do is we set the intakes into the penstocks much lower than at Roxburgh Dam and a lot of other dams around New Zealand because of the issue of the sediment. And the idea was that as the tipping face got very close to the dam, then the trap efficiency, which is the sort of the ratio of how much sediment comes in and how much goes into storage, drops off significantly. Some of the Chinese experience is that if you've lost about 90% of the reservoir storage, at that point, you can get to a stable situation where the amount of sediment goes in equals the amount of sediment going out. So, for example, that may mean that when we get to the point where the tipping face is getting closer to the dam, that through the turbines and just over the spillway under natural events, you may pass as much sediment going downstream as what's coming instream. That then means that you've got to keep that sediment moving also through Roxburgh Dam. So that's why I believe that the flushing regime that's there now will have to be maintained in the future. But ultimately, it's going to come down to continue monitoring, recalibrating the hydraulic and sediment transport models that NIWA run with future flood data, and then you're in a better position to make predictions as to how something might look, 20, 30, 50 years out or beyond.
Right. Thank you very much.
I'm mindful of Meridian and Manawa sitting behind me, who have got people that I think all travel, and I'm based here, and you've heard from me before.
Yes, well, what I was going to say to you was that just that we've read your materials, we've read your appendix, we're very familiar with that. What we'd particularly like to hear from you on is the response or any response you want to offer to the legal position that was put to us this morning. And whether you, from RRC, and whether there's anything you want to address to us on that.
In terms of the prioritisation, do you mean?
Yes,
Indeed. I've had to think about that. Probably legal people in the room could elaborate, I'm sure. But section 61, which talks about what regional council is directed to have regard to preparing regional policy statement, that talks about the emission reduction plan and the national adaptation plan depending on the Climate Change Response Act. And I understand there's some issue there with the time of notification. So I think that kicked in at the 30th of November 2022, meaning you don't have to have regard to it or something like that. Again, the legal people might need to step in and help me there. But however, more generally, I think there is a section in 61 that talks about having regard to any management plan or strategies prepared under any other act. And that, might be enough in regard to those sort of national priorities and goals and ambitions and strategies and all those things to bring that in there.
One of the things I was going to raise with you, and I think it may have been your evidence and maybe one of the other experts, I'm not from the generators or distributors, but there was some suggestion that, we haven't really prioritised, etc. But there was a particular wording that I wanted to pick up with that was actually quite well on. And it's in relation to the explanation. So in EIT, EN, E1, and the explanation, there seemed to me to be a very clear position being adopted by your wording, which was the policies in this section are designed to set and the wording is the phrase is a clear preference for renewable electricity generation activities, contributing to meeting New Zealand's national target for renewable electricity generation and the decarbonisation of the economy. That statement alone, it seemed to me, made it very plain that the case that was being advanced by the generators, transmission and distributors was for a preference. And we now have the legal position being argued as you can't, us panel can't do that.
I think there is an NPS for renewable electricity generation, which gives it high elevation in terms of some of the other issues you have to deal with, like any other infrastructure apart from transmission. So I think that is something in itself.
All right, I better open it up to some others. But that was the main one.
And I'm sure the others will cover those things too.
I mean, I do have a number of questions around what's put forward, but I suppose it's how we deal with that as a sort of collective as to what's put forward. Other than that,
well, Ms. Hunter, I wonder whether are you going to be staying?
I can stay, yeah. Maybe I can jump on at the end.
If we've got time at the end, and Ms. Commissioner Sullivan wants to ask you anything, we'll deal with it that way. Alan, are you happy with that approach?
Yes, because I think Ms. Hunter's evidence is very clear, so I understand where they're coming from. So I don't have a lot of questions. But I didn't quite get your section 61.
Yeah, sorry, my laptop has died, so I was looking at it on my phone before. So it's section 61, matters to be considered by regional council preparing and changing its regional policy statement, and then 1 sets out in accordance with functions section 30 provisions part 2 section 22, and then section 2 is in addition to the requirements of section 62.3 when preparing or changing a regional policy statement, the regional council shall have regard to any management plans and strategies prepared under any other acts, and then down to D and E, any emission reduction plan made in accordance with section 5ZI of the Climate Change Response Act 2002, and E, any national adaptation plan made in accordance with section 5CS of the Climate Change Response Act 2002. And so my understanding is there might be those provisions talk about whether they're notified, if the RPS is notified before November 2022, don't have to consider those. So that needs to be confirmed. But regardless, I think there's scope within AI management plans and strategies prepared under any other acts to include reference to the emission reduction plan and things like that.
Okay, that's useful, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll approach it that way. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is John Marston. On my left is Mr. Andrew Fairbairn, and on my right, Ms. Sue Ruston, who's given paying evidence. Mr. Fairbairn gave company evidence. And unlike Contact Energy, who have produced a lot of technical evidence, which I think was extraordinarily helpful and complementary, the way Meridian approached it was more of a planning legal approach. And I pre-circulated my legal submissions quite a long time in advance of this hearing and spent quite a lot of effort working through the relevant national policy and provisions and their significance. And today I've received the first time my friend Mr. Anderson's legal submissions, which was interesting. And I think I'm going to occupy my time addressing those submissions because I fundamentally disagree with them. But that's all right because he and I are used to that. We argue different positions in the Supreme Court and Court Ontario as well. Right. So I'll kick off, and I'm here to present legal submissions supporting the generators' collective provisions. So I'm not going to read out my submissions. I'm going to address you orally in the hope that you will consider those submissions in detail because I did give a bit of thought on it. But I really want to take the time to respond to Mr. Anderson. And the first point I wanted to say is one of the reasons for the generators promoting a single suite of provisions addressing renewable energy is because that's what the Minister of the Environment thought was necessary when the Minister produced that statement. In other words, that this particular topic was of a genre and importance that it needed to be addressed as a specific topic. And as I will take you through that statement, the idea is that you would have a suite of provisions in any relevant planning instrument that in a sense were a code for the renewable electricity situation. And that had two purposes. It provided clarity and consistency, and it also supported the efficiency of obtaining consents or the managing the regime, which of course is crucial to operators in this area. And I developed in my submissions two themes, which is the first, that these provisions need to be special and discrete, and second, they need to kick the can down the road for the region in terms of delivery. That's your job in this statement. Identify the issues and advance the topic. That's what you need to do. Now, the central thesis of my friend's argument is that you are engaged in a reconciliation task. And what he describes that is he gives you a suite of 4 instruments and goes through and picks out the relevant policies and then identifies the relevant verb or decision-making direction, and then says, well, here we are, reconcile that. Now, with all due respect, that is not a coherent process because, and it's not one that properly respects King Salmon, because King Salmon was a case where the court was dealing with one instrument. And it was logical to interpret it as being internally consistent. And here was a situation where an area had been protected as outstanding, and the Board of Inquiry had managed to put a salmon farm in there, where the policy said protect those areas and put aquaculture where it's appropriate. And the reconciliation of those provisions was you couldn't, if aquaculture was only being promoted in appropriate locations, justify it being put in an area where there was an avoidance ethic. And the court emphasised the idea of strategic planning in Policy 7, which was to say that Marlborough Sound's plan had taken a very detailed approach to strategically plan where areas would be protected and where they wouldn't. And so that concept of reconciliation makes complete sense in the context in which the court was dealing with it. But here, you've got the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, you've got renewable energy, you've got fresh water and so forth. And I would not call it reconciliation, I would call it coherence. And I would place emphasis, I'd still say it's an interpretive task, but I would say the emphasis is on the instrument most relevant to the topic. So this instrument, renewable electricity generation, is very specific about this activity, and it's very specific about its aims. And to explain that, I want to refer you to the preamble, and that document is attached to my legal submissions. And it follows page 17 of my submissions. And the preamble is part of the context because these instruments are secondary legislation. They're part of the context. And if you look at the 3rd paragraph of that statement, it talks about the vital role that renewable energy is going to have to play in achieving 90% of electricity generated in New Zealand from renewable.
Stop you, Mr. Larson, because unfortunately, on the copy of the submissions we've been given, we haven't got that. We do have volumes of the.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I just want to make sure all the commissioners have got what. Yes, Alan's got one. Yeah, I have. Yeah.
No.
This one.
Thank you.
So not number 3, right?
So this is important.
Carry on.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So the 3rd part of the preamble is explaining what the policy is about, which is to drive renewable electricity generation. And the next paragraph acknowledges that increasing capacity can have environmental effects that span local, regional, and national scales, often with adverse effects manifesting locally and positive effects operating nationally. And the point about that is when you get into the policy suite, you have to start thinking you're part of New Zealand Inc. You're not just Otago. And you may, if those resources exist, carry a bigger burden than other regions. So one region that I'm very familiar with is the Manawatu, which is starting to look like Propeller City because it has the best 5% of wind in the country, in the world. And that's where the resource is, and that's where it's being generated. And so this policy at the introduction is acknowledging that there is a potential inequality that is arising that they are addressing and they are content with. And then the final paragraph is absolutely crucial. It says, in some instances, the benefits of renewable electricity generation can compete with matters of national importance as set out in Section 6 of the Act and with other matters in Section 7. In particular, the resources can affect areas of significant natural character, significant amenity values, goes on. And then it specifically acknowledges the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement as recording similar types of values that are in that category of being special. And then it says, recognising these matters, the aim of this instrument is to provide greater certainty to decision makers, applicants and so forth by a nationally consistent approach. So this instrument is not asking you to read it with the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and look at all its verbs. It's saying this is introducing an instrument that is relevant to this activity, which has not been fully enunciated in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and is doing a different job. Which is not to say that every time the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement talks about the values of certain things, they aren't the values, but this instrument, by reason of its particularity and its age, relative to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, is a superior instrument. And so giving effect to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, recognising that this instrument is now addressing a nationally significant issue to give effect to Part 2, should be read in a way that appreciates the function of this MPS, renewable electricity generation. And so my interpretation approach or lens is not to line up a whole lot and treat them as equal value, but to see how they interact relevant to those indications in the instrument itself and its age and so forth. And then I go to the objective on page 4 of the instrument to effectively challenge the chair's statement that this instrument was made in 2011 and nothing else has been done. Because what that objective does is it makes the heavy lifting of the objective tied to an external decision making by government about how you will set the targets. So everyone's directed to get on with the job proportionate to the job set by Parliament and its national targets. And that's what I say has happened in 2017, 18, 19 with the Climate Change Response Act, the national targets, the global decommissions. We now have government telling us this instrument has been refreshed. The whole lens of it is now refreshed for a much bigger task. And so to say government has done nothing about it, in my submission, is not the correct way to read this instrument. And so I reject the submission that Mr. Anderson made to you, which is the tools are simply not there to do the job the generators are asking. I'm saying they're all in alignment. The stars are in alignment. And then the major policies that feed off that objective are A, B, and C. And they're all pulling in the same direction that I describe in my submissions. But critically, policy C2, which is on page 6, is preferencing as residual management of effects the compensation measures that Dr. Keesing talks about, because implicit in the recognition in the large C over the page that there are practical constraints about where you locate this infrastructure is the recognition that you will be from time to time striking these valuable resources. And that is the environmental trade-off. And what Dr. Keegan is saying is it's not all bad, because in his experience, when you force a generator to have to consider compensation and so forth, often the outcome is a net environmental benefit of a significant degree, particularly where notionally they would qualify as significant, but by reason of their care or whatever, or their condition, they are struggling. And many resources are like that. So my submission is you can't say avoid means avoid when the structure of these policies is to recognize that policy or practical constraints mean that sometimes avoid is not possible. So what the generators have attempted to do is set a cascade which says, let's acknowledge that where it's not practically feasible, then you go down this cascade of treatment down to offsetting with residual effects, which is entirely consistent with NPS Reg. Whereas if you go down the E6 route under the RPS, you come to, if you demonstrably cannot avoid, what does that mean? And it's certainly not going to mean anything good from a generator's point of view. It basically means avoid. It demonstrably cannot. There's such a high threshold that the effect of this is to avoid. And why wouldn't it be? Because under their analysis, this is what they so-called limits. And they characterize the generator's position as no limits. And that's a mischaracterization for two reasons. First of all, Parliament is saying there has to be a limit on emissions. So these are not limits just in terms of biophysical limits, they're emission limits. And you can't just say we're going to have limits here, but we're not going to worry about the limits that exist in terms of our emission standards. And secondly, if you look at what Ms. Ruston and so forth has done, she has done limits. She said you cannot go here unless it's reasonable, not practicable. And if you do, then you have this compensation regime that you have to apply. Those are limits. They're just not the limits that might be found if you were applying a very literal version of policy 13 of the NZCPS, which is avoid means avoid, which is to read it like a rule. And I'm saying, well, you shouldn't be doing that anyway. So it really comes down to a simple point that if you apply classical forms of interpretation, you recognize A, that you're required to distinctly deal with this issue, and you have to accept that there will be environmental trade-offs, and you have to accept that the ministers have now set targets that mean those trade-offs are going to be bigger than they were when the instrument was made. And my submission is it would be a dereliction of your duty not to swallow that bitter pill. But it's not that bitter when you actually look at the operation of the regime that Ms. Ruston is advancing, because it's still a very high task. It just simply isn't so high that you're effectively closing the door or disincentivizing. And so my submission is that this is all emerges entirely from a correct interpretation of the submissions. So I've covered this in my submissions, and what I wanted to do was just briefly make some references to Mr. Anderson's submissions. First of all, he said At 60 and 61, the key point is that in any proposed amendment to the EIT chapter, the position outlined above must not be departed from or watered down. And so what he means by that is referring back to all these avoidance policies, which cannot be reconciled in the way in which he describes it with those directions in the renewable electricity generation statement. You have to, in a sense, treat the renewable energy as being dealt with sui generis by the minister and looking to the NZCPS to provide greater guidance across all domains. I accepted in my submissions the proposition that the later NPSFM adds a nuance that may require some refinement to that view in the context of fresh water. But I do acknowledge, for example, the exceptionalism to the big 5 projects that are identified in clause 3.31 of the NPSFM. And then Mr. Anderson says, as a matter of law, when faced with both recognised provide for provision and avoid protect provision, both must be given effect to. With respect, this is not the real world. The real world is environmental trade-offs. You've heard it from the technical witnesses. We can't improve Clutha or Roxburgh and not do something and have effects. And so that submission is setting you up to fail because you can't do it. You have to confront this issue. And it is easy to think that you can do it, but in my submission, that's not real. And so
Sorry, just before you go any further, you mentioned the big 5 and 3.31.
yes.
What you were making about that?
Well, they are treated as exceptions to the limits expressed in the NPSFM.
Right.
So there's a degree of exceptionalism about them. But hydroelectricity generally is just a value. And I put it somewhere up in the hierarchy of values of safety and health because they're fundamental to human health and safety. But to some extent in the freshwater domain, it's hard not to see the NPSFM as to some extent grappling with the renewable energy issue discreetly in that domain. I'm not saying it does it exclusively, but in the coastal and land domain, the NPS reg is very much, as the preamble suggests, confronting Section 6 and NZCPS issues and giving you direction about that. So I don't think that at all approach offends the statutory injunction to give effect to all the instruments because they can look to each other and guide their interpretation, and they have to in a sense, because they're different in particular to their own circumstances. So they need to be coherently read. And then there is the statement at paragraph 66. If any of the links is severed, then the applicable avoid protect side of the equation is lost. And what that means is, in that calculus of the first 5 pages of the submissions that describe the decision-making directions, if you make a misstep on any of those matters, you've somehow distorted the whole coherence or reconciliation that's necessary across all these instruments. I can assure you that when these statements are made, the minister is not sitting there looking at each verb of each of these things and saying, oh, I've got to see how these all fit together. The statements tend to be in themselves coherent internally, but they're doing different things. Then at 71, the accusation is made that the generator's approach becomes a test of practical avoid, remedy, or mitigate. Well, it's actually a little bit tougher than that. And you can ask questions about that from Ms. Ruston or the other planners giving evidence, but it's not that bad, but that's consistent with policy C in the NPS reg. In terms of the structure that's been put forward. And then at 73, my friend says, you cannot satisfy section 6C requirement. Section 6C is a principle. It's not a requirement, it's not a rule. And if you read the manual that the Parliamentary Commissioner drafts about how you write principles, the first thing they say is don't write the principle so it could be misinterpreted as a rule. And I'm thinking, how could someone say section 6C trumps a statement that has been made as a matter of national significance to address climate change with all the particularity of that NPS reg? To my mind, it doesn't make sense as an interpretive exercise. So I guess I've ad-libbed, but I think the job has been done. I think the ministers, the Crown, has given you the direction through the targets and this. And the thing is that you've got an unpleasant duty, which is to say, in this category of activity, its genre is such that we have a different lens to apply. And I think it's fanciful to suggest that this is then going to mean that all those resources in that category are up for grabs, because I don't see how that regime would operate that way. And I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think if you hear those technical witnesses, they're confronting practical problems with existing or new development that they simply, as Ms. That delightful lady who's the development manager, Nelson, said, the regime, you guys haven't got the regimes right for us to get through these things. That's the problem. And so that is why all the generators have gone through considerable effort to give you a comprehensive package that I think, I'm satisfied, makes sense from a legal point of view. So those are my submissions, and I've written other things in my written submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Blaser. There may be some questions from the panel.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions here. Just making sure I'm getting my head around the tension that we've got here, and just looking at the preamble of the NPS reg that you took us through.
Yes.
I mean, I note in paragraph 4, it does say can have environmental effects, expand local, regional, national scales, often with adverse effects. Blah, blah, blah. The next policy goes on, the next paragraph goes on to say that it doesn't apply to allocation and prioritisation of fresh water, but it does say that national guidance could occur in the future, which is what we've got.
Hence my point
through
about
this.
fresh water being different.
Yeah, and I take your point about that. So, are you saying then when we get to the likes of policy C, that where it talks about managing VEX and the like, that is for, I suppose, environmental effects that aren't governed by any other national policy statement. Then I'm just trying to sort of reconcile. I'm trying to sort of take what you're saying and work out how we can actually be giving effect to both, or are you saying that we're only just giving effect to the MPS reg and we should just like park this one for a little bit?
I'm saying that when it comes to the renewable energy activity, the principal source of the structure and direction that you should be given is the MPS reg. However, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is not entirely inconsistent with that anyway, and I'll explain to you why that is. But in terms of the values that it expresses, when you come to do to talk about what resources you'll avoid where practical, you're drawing from these sources because they are sources of values. But what you're doing is the policy work C, but you're drawing from the wider context. So it's the sense in which the other national policy statements are part of the carriage, but the engine room is the MPS reg, because that's what it professes to do, except in the freshwater context. And to explain why I think that the two are not as inconsistent as my friend would suggest, it acknowledges in Objective 6 renewable energy, but it doesn't go into the detail in any way of the renewable energy statement. So Objective 6 of the MPS does acknowledge the value of renewable energy in the coastal environment. But critically, when it comes to what King Salmon describes as the core policy, the most important policy of the whole instrument, it's strategic planning. And strategic planning is where you identify which things are important to be protected from inappropriate development and to set limits. And what I'm saying is what's inappropriate for a lot of activities may not be inappropriate for renewable electricity generation, because everyone says you mustn't balance. But it would be foolish blindness to not recognise that a marina is not the same as, in terms of its advancement of the common good, as something which was generating renewable energy. They are different in degree. And so to some extent, when you're designing policy, you are going through an evaluative task. And similarly, when it talks section 7 about limits, there are limits set in the suite of provisions that Ms. Ruston promotes. They're just not strict enough for the regional council. Don't say they're not limits, they are limits. But we say the limits might be stronger for other activities, but for these activities, they are the appropriate limits because of the functional necessity to be located where the renewable energy resources are and the contribution they make to a bigger exercise of limits, which is emissions. And so I don't accept the proposition. You get to a point on my argument that's fundamentally inconsistent with the coastal policy statement, unless you read, say, policy 13 as a rule, which means it's always inappropriate, whatever the activity, to be affecting this resource. Now, it might be that the resource has a quality, whereas Dr. Keeson said, you should not go there. But as a general proposition, it's better to say avoidance where practical and then this regime, because the regime that Ms. Ruston advances does not exclude consideration of the significance of the values that you're affecting. In other words, the direction will still enable a consenting process where the almost infinite gradation of values between biodiversity resources will be evaluated through a resource consent process. You simply don't want a hostile policy environment that says, you know, avoid means avoid, or worse, go to that chapter and go to that chapter and somehow reconcile them. That is simply not appropriate for this type of activity in our submission.
And I suppose hearing from what Dr. Keesley was saying, though, I mean, he was talking about how offsetting and compensation have resulted in a lot of positive benefits for Indigenous biodiversity. And, you know, I suppose that's one example where the tension has been reconciled in a positive way. And I suppose, you know, I was listening to him, it's, you sort of think, well, there's a way, you know, there is a way through there.
Yes, and Dr. Keesley is an extraordinarily pragmatic and very experienced ecologist. But when you get two planners and they say, policy 13 says protect, and he says if you're doing offsetting and compensation, which improves the overall ecosystem function, you are protecting. And another planner says, no, it's avoid. And avoid means avoid, whether you can do a benefit or not. He's sitting there saying, well, I'm just an ordinary ecologist, but I know what's better for the environment. And that is why we're resisting the sort of straitjackets that come from that approach, because these people have the balance sheet to do a good job, provided there is a reasonable pathway through.
There's some lawyers in there as well.
Hmm?
And some lawyers in there as well.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm speaking from a current experience, because Dr. Keys and I are working on improving a coastal environment in Kapiti for a golf course. And we're affecting 1 hectare, but managing and restoring 15 coastal dune hectares. And some people are still saying avoid means avoid. Yet that ecosystem has degraded for 100 years, and with human interaction or interception will be a better ecosystem than it is currently. So it's like, you know, these are practical problems that come out of unreasonably legalistic wording in planning. And all we're asking you to do is not put us in that straitjacket, because these projects are so complex and so many angles and bits to them. You simply can't manage a consenting process sensibly with that sort of regime. And so this is, I think, the first regional policy statement where we're really fronting up and saying, heads up, this needs to be a nationally consistent approach with a proper, discrete regime for renewable energy that works at an RPS level. And I think that's why everyone's put a lot of effort into it.
No pressure then. I think Ms. Hunter referred to section 61 of the Act in terms of regional council functions, and just confirm with you that you'll refer to those documents as the next step from the region. You're saying that's added, that we have to consider that, and that comes as part of that bundle.
Yes, I heard her comment. I disagree with, it's a very insightful comment. With respect, I disagree with her suggestion that it doesn't become a matter of regard because the document may have emerged after notification, because that's not my understanding of the law. So I think it is a regard, but most of my argument in my written submissions hangs off the targets, which are expressly referenced in the objective to the MPS reg. So they don't come out of section 61, they come out of the obligation to give effect to NPS reg, which they incorporate by reference as targets.
Yeah. Leaving aside the biodiversity issue, the fresh water management NPS, not sure if it's relevant here or not necessarily, but it's going to be. Policy 4 talks about freshwater being managed as part of New Zealand's integrated response to climate change. And I think I heard you suggest that renewable energy is probably in the second priority objective. Yeah. Then those existing systems that are recognised in there, is that policy and that approach, is that just relating to those existing systems, or
No,
maybe widened to new?
it's new. The existing systems, the only ones clause I'm aware of is 3.31, which is the big five.
Yeah.
And of course, Contact's the only one with a big five item in this region. But Meridian does have big five, obviously, facilities. Yeah, they do. And I did in my submissions try to look to, I agree with you, to some extent, inevitably, one has to have an eye to the NPS component, the FM component. And I have treated the NPS FM as somewhat singular for the reason that Commissioner Sullivan made point, which is that this second to last paragraph of the preamble foreshadows it operating in the freshwater context discreetly. And that NPS FM 2020 is effectively that instrument, although of course there's 14 and 17 as well. Yes, that policy is one of the policies that I hang my hat on to say we're in the second tier of hierarchy generally.
Yeah. Any new generation within freshwater,
yeah,
has that level as well. It's not just the scheduled ones.
Yeah. But I think to the extent hydro's consentable at the moment under this regime, it's more likely to be a system which maintains flow variability to a high degree. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah. Well, that's I guess what I've been questioning Contact's witnesses around that existing system here. Scope to increase storage, right? Different operating regimes. So,
and that's very sophisticated, but they will have to have an eye to the NPS FM and making those settings.
Yeah,
because they do have it in-stream effects, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions, but an observation, which has been at the heart of the hearing here so far, in my view, which is really attesting to the Ngaitahu position in this whole system. You make the point about planners, lawyers, blah, blah, blah. Often we forget that there are other bits to the community as part of the same conversation. And in this case, Ngaitahu is the one who has tended in the past to be left out of the conversation. They're now a much greater part of the conversation, particularly on this thing here. But that's true now right around the country. You know that as much as I do. I mean, in the early days, you wouldn't have got a lot of that sort of conversational input from local EV. Absolutely, yeah. And Ngaitahu has been at pains, I suppose, for the last few weeks that we've been sitting here to highlight what for some people is a fairly sort of common sense, practical, human approach to the things we're talking about here. One of them being, you don't divide the world up into little bits. You know, it's one world. The water and the land, they're all the same kind of exercise here. Yeah. And there's always been an inherent tension in that. You know, that's been there for a long time. I happen to think that we're getting much closer to finding a lot more common ground when we have these conversations around it. You know, there have been some innovative ways of dealing with that the courts have come up with, the Waitangi tribunals come up with some sort of directions and help it. But iwi themselves have come up with a lot of their own innovative ways of expressing, you know, here's what we want, you know, here's what we think is important. And I guess there's the planning, legal, political dimensions to this whole conversation are still partly at loggerheads. They still can't quite tap into each other. They try hard, and we're getting better at it. But I think that, for me anyway, and I'm sure the Ngaitahi people who've been here presenting evidence, they'd share the same view. I said for example, they would argue that sometimes when it helps, people will tag on a Māori, you know. When it doesn't, you forget about it, kind of stuff. You leave to one side, and it's that tension, I think, that is driving some of this conversation.
Well, the Waitangi Tribunal has often said that the differences are often smaller than people think, and I think that's right. But it must be right because we share a common humanity, but just different perspectives. But it's interesting in the preamble to the MPS Reg that they explicitly acknowledge the potential for outcomes that might not be ideal for Māori as kaitiaki.
Yeah.
And that's one of the hard things to accept for Māori who tends to be identified with their own rohi, having to make national sacrifices for things that they would not be comfortable with. And that's about how you see it help people and the benefits and recognition of the gift of those things. Yeah. But you can't entirely miss the point that there is a trade-off here. There is something happening here, which is a transfer from one person to the community. That is the nature of these things.
But that often is what Māori would say, says we've made our trade-offs already.
Yeah, and that's what they're saying in Tauranga Moana at the moment. Yeah. And there is this point, but the point is, when it comes to climate change, we're all in it together. And that's the thing about climate change. It's a uniquely common problem. There would be no Māori if we keep on going the way we are, or Pākehā. That's, I mean, not in an extreme, I'm not an extremist, but we've got to deal with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, very interesting arguments, Mr. Marsland. That's exactly what I was rather hoping might come forward, because otherwise we were facing a very grim sort of picture. But I just wanted to challenge you on a couple of things just to get a response if you can.
Yeah.
Looking at the objective, the crucial words really that you put emphasis on were saying that the government has allowed for a mechanism to address an update, if you like, on an ongoing basis from 2011, because it uses those words to a level that meets or exceeds the New Zealand government's national target for renewable electricity generation.
Correct.
Now, if I was to say to you, tell me which document we go to see that national target.
It's in my submissions.
Yeah, I see that. But in fact, when you look at it in detail, well, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be at page 12.
Yeah.
And it's the New Zealand First Emissions Reduction Plan. So it's an emissions reduction plan, not a renewable electricity generation target. And it refers to, at the end, the renewable energy target builds on the government's aspirational target of 100% renewable electricity by 2030.
Yeah.
Not because of 50,
yeah,
which we've been hearing the evidence about electricity supply availability by 2050, and we're told that to get that, you've got to have a
It's
Clyde
actually
Dam and a
worse than
Roxburgh Dam every 3.5 years. But the aspirational target, is that the government's target?
Well, the target's in the preamble as well. And I think that's been either updated or, but you are right. But I've seen that as a proxy for the target, for the directions plan, how it would operate. But it is a fair observation. It's not expressed as a target.
No.
But when you look at the, for example, the current target is expressed at 2025 as 90% renewable electricity generation, and there is a target expressed in a New Zealand government publication, 100% renewable by 2035. That's their target.
That's the one that is that, well, what's the aspirational? Is that just prior to that, is it?
Yeah, I think so. So Mr. Fairbairn's evidence, paragraph 29C, provides the target.
There's two targets. The first in the Zero Carbon Act, that's to be at zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050.
Yeah, that's the emissions target.
Yeah, that's the emissions target. And then there's a New Zealand government target of 100% renewable electricity generation by 2035, and that's defined in an average hydrological year.
Right. So what paragraph number are you reading?
So that's paragraph 29. So we'll see, sets out the different greenhouse gas emission targets and other targets set by the government.
You picking up, and properly so, smart and saying the government hasn't really properly done its job, but I don't think they have. I mean, they must have known that this was looming, you know, when they passed that legislation. You've done a good job in going through and saying, look, you've got to interpret this 2011 national policy statement this way. But there was so many steps, you know, the development of the Climate Commission, like, you know, that have subsequently come along after this, all pointing in the same direction, saying to deal with climate change, we've got to get cracking. We've got to, this has got to be, in reality, a priority. But they leave the very document that is addressing that as an issue in a way where you get two very good lawyers giving different interpretations on it. It would have been so easy for the minister in 2020 or to have just made an amendment the same as was done with the freshwater one, 2014, 2017, 2020, on it goes. But this one, for some reason, it wasn't done. Why wasn't it done? Is the question.
Well, the first thing I would say is I won't hold a candle up to central government because they haven't changed the definition of wetland yet, but with all due respect to Mr. Anderson, he's a very good lawyer. I just think that he's taken you down a path of trying to reconcile the NZCPS as if they're equal instruments relevant to this question, and they're not. And I think that the objective works, and the government has put a lot of work to setting targets. It has a target for renewable electricity generation. It's had the Climate Change Act. It's made that a particular matter of regard in section 61. The need to get on and crack on is there.
Except that when a equally very good lawyer comes along and you put the specific question, what's the document we go to?
Oh, I can get the document. There is a target document.
Yes, but I mean, I would have thought it was the first thing up that might have been your submission. I'm not being critical of it.
No.
I'm just saying that the legislative position in terms of these national policy statements on this conflict, which has been a looming conflict, clearly we've got to hit someone. Now it's hit us. We've got to deal with it.
Yeah.
But
I think that's a fair criticism.
Surprising to me that when you look at the freshwater national policy statement, how commonly that was changed to try and keep up to date with the development of thinking in the resource management area. This one seems to have fallen through the cracks. It leads to the ability of differing positions to be able to be put. Whereas what it really, you're saying, it really requires us to come out with a decision saying that on reasonable interpretation of these various instruments, there is a clear preference for renewable generation. And that's what's within the explanation wording that you're putting forward.
I'm saying it's a regional issue, it's a national issue. It needs discrete treatment and it needs preferential treatment relevant to any other activity, which means the standards of avoidance are lower, but you still have to make significant compensations if necessary. Now that will be preferential relative to a lot of other activities, you're right. And that is my submission.
Well, the final just challenge in terms of the NPS REG that I want to put to you was just the repetitive wording in relation to each of the resources under E. So E1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all contain the wording that there shall be provision for, whether it's solar, biomass, hydro, wind resources, geothermal, but they all say to the extent applicable in the region or district. Now, is that contemplating that in some regions, some districts, and in respect of some values, that there may need to be an avoid?
No, I think that I think it speaks to, well, first of all, I'm not advancing a position that avoidance may not be deemed to be appropriate with very high value resources, even though the policy framework could give you a way through. I don't believe that we're asking you to create a regime that will reverberate through the regional plans and district plans to effectively homogenise all biodiversity values. That's not what we're asking to do. And if that's not clear, then it needs to be clarified. But those words are referring to the development of those activities to the extent applicable to the region. So the activities have to be applicable to the region. Now, you will get wind in the Manawatu, but you won't get the sun. And so it's really a continuation of the point. The resources are where they are.
Right.
And
so you say that phrase is addressing resources, not effects.
Well, it's addressing the activities under each relevant policy to the extent that they are relevant to that region. And we all know that wind resources are very, like you really have to have a certain percentage of meters per second in the right places to actually contemplate doing that sort of significant project. And the Manawatu is a lot of it. Because of the gorge, you've got the prevailing westerly and it then shuries through. So that's what I take it means, that the activities to the extent applicable to the region, because not all, I mean, you don't go to Auckland and say, oh, we're going to put a wind farm. It sort of doesn't make any sense.
Look, thank you very much. And thank you for some insightful and thoughtful submissions.
Thank you.
We'll carry on till we conclude, but obviously...
Have you got any other questions from my witnesses?
Oh, well, we may well have. So I just want to deal with that with submissions. Any questions for either Mr. Parliament or...
Yeah, I'm just looking up. I've sort of got notes, various notes and questions scribbled all over the amended chapter here. And I'm not, and I suppose we've still got Ms. Hunter here as well. I mean,
I may be wrong, but I suspect Ms. Hunter, you'll be adopting what Mr. Marsden said.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm just looking to what extent, these have sort of been covered off by your legal submissions.
I didn't get into the minutiae of the
Yeah.
operation of that because that's very much Miss Ruston's skill set. But I think it's probably good if you just simply say in a few words what you think was amounted to misrepresentation of how this regime would work in reality.
Sure. So I'm Sue Ruston, and I worked along with some of the planners on the other energy generation companies to pull together this new set of provisions for the energy chapter. And listening to the submissions earlier today, one of the concerns I heard was that there was, in the reading of what we would call our effects management hierarchy, so it's on page, if you're looking at my evidence, it's on page 41, and it's the new provision that starts, the heading is EIT EN P5 Managing Effects. And there was discussion earlier today about the need to work down the hierarchy. And there was a point that was made specific to ecological values, but I think it was also being made broader than that, that once you've worked down the hierarchy, if you still have a residual effect, it needs to be avoided. And in my opinion, that is unnecessarily restrictive and not consistent with the NPSFM. There's quite a number of reasons why I think, aside from the fact that I don't think it's consistent with the NPSFM and is unnecessary, but there's other reasons where if you have that as a backstop, I think you've gone too far in the management of effects. So to be clear, we're talking about after it's been avoided, we're reasonably practicable. Then if it can't be reasonably avoided, then remedied, then mitigated, and then compensation and offsetting is provided for. If there's still a residual after that, the wording that concerns me in the Section 42A report is the absolute nature of a void, but part of that is because there's no scale to the residual effect that's being talked about. So is it a more than minor residual effect, or is it just a residual effect? And where is the scalability of that residual effect relative to the benefit of the renewable energy and the reduction of greenhouse gases, etc., that could be generated by that plant? So I think the hierarchy that was talked about earlier, with the final port of call being a void, is significantly too constraining to an activity that has such national significance as renewable electricity generation has. That would be one of my key concerns with the discussions earlier today.
Hi, my name's Andrew Fairbairn. I'm here representing the company from the perspective of why is it involved in Otago? Actually, we physically haven't got any assets here currently, but one of the things when we advance advocacy throughout the country on renewable energy is to endeavour to ensure there's a process that reconciles conflicts in natural resource use. And that goes to the heart of what we're talking about today. And I think one of the important things to understand, whenever one of the big companies come at a development project, they always start from a position of identifying risks. And risks are associated with natural resource development. And part of that risk assessment goes to looking at what resources you might be impacting on. And the first cut, from my experience, since I've been with the company, is that avoidance is the first tool in the kit. So if you come across a wetland or an area of Indigenous vegetation that's important, you endeavour to avoid it. If you can't, then the next step is if you're going to have an impact on that resource, then you endeavour. It's kind of the new word that's come to be a bit of a norm. You minimise and then you kind of work through a process of where if harm is going to happen, you work towards putting in some kind of restoration program to that. So I think what is important through this process, like any planning process, is that a pathway is offered, and I guess the submissions that Mr. Marson has advanced to today goes to the core of the issue. When plans pronounce avoidance policies, they create significant hurdles to effectively give effect to the type of projects that need to be given effect to meet national targets. And so I guess that's key to the process that we're talking about here, is that we need a plan. The generators need planning provisions that are helpful rather than planning provisions that end up creating tensions that effectively make investment decisions impossible. So it's probably
Thanks, Mr. Byron. Any questions?
Yeah, I do have one question, just in relation to your proposed ENP5 versus INFP13. And I know one of the key differences that I see in there is that P13 is distinguishing between nationally significant infrastructure, regionally significant infrastructure versus infrastructure that doesn't meet one of those two categories. Whereas your P5 seems to sort of put everything on more of an equal footing. And resulting from that, I suppose P13 has that avoid as backstop there, but it doesn't apply to nationally significant infrastructure or regionally significant infrastructure. I suppose I've got sort of two points or questions relating to that. I mean, I would assume that anything that Meridian or Contact would be proposing within Otago would likely be regionally significant infrastructure. I can't imagine you're going to go for really small scale stuff. You might want to correct me on that if I'm wrong, but referring to what Mr. Marson commented too, that in some cases avoid would be appropriate. Is this one instance where that might be the case, where we're P13, where that avoid doesn't apply to regionally or nationally significant infrastructure? Whereas in your case, you're saying you don't want an avoid as a backup there or as a backstop, but that would be applying to everything.
I think there's two key things here. One is to do with the scale of the activity that was raised earlier today. And then also there's an association to P4 and P6 of the eco chapter. So if I deal with the first, nationally significant and regionally significant infrastructure, and there was the issue that was raised by Kaitahu around the size of an energy activity and whether the NPS is treating small and community scale different to large, and is small and community scale still given the lens that the rest of the NPS REG provides it. And I would argue that it is, and therefore it is grouped in our effects management hierarchy, our ENP5, for that reason. The other point of difference between them is where the ENP13 in the section 42 version sends you off under subsection 2A sends you off to EcoP4, which sends you off to EcoP6, which has at the end of that hierarchy a void. And that's what we don't agree with. And so when you bring those factors all together and you're looking for efficient and effective drafting of a plan provision, that's where we land with our EMP5, which addresses all of those matters and some other concerns we had more efficiently in one place.
Did you have a comment on the schedule that was discussed this morning at all?
So just for clarification, is that whether things need to be mapped or scheduled before they need to be protected? Yes, I do have a thought on that. The issue there is around, so there are criteria in the policy statement, which is helpful around identifying some of the values that are listed. There's a key difference between when you're dealing with a nationally significant activity like renewable electricity generation, and you're looking to provide hierarchy of management of effects, etc. Some certainty is needed about the other significant values that are to be protected. So having things identified and scheduled allows you to give them a different weight. Then I also reflect back on the surname, I'm just going to, the Contact Energies ecologist, Nigel Perrick. Yes, thank you. Where he quite helpfully indicated, and I'm not going to get the numbers right, but he was talking about the scale of the key important values in an ecological sense being reflected in the Department of Conservation lands, the reserves, and so on and so on and so on. So a lot of your large, not all admittedly, but a lot of your large key values are already identified. The key thing here is if there are more, they need to be identified in order to be given the proper protection. This doesn't, the effects management hierarchy in our version doesn't say that if one was to be found, it's not given protection, but that assessment is done through a consenting pathway then. And so then there is assessment of the sites, and there's a potential for them, that list of scheduled sites, to be added to over time through the consenting pathway when people were having to show the effects, the values that might be present. But it allows it to go through a proper assessment in terms of its significance with a process for challenge before an avoidance policy is put on it in a plan, in a RPS provision. So yeah, there is, to me, there is a distinct difference between the importance of having it scheduled and identified before an avoidance provision is put on it versus policies that allow for something to be assessed on a case, if it's not scheduled, it's assessed on a case-by-case basis, and its relevance in terms of that significance is able to be properly tested through a proper process before, rather than avoid, which means you can't even make an application effectively. It allows the application to go through, it allows conditions of consent to be applied, it potentially allows a consent to be declined, but it allows it to go through a proper process before it's flat avoided.
Yeah. And I suppose I'm referring to that schedule to, sort of parking the avoid a little bit, but more in terms of, I know when you've got significant natural areas, often on private land, and, if we're at, the DOPA stage or even, gazetted reserves are likely to have those values well mapped. Hence, they're likely to be the ones that might be in the schedules. But private land, we know nobody's actually, ecologists haven't set foot. They've got no idea, and Dr. Keeson talked about that as well. But, is it appropriate, particularly if you're undertaking a large scale development, we would likely invest a lot of money in, doing that ground truthing and work up front. Is it appropriate in those situations that those are highlighted and they would come under that point one, in in your policy? You saying no, only those things that would be included in the district planning schedule?
In terms of a void, but the rest of the hierarchy, the rest of ENP5, that isn't saying that, well, if you've got something that's really, really important, but it hasn't been scheduled yet, that you get to damage it in some way. It means that it goes through the process of the rest of ENP5. So it's that by only associating a void with the scheduled, it's not saying that the other values that may be present but unknown yet are not given consideration. That's addressed by the rest of the provision.
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try not to belabor the point, but I do need to pick you up, Mr. Ferrabin, that depends on how you look at Otago. We consider here in Otago the Waitaki Valley actually a part of Otago, but it was stolen by Canterbury and a local government, but that's all Otago. So, but jokes aside, just on that issue, Ms. Ruskin, and we had quite a debate, and I'm not sure if you listened, and it's very disturbing hearing that people do listen to this on YouTube, but the integrated management section, and you'll follow policy 12 in that chapter, which I think is quite critical in this whole scheme of things, because what I hear you folks saying is that these projects, while they're generating electricity, they are climate mitigation projects. Would that be fair to say?
I think climate mitigation is one benefit of those activities.
Yeah,
yep.
one benefit. So that policy would apply, would it not?
Yes.
Yeah. And as you've noted, that we had a lot of discussion around IMP1 in the original form about whether that steps outside section 5 and how you should deal with the wider issues there. We also there was a lot of debate on this policy around subsection 4 and 5. You all referred to 1, 2, and 3 in that, and I'm not sure what version you have.
So, so that is actually a correction. I had a couple of minor corrections that I hadn't come to yet in my evidence. Yeah. I think of what you're alluding to. At the top of my page 27, the very first line where I refer to conditions 1 to 3 of IPMP 12. Unfortunately, there's a typo. That should have referred to conditions 1 to 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apologies for that.
Yeah. I'm not even looking at that section of your evidence. I'm looking at your paragraph 35 where you talk about it. Well, that's in your overview, I guess. But the point is, given the argument the generators make, and some of the responses in the section 42A report that, well, it's not important enough to be singled out, have a separate chapter. Doesn't that P12 actually almost undermine that argument?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Some of the arguments in the section 42A report against what you're promoting is that, well, it shouldn't be elevated to its own separate chapter, or it's not important enough to be recognised in the issues. But doesn't that policy actually undermine that argument? Because it's actually recognising how important it is.
Yes, I think you're right. That relationship that you've identified, I think is correct. Yeah, I had other concerns with P12 and the discretion that it provided, because it gave. I may be straying away from where your question is, but
no.
It says if you are an activity that is achieving these national benefits effectively, in loose words, then the decision maker can choose to override consideration of limits or applying their limits. But it gave it gave the full, it said they can do it in this circumstances, and that's when conditions 1 to 5 are met. But then you could meet all of 1 to 5, and then the decision maker in the provision in the section 42 could then decide not to apply that policy.
Yeah, I read that in your evidence. And a lot of issue was made with particularly subsection 4, the activity will not impede the achievement of the objectives of this RPS. Well, actually, that's the whole reason that's there. It's to set aside some of those objectives.
Correct. Yeah.
And probably the same in 5. It's possibly saying this is, and probably aligns with what Mr. Masson is saying.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the other thing in that, when I look at this, particularly in relation to Indigenous biodiversity, leaving aside, noting your comment around more than minor residual adverse effects, but AA and AP, and I'm looking at 24 February version. That doesn't actually include the void of the issue that Mr. Anderson raised in terms of section 6C. That seems to be a lesser of a test than ECO 6 for these types of activities. I'm not sure if I'm right about that because I'm pretty confused about how everything works at the moment. That's what it appears. There's no sort of fall out the bottom well if you can't do this, then you avoid.
I agree with you. I think there is a lot of inconsistencies between the various policies and subparts of the policies throughout the section 42. Yeah. And I think you've just highlighted some of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I see that as quite significant in this whole issue of what you're promoting.
If we could get it right, it would be very significant. If we get it wrong, then it's going to be very significant in the wrong way. Yeah.
Having drafted plan provisions, I know how hard it is, and it's very easy to criticise. But it's, and I guess the approach you're recommending, I think Mr. Masson said it's probably the first approach at regional council level. But I am aware other district plans maybe have dealt with energy or probably electricity generation as separate provisions. Have you come across that before? How do other plans and policy statements deal with this issue?
Quite a number of them do separate it out. An example that comes to mind is the Selwyn district plan at the moment. We're working with Mackenzie District who are considering doing the same thing. So it's not unusual to have a separate section on energy.
Yeah. Okay, and then sort of related to that is where I'm not sure if you've seen Ms. Justice's evidence for Aurora. She's kind of taking your separate code and added in what they would like to see for transmission and distribution of electricity. Have you had the opportunity to look at that?
I did have a quick look at that through that over the weekend, actually. I'm reluctant. I would be reluctant to go down that path. I think it starts to muddy things quite a lot. I think that it would be better, even if it was two distinct parts in an energy chapter, but it might be generation and transmission. But when you start interweaving them within each other, I think it starts to make things a lot less clear.
Yeah. Okay, well, because I guess the whole aim of it was to make it more clear. Yeah. A lot of the submissions are around that it's kind of confusing at the moment because of the mix with the infrastructure policies and energy policy. So you say that should probably be kept separate.
That would be my advice. Yeah. They can sit beside each other and not be interwoven. Yeah.
Well, in the interest of time, I think we'll probably be revisiting this issue at some stage, but thank you very much for that.
Just a couple of questions just to finish off if we can. And as Mr. Kewitt was asking about the IM12, it doesn't seem to have that final avoid provision in there. But the one thing that I wasn't sure that your evidence addressed was the point that Mr. Anderson was stressing this morning, which was the effects management hierarchy mechanism in the NPSFM, and it's in the definition of all places, but in the definition, when you look at it, it does cascade down to the final point that he was stressing. If a quite a compensation is not appropriate, so you've got a whole cascade, but you then have the activity itself is avoided. And I wasn't sure that you addressed that. Sure.
No.
I know I overlooked it.
I'm just going to find my NPSFM because I looked at it when I was talking this morning as well. And
so really the question that I'm putting to you is, were you cognizant of that being within the NPSFM hierarchy, i.e. that the final cut was the activity itself was avoided?
so I'll step away from looking for the NPS and I'll talk at a higher. Oh, okay. Yes. So I think a key point of difference here, though, is that, well, for a start, this is about wetlands and rivers, so water. So that has a different focus, but it also comes back to that the thinking that was presented by Mr. Marson earlier today about how these mechanisms need to work together. And it's not a black and white recipe. It's not a numeric equation where it's this plus this gives you this. It is about finding those nuances of how these mechanisms work together. And while there is avoided here, and obviously there is a weight that needs to be given to this, but when we're talking about renewable electricity generation generally, I don't feel that compelled to have to bring this out of a water and rivers section into a section that is addressing other matters. Also, when you've got an NPS-REG that is giving the weight and significance to providing for renewable electricity generation. What I was saying earlier with our P5, is that it's, and Mr. Marson referred to it in his comments as well, is our ENP5 doesn't, it's not saying that things shouldn't be avoided. There is provision in here for avoidance on those matters that warrant it. But you've got to establish that it's warranted, and ours gives a framework for that warranting, and it brings it back down to some ability to look at what are those residual effects. Are they of such a scale that warrant foregoing the benefits of the renewable electricity generation activity or not? And by putting a flat avoidance on the end of a hierarchy, I think takes it too far. It removes a degree of discretion that is needed and is able to be applied by the provisions that are drafted without a full stop that is avoided.
Right. Mr. Fireman and Mr. Marsden, the reason I was asking those questions became very obvious when I looked at my notes on your section 29C, because I had written that contact evidence says 2030. And when you look at the contact evidence about the target, the electricity generation target, it said at paragraph 6.7, this is Ms. Nelson's evidence, the government announced an aspirational target to achieve 100% renewable electricity supply by 2030. When you look at the reference she gives, 9, speech from the throne, Beehive government and New Zealand Labour Party policy, which is what I put a big query by. And then, while not enshrined in legislation, this aspirational target is reflected in various policy documents issued by the government, including the emissions reduction plan released in May 2022. The target is expected to be reviewed at the 2025 emissions budget. Now, when I looked at Mr. Firearm's evidence, he had, as he referred us to, at paragraph 29C, The New Zealand government has set a target of 100% renewable electricity generation by 2035. And my note beside it was contact evidence says 2030 in an average hydrological year, but there was no reference given. So it was why I was putting the challenge to you, Mr. Marsden, and then to Mr. Nafara. Where is the government's assistance to follow on the 2011 MPS REG in terms of the target? What is the document in a statutory sense that we can rely on in saying that's what the target is and the government's done a good job?
Yes. I will answer, I will give you a memo on that.
If you would.
But there is a target expressed, which is pretty close to the ones you've given in the preamble, which is 90% by 2025. And the other point I would make, and I'm still going to do the job I said I would, but the reductions emissions targets, as I understand it, are part of the energy budget that are part of would be relevant to saying what a target is. I'm not saying there isn't a target, but I'm just saying it's all about an energy budget. And this is in a context of growing demand. And if the Climate Reduction Act says this is our number, and you can only achieve it by a certain percentage of renewable energy.
Yeah.
So they're all strands of the same thing, and I'll give you those strands in the memorandum.
Yeah, thank you. And in paragraph 6.28 as well, Ms. Nelson said she was expressing well, 6.27, she said a change in renewables target would change the rate of generation investment needed to replace thermal generation. However, even if the target is softened by extending the target date and or reducing the target itself, I still expect investment in renewable generation to be required at an unprecedented rate. 6.28, the key reason for this view is that the target of net zero carbon by 2050 is enshrined in statute. Achieving this target will require decarbonisation of transport and industrial process. Each sector is shifting from fossil fuels to renewable electricity and other zero carbon energy sources. That in turn will not be possible without a major expansion of renewable generation. So the point you're making is right, and I accept that there's that necessary link.
Yeah.
But just in terms of the emphasis that you were putting on this, that I needed to challenge and say, where is the document? So if you can give us that memorandum, very helpful. Thank you. And that's the end of our questions, unless Ms. Hunter had anything particular that you wanted to raise. No? Right. Thank you very much. And thank you all for very interesting day. Thank you.